Okay. Audio. We're live. What's up, guys? Good morning. Let me see if we got video feed audio. Give me 1 second. I just gotta go. Just give me 1 minute. I just wanted to launch it though, so you guys know I'm here. That we're not having another connection issue or anything like that. But yeah, just hang on for a bit. Give me like a minute or two. We're live. Thank you guys for coming back. I believe this is day 13 in our time, minusing out the jury selection. So yeah, good morning. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. 1 minute. You said 1 minute. You came back in 2. Okay. Ball bristle. Ball bristle brush. All right. Let me see here. All right, man. Yo, thank you guys for coming this morning. Rise and shine. It's a little cloudy today. Rainy. Cloudy, rainy. Nasty. Rise and shine. All right. I don't know where the other watch is lost. Amazing. Get myself on camera here. Amazing. Whoa, she's looking dark as hell. I'm gonna have to get some more light in here. Oh, look. Looking dark. Welcome to the dark side. Let me open up this. Well, I don't know what's gonna pop up here. Oh, Tisha. Webinar. I got some coffee brewing too. Give me a second to fix the lights. Time to wake up. I mean, I've been awake since like 7, but I slept really good last night. I woke up still tired though, which was weird. I went to sleep early, like I think 10 something, I think. And so I came back after dropping off the baby, took a nap. Damn, they over here cracking early. Judge ain't playing. I'm gonna have to get these screens figured out too. Oh, damn. Judge.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Still loud. Sorry, guys.
Not that I'm aware of, Judge, only that we'll still be running the video through the podium here.
Okay. You should be fine to go.
Oh, yeah. You see what the judge did? They're upgrading. They actually typed it in. Witness
Defense?
box. Oh!
No, Your Honor, the prosecution approached just a little while ago with some admitted exhibits that didn't match up with yours. I don't think we're going to have an objection to that as
Okay.
the defense, but just give me a couple minutes. I think
Sure.
we'll stipulate that they came in.
Okay. And I can check back too. I am like 99% positive that both of them came in.
I am too. So some of the stuff they showed me, I specifically remember coming in, like the Cellbrite Parley phone and
Believe Tisha
stuff like that. So I don't think it's going to be a problem, but
Okay.
I can just have a couple minutes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And if necessary, we can check the record. I mean, we're talking about 48 pages of exhibit listings, and we're only off by 2 exhibits. That's pretty good.
I agree. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right.
It's muffled.
And
Really? It's loud and
do we
clear.
need to wait for Mr. Tellini?
Like too loud.
No, but we can start, Your Honor.
Okay. And do we have, and there's Mr. Gruesing in the back?
Yes, he's.
Okay. And do we have everybody? Okay. All right. Then let's go ahead and bring the jury in. I will advise lawyers, you know it as well as I do, we have an adverse weather event from tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. I don't know whether that's going to impact on anything or not.
It looks like it's going to be mostly northern El Paso County, is at least the projections that I've seen.
Okay.
So at least as long as people can get downtown, we should be okay.
Yeah, and I don't know which of our jurors it may potentially impact, but I'll have a discussion with them about it.
Yeah. Rockies.
Yep. Gotta love Colorado.
Now today I can manipulate the shit how I want it. Amazing. Oh wait, hold up. Oh, that's fine.
All rise for the jury, please.
Hold aboard. I got some coffee brewing too, man. Good morning. If you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. We're like a couple away from 180,000. So if we could get that, that would be nice. No, iCkEdMeL, you can't. No. You know what? I'm going to unsubscribe just so you can't get it. Yes. Oh, we're 1 away. I don't get too excited when you hit the goal because
you may all be seated.
Will unsub when you
Court
get your
will
goal.
recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's is present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of things. We anticipate that there may be an adverse weather event sometime. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. So make sure 2 things. You have that contact information for me, my card, so that you know how to call us if you need to. Number two, if there's an issue or you're concerned or you have a question, 719-520-SNOW, and that will tell you if there is a delay here at the courthouse. If it says that there is a 2-hour delay, be here at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. So not 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That should resolve that issue. I think it's primarily supposed to get more of the mountains and North Palmer Divide. I don't know how many of you may be up near that area, so just keep an eye on that. And then I have the question that you've all heard before. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of testimony from John Gruesing. I think that's where we're resuming.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Gruesing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
We're just getting adjusted while they turn on the cameras.
And we don't need it just yet, Judge, but at some point here in just a minute or so, we're going to need these screens turned on as well. Good morning, Mr. Gruesing. Did you have a good weekend?
I did. Thank you.
Good. When we last had you on the stand, we had just played the portion of the video where you're talking with the defendant about the board that was found up in southern Douglas County. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you used a word in your question, thrown, and then you got quite a challenge from the defendant. Was that consistent where she would challenge you on things that were maybe peripheral?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that and what that meant to you during this interview?
Well, she used words like she was giving us keys, and then if I wasn't correct on my guesses, which I had asked her not to have me guess since I didn't know all the answers, she would get upset if I didn't guess correctly on whether it's Gannon's location or what she was doing when her phone was off, those sorts of things.
What do you mean by guesses? And give examples of what you mean when you use the word guesses.
So, especially during this later part of the interview when I was asking her about the blood, more than once she would say that if I knew enough about this investigation, I should be able to say either where Gannon is or more details about what was going on that I couldn't guess too. So it was an effective way really for her to not answer my question and tell me that she knew things I didn't know.
Did that indicate to you fairly high intellect?
It did, and forward thinking, and that she knew that the questions that I was asking her would require a difficult answer, and so she was requiring the same out of me, something that was actually impossible for me to answer because I didn't know what she knew.
And as it relates to that, are you talking about Gannon's location at this particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Just after that portion of video where we were watching you asking her about the board with blood being found up in southern Douglas County, did you ask her, or I guess confront her with other pieces of evidence as well?
Yes.
All right. So the next section we're going to play is a shorter section. It's at 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 13 seconds through 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds.
Do you know why I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know.
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs and El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder.
Okay.
And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, all the phone stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get out. It's
I'm not taking a chance for nothing because I didn't do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. Do you know what an innocent person would do? they would be freaking out.
Well,
You are not freaking
yeah,
out.
right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard
for,
you
like,
freak out on the
days?
phone one time.
Think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak
No.
something out one way and another way.
I have had the wrong person in a room like this before.
Okay.
And trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay, well,
That makes no sense.
I guess
And no
that's
jury
what
will
you're-
buy, no jury's going to buy
okay.
that you sit here with an answer that somebody else took Gannon, that all this head wound and all this stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Sir, I never question anything.
Well, you must,
No,
because
I
you're
haven't.
taking a huge chance, Letecia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance
How are you not taking
because
a chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything.
Well, he's not going to be on the jury.
Oh, okay. All right, we're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power.
There
That
is.
higher power will make sure.
I believe in the higher power as well.
I'm glad you did. That really makes me feel a lot better. It really does. I'm serious. You know,
But Letecia, this comes down to common sense.
I do have.
And these
Oh.
prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're going to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're going to take a chance that they're not going to listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
Why am I? What else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already told you I'm not hurting.
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened to Gannon? Where did you gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, because I don't know where he is. If you want me to use a different verb or whatever,
Oh, shit.
I'm struggling.
I've got it paused at 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. Why have you shifted tactics here to trying to now find Gannon's location as to getting descriptions of what happened to him?
Well, she seems to be more reluctant to answer questions now. And she showed me with the particle board. She got upset when I said she threw it. And as I said earlier, she gets upset if I guess. So I tried different verbs like placing it, setting it, those sorts of things. And then
I think you said
she will
jelly.
settle back down.
Wow.
So that's why I'm trying different ways to get her to communicate to me any other clue that might have happened with Gannon. So I'm just trying yet a different tactic again.
Including clues potentially towards his location?
Yes.
Okay. When you go down this particular path of talking about last place that she may have seen Gannon, did she give you any keys that helped find Gannon?
No. And I had already asked her in the previous section who the last person was with Gannon, since she was saying it wasn't her. We had been through the angel routine, and then I was trying to see if she would push it to anybody else, and she's not. So since she's not pushing it to anybody else, she's basically saying it's her. So I just want her to say where she last saw him, whether it was in the house, whether it was at the Petco, whether it was at Palmer Lake, to give us some sort of clue of her last sighting of him.
You made a statement in that section that you don't normally tell people that you're interviewing about all of the evidence. One, why do you not typically do that?
Okay.
We don't typically do that because we don't want the defendant or whoever we're in front of to testify falsely to something in case we give them too much evidence and then they say something they didn't do. Also, we don't want them to know what we know because I want their statement to be pure in that they're not just repeating what I say. With this interview, we had gone far enough to where we would do something called the collaborative interview, to where we bring the person in with us and we share as much as we can to try to get them to collaborate and cooperate with us, since I'm working towards a solution and I'm trying to bring her in almost as an investigator to help me find out what happened to Gannon. So the more facts that I introduce to her slowly, I'm hoping that she'll start cooperating with me.
So you anticipated my follow-up question is why were you doing that in this case? But you just answered that. As this discussion sort of develops, does she then talk about faith in God and that kind of thing?
She does.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play that. It's basically from this point forward to 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Letecia, this is not about you. You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you.
Okay, well,
Help yourself right now.
okay, though.
Why would you not?
How did that do?
Tell me what happened.
So what happened before? I don't know.
The way you described.
Stand up for a moment.
Absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come close to the blood in the house.
That's what you think.
No, it's not.
Okay.
This is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
Okay. Sir.
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power?
I do. That's why. You
What
want to know
about the
why?
truth? Do you study the truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that? Because I know God knows.
God knows.
Okay.
I mean,
But what about the truth? You study the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
well, I don't know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Miller. So he started this. He ended up like getting talked down to, bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do. And that's where he went to the accusation part. And so he went down this whole trail talking about how accusation, how this did to him, what he had to go through, and all that. But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. You know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, guys, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So he turned those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong, and to believing God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because, in the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right. But, there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this, and you can either A, bring Gannon home, bring him to the front step, drop him off, so that I can please never have to worry about this again.
Right.
Or you can let me stay focused on believing in you, as in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay, because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people of whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to just sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Gannon.
But that, I get.
So I've got it paused at 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds. Did you go on from this basically to then try to get her to tell you more details about when she last saw Gannon?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump to that section at 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 18 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds.
Go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
Hmm.
No, I'm saying
I'm not going to go.
This is not a trick.
But I'm not going to go answer that question because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his little wife, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God follower, Christian like you are, I said he could never admit that he did that to either wife.
Well, I'm sorry that, what's his name, Harold? Harold is that type of person because a God follower, I'm not judging him, I'm saying, in order for you, you have to repent your sins to God, okay? And you have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like, my sins are laid down. And it is not involving hurting, harming, or killing you. So I'm sorry that Harold or whatever his name is has like a different approach.
Well, I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold does. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I am here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11. Gannon,
That doesn't matter age, you're right. Tragic, right?
Yeah.
You just said
and
that.
if you had the answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take.
I'm not going to twist things, Letecia.
To be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay, give me
with everyone
speculation.
else.
Please.
I can give you
I'll take
speculation.
speculation.
Speculation is getting alive. Speculation is being with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic.
So as we talked about, we stopped it at 4 hours, 20 minutes and 3 seconds. Why did you start this section out with asking, could she admit it? What was in your mind when you asked that question?
When it's a familial matter and someone that you really care about is the person that you've harmed. I haven't yet had someone who's admitted to me that they were responsible for that harm or homicide.
And so that's why you're asking that particular question?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it devolve back into now he's been kidnapped by some group?
Yes.
All right. Did you then confront her again about the blood on the wall?
Yes.
Does she bring up a miscarriage that she apparently had sometime prior?
She does.
All right, let's watch that section. It starts at 4 hours, 21 minutes and 47 seconds and goes through 4 hours, 23 minutes and 47 seconds.
And Your Honor, could Mr. Allen and I...
All right.
And is that miscarriage another fake concocted story? Let me try to. How you guys liking the screen setup? Good. I think it's pretty good ratio and proportion. I think. Now that I can manipulate the screens, I can make it look a little bit better too. I think compared to yesterday, some of the other days. And by the way, we hit 180,000, man. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for all the congrats. Thank you guys for riding with me. I'm happy about that. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Next goal, the short term, I guess will be 190, but ultimately I'd like to get to 200 and then I'll chill for a while. I won't say nothing for a while. I'll just say subscribe. But yeah, thank you guys. Tisha, I saw Mo in the chat too saying that she would like to see the whole interrogation. Yeah, I hope when the trial's done, like they release this stuff and then we can like watch these things in its entirety. That'd be pretty good. I'm gonna grab my coffee real quick too. I got some coffee going. I've left it. Good morning. Hit like, subscribe, all that good stuff, guys. Thank you for joining me. Okay, they're still talking? All right, they're still talking. I got myself a cup of coffee. The first cup, for some reason, was really diluted. It looked watery and stuff, so I had to pour it out and restart it. So I got myself a fresh cup of coffee. And I got to order those cups for the Keurig because Dr. Moskowitz, thank you, sent me the bunch of different nice coffees, but I got to buy that filter cup thing, and it got sent to the wrong place. So I'm gonna do that again. Oh, so while we have some time too, a couple minutes, this FBI guy is really good though, by the way. Impressive, man. Like really, really freaking good. I'm glad that we watched all this stuff yesterday from Friday to continue here today on Monday, fresh. Kelly, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I'm at 1 year member and some change. Thank you, Sandy. I hope you're doing well. We got to talk to about the thing that you sent that I don't know. I think got lost. I don't know what happened with that. Train Monkey, thank you for the membership. Shay, $7 says hi, Melvin. Hey, Shay. Hope you're doing well. Lotus Flower, thank you for the 3-month membership. Says congratulations on 180K. Thank you. Christy, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says congrats 180K. Amazing. KK Girl, thank you for the membership. Mandy L, thank you for the super chat. And we're caught up. Amazing. You just got a Kachava. I know ever since I started talking about Kachava, everybody's getting Kachava ads.
All right. Yes, thank you, Judge. Picking up from where we left off, we were going to jump to the confrontation about blood on the wall and being compared to a miscarriage, and it's going to jump to 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds. So exactly 2 minutes worth of video.
If you had nothing to do with harming Gannon, why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleeds. The carpet?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to get more carpet. It doesn't... The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Gannon had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. Come on. There was all the time. Gannon was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
Sir, that's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
Well, what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is, again, you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir?
Because you're taking a big risk, Letecia.
Sure. I believe in higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed. Because I did not hurt, I did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
So why did you confront her with the blood cleanup and, for instance, the carpet cutout?
We had talked about it before, but this is what I'm left with to speak with her about is the evidence in the case to see if she'll move from where she was.
Were you trying to give her an opening to give you more details?
Yes, and I don't remember if I had brought up before Lena's participation in this, but I wanted to see.
Lena, you mean?
Yeah, Lena's participation and to see how she would react to that.
Again, is it consistent throughout the interview that she would resist those opportunities when it related to the specifics of the crime itself?
Yes. And again, she said she sees the pathway where these questions would be going, and she says she's not going to go there.
appreciating where you want to get to.
Correct.
From your perception, was that logical thought process?
Very.
Shortly after this portion of the video, do you confront her with trying to get information about, hey, there's a boy out there. Help me find him. Help me get him home.
Yes.
Let's jump to that section. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. So about 8 minutes. Judge, I'm not sure if you want to allow Mr. Gruesing to step down during this 8-minute portion.
Thanks.
So starting it at 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
And about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want Gannon home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was, give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letecia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I've given it to you.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad to
Well,
tell
then
you.
tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me. Image of Gannon.
I don't
Please.
have any bad images again.
I didn't say it was bad.
I don't
just
have
asked you,
any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not
Then
saying
tell me the last time you saw him. What did you see? Letecia, all that stuff you said earlier.
Okay.
Being a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me? Do you kind of think?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need any kinds of.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions
You've never answered this one.
because you have already predetermined what you want in your brain along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to put it. Can you please answer that?
You automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
If you give me something else, I'll go
Yeah,
there.
no, wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letecia? Yours is the one that matters. What's the last thing you
I'm
saw?
gonna tell you one more time. It would not hurt.
I didn't ask
Harm,
that. I did not ask that. I don't care. What is the last
I
image you
mean,
have of him?
all these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you
I'm just
answer me?
curious.
Have you checked all these places I've been and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that have to like sink it in the brain for a little bit to say?
You're going to live with it for the rest of your life, Letecia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him? No, you haven't. But I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
What? Sir, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't
Okay,
do.
then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
And you won't answer it.
but you predetermined yourself.
No.
When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't
what
tell
to
me
say.
what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel, I
I'm
don't
not going to
care.
say anything other than saying, it will stop everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it.
But you did. What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal?
Mm.
How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir,
I
you
have-
came in this
listen.
morning
No, I did not.
and you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear. It never goes away. That last image. Is
Oh,
done.
well,
It
you
never
know,
goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
right.
There is only one reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have, when people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean,
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years later.
oh yeah,
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing again.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, the positive.
Went in. I'm fine.
Where was he? Was he standing?
You said, tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell you
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
how Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay? Gannon was fine. Gannon, nothing was wrong with him. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite.
Oh.
I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or say not really necessarily favored or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how we
He
talked earlier?
definitely.
Remember how we
always-
talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question.
You're
for you
saying, you're
because
giving me qualities of Gannon. You're not saying what
I'm
you
not-
saw.
I'm
You're
not
saying he's a favorite stepson.
concerned.
What did you see?
Yeah.
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't say you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon, so.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
Oh,
Seeing him for the last time.
well, it's not going to be the last time that I see him.
The last time you saw him. Do you
It's not
have
gonna be
that?
the last time
Do you
I
have
see him.
that picture in your mind?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that, but I didn't do this. This is
Well, why
why-
don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because you
It's
want.
not-
Why would
I'm
I
not
ask the same questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My images are happy lives. That's what it will
That's not
always
what you
be.
see in your brain.
Okay. Well, see, now you know my brain.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why won't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt it.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for you?
It's not a problem. I don't have a problem with anything.
Then tell me. I'm not accusing you of anything, Letecia. Just tell me the last time you saw him.
At the very beginning, I'm sorry.
Not up yet.
Oh.
You can go ahead.
I'm going to ask the empty chair, Judge.
Okay.
The voice from behind me would have been interesting. Mr. Gruesing, at the very beginning of this portion of the video, you start out with easy questions and easy answers. What was your purpose of that statement?
What do you mean? Easy questions, easy answers?
Well, easy questions should be easy to answer, basically.
Yeah, again, if she's saying that she's innocent of this, then the questions that I'm asking should be very easy for her to answer.
Did she give you any of these easy answers?
No.
Again, here, it appears that you're sort of pushing back when she's saying, well, what's in your mind? Did she appear to be throughout this entire interview preoccupied with what other people were thinking about her?
Yes, and that was consistent with the phone calls. And what I'm trying to keep her from doing is manipulating her answer to see what I want to hear. I just want to hear what she knows to be true.
This whole issue about did you all put out a reward, that kind of stuff. This entire section, was this another example of her deflecting away from the thrust of information you're trying to gather?
Yes.
Right after this, does she then actually challenge you about, are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
All right, let's watch that portion. Basically, from this section on through 4 hours, 35 minutes and 56 seconds. So just a couple of minutes. So if you're okay sitting there so I don't ask an empty chair questions.
This is
Scalp
an easy
cam.
question compared to all the other ones we've done. Please.
Are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him.
Okay.
And I appreciate all your work.
You can
on
help
everything.
us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
I don't
Why?
trust anymore for you because
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not in the store. I mean,
I will be able to tell if you say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember this. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
No, behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay. I appreciate you having behavior. What else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
So you don't want to answer that one.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why? If it helps find Gannon, why would you not tell me?
because you already predetermined.
I didn't say you heard
What
him
you
or
think-
anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell the story,
Okay,
yes.
so if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it. And I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you. I don't treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon and he would be standing there and you would still say to me, well, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
Do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what I
You know
think?
how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that
So this idea where she's saying she doesn't have him, did you later learn that that was actually a true statement
Yes.
because of where Gannon was ultimately found?
Correct.
Later on in this interview, did you confront her with her ability to dodge questions and spin stories?
Yes.
All right, let's jump to that section at 4 hours and 39 minutes and 33 seconds. Bless you. And we will play through 4 hours and 46 minutes and 21 seconds. So about 7 minutes if he's allowed to come down, Judge.
Up to him.
I think I can handle it this time.
Okay.
You got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
Because now you know me my whole life.
Damn.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened and you've been able to avoid trouble. But that doesn't happen in this case.
Okay, sir.
These stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
But it's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it. His head.
There's all the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
Not all on the last day they're seen alive.
Was. You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was then.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay?
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it? And
why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
The injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his
Okay, why
head.
don't you test it and see what day it came from? If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
Oh, it didn't happen on Monday.
No,
It happened on Saturday.
I'm asking you. You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me?
Well, I'm saying it's a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like that.
It's a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. Remember that I had
We're not
puddles of
talking
blood
about you. We're talking about
I know.
11 years.
that I did, and there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
But
The
What?
blood on the wall and by his bed.
the
and on
blood,
mattress.
the blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no
Okay.
bearing on it.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, so okay.
Wow. She's still flipping it on him. That's
Maybe
crazy.
check one of them.
Are you ready to tell me?
Maybe check one of them because
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon,
that's
even
not-
though it was
that's not
months
the question.
before. I bet Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. Did you were the last one with Letecia?
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
No,
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. You didn't have anything to hide. You tell me your last
Don't
image of me.
have anything to hide.
Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him. Just your last image in your head.
Hmm.
What's the last image in your head you have of him? No? Or was he?
Yeah, you said that's image. That's the
I mean, was he
image.
sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking
Towards you or away from you?
away.
Do you have any questions for me?
Hmm?
Any questions for me? No, that's for me. Have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? I don't have the answers. No, feelings that I can't talk about right now. No, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Anything?
Mhm.
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't? Just be if I don't think I need anything.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Well,
Let's pause now at 4 hours, 46 minutes and 21 seconds. As to when you both leave the room and are off camera, what happened outside in the hallway?
I believe she went to the bathroom.
Do you then come back into the room with her?
We might have opened the door, but I don't think we do any more interviews in this room.
Okay. Why'd you go down this path of confronting her with dodging questions and spinning stories?
We had talked about it before, and she had told me that she has done that in the past as far as talking in circles, dodging questions. And I just wanted to bring that back around, something that she had told me, to see if we could go straight forward just once with this last image question I had.
Did she ever give you a straightforward answer to the last image in her head?
No.
Throughout this long interview, did she exhibit that same sort of trait of dodging questions or spinning stories?
Yes.
That's appeared to you in your perception to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Your final contact with her is back in this room, and it starts at 4:47:43 and then goes through 4:49:17. We'll jump to that now.
T-shirt. And here, like I said, you're going to have to go to whatever the jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you.
Okay.
Do you have anything else for me? I think we've talked a lot today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
Where's the one?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the IC is what they call it. That's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant.
Okay.
So you're going to be going back there. Anything else? First degree murder for Gannon Stauch. That's what I was trying to come in here with you to help you. Is if we find Gannon, that makes a big difference. We'll let you go. If he's alive, would you? You might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator. If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes, good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
Can I talk to you about that? Just a moment.
Good morning. Morning, guys.
So we're now at the end of that recorded interview, essentially. Is she trying to have another off-camera discussion with you?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, have a short discussion with her off-camera?
Yes.
What happened in that discussion?
Right outside the door, we now had police officers waiting to transport. So there were probably 4 or 5 law enforcement around us. And she said something in a small voice about North Carolina that I couldn't hear. And I asked her to repeat it. And she said that she and I should go to North Carolina. And I asked her, is Gannon in North Carolina? And she didn't answer.
Was that basically the extent of that interaction?
Yes, what I recall.
Okay. In looking back at your, even your recorded phone calls that we've heard throughout this trial and in this long interview, are there any, I guess, regrets that you have as to your approaches, ways that you may have been able to get more information about what happened again?
She brought up Quincy Brown to me, I think, within an hour or so of our interview. And then she said something to the effect of, if I wasn't going to talk about that, then it wasn't any use going forward. And in looking at the phone calls with Al, that's where she described most of Gannon's injuries, or a lot of them. And looking back and playing it through, maybe I should have gone more down the Quincy Brown angle to see if she would have been willing to disclose more things. That's the only thing I can think of.
The short portions that we didn't play through your direct examination here, were there any surprises in those portions that are different from the stuff that we saw in the video that we did watch?
No.
Did she act consistently in those portions to what we saw here?
Yes.
You, in 2 different sections that we watched, you delved into mental health questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Throughout all of your interaction with her, both through those recorded phone calls and in this interview, did she ever express any history with severe mental health issues, diseases, defects, anything like that?
She did not.
Did she ever talk about sexual abuse that she allegedly suffered as a child?
No.
Did she ever point to specific people in her life, family, that she alleged carried out sexual abuse against her?
No.
Did she ever give you any descriptions of any commitments to hospitals?
No.
Did she appear to understand the gravity of the situation when you were talking with her, that this is a first-degree murder charge?
Very well.
In what ways were you able to develop that idea?
Well, as I said earlier, she's able to see where different lines of questioning go and what would be damaging for her to answer truthfully. So, whether we're talking about evidence in the case or what happened to Gannon or her role or involvement, she stops that line of questioning before it goes down something that would be damning towards her in testimony.
So are you saying resisting giving more incriminating statements about the crime itself?
Correct.
Did that appear to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Throughout your entire interaction with her, both through the consensual recorded phone calls and this long interview, did you ever observe her to change personalities?
No.
Did she ever talk in a Spanish accent?
No.
Did she ever demand to be called any other names besides the name that you knew her as?
No.
Did she ever use the name Taylor?
No.
Jasmine?
No.
Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
Maria Sanchez?
No.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
And that's all I have. I just need to disconnect this computer from here so that Mr. Cook
Right.
has a clean podium.
Okay.
Let's see. Do I have a setup over here? This guy.
And you can, yeah, I was going to say turn off the screen if you'd like.
this. Over here. There.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Gruesing, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
So how long did you work for the FBI?
A few months short of 25 years.
25 years. Were you always in the Colorado office, or were you like a lot of other agents early in your career? You were in different states.
Always Colorado.
Always. Okay. And at one point near the end of the interview, Miss Stauch referred to you as something, and you corrected herself. You corrected her and said you're a behavior analysis.
She said something like, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm in behavior analysis.
Okay. And is that generally what you did throughout the majority of your career?
No.
Okay. What else were your other assignments? And I know you already told Mr. Allen this, but I have to hear things a few times before they sink.
No worries. Yeah, so I was a special agent, and I was assigned to the criminal side for the FBI. There's a terrorism side or counterintelligence and a criminal side. And for my last 23 years, I was a criminal agent for them. So I was never a supervisor, it would be similar to being a detective for a local police department.
Okay. Now, you told Ms. Stauch during the interview that you had been contacted by the main office for the FBI and told to go do this interview with her in South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I told her I was asked by the Colorado Springs office to come investigate initially and then also to go out to South Carolina.
Okay. Whose decision was it to you be the one that goes in and does this almost 5-hour interview?
I think it was up in the air early whether it would be an El Paso investigator and myself or just myself. And I don't remember how it came just to be me, but it ended up just being me.
Okay. And have you done a lot of these interviews over your career?
Yes.
Now, before we got into the audio videotape interview, we were listening to some additional phone calls with Gannon's father and Miss Stauch.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in one of these interviews, it looks like it was February 19th, 2020. It began about 12:10 p.m. Do you recall that interview that was recorded?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And were you there for that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at the end of that conversation, it said, Letecia said that her guess would be that Gannon was not in Colorado. When asked how she knew, she said, quote, because Tisha didn't hurt him, didn't dispose of him or anything like that, okay? It goes on, so Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have run up all these places where y'all think I did or whatever, and you haven't found Gannon. Do you recall her at one point referring to herself as Tisha?
I do.
Okay. Now, generally, somebody in that conversation would say I. But in this situation, she's referring to herself in the third person?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that a little bit off?
Not really.
Okay. Well, what if I started questioning you right here instead of saying, I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. Gruesing? What if I said, Mr. Cook has a couple questions for you, Mr. Gruesing. Mr. Cook would like to proceed. Would that be a little bit off?
It depends on who you are and how well I knew you.
So it'd be kind of strange if I was up here cross-examining you and I was using the third person to refer to myself.
It would be unusual, yes.
Mr. Cook has some more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Couldn't help it.
Distasteful. How dare you?
Now, with respect to the Google searches we talked about, or you talked about with Letecia, I don't like my stepson, you recall those and
I do.
discussing that with Mr. Allen. Were you able to pull up the content that was retrieved during these searches, or what is the scope of what information you were able to pull up in this metadata or whatever it is?
So yeah, I was quite a bit removed from that. We had a computer specialist that was looking into her phone and would send us sanitized results.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see what the kickback was or
That's correct.
anything. You just could see the search. Okay. And you don't know when these searches were made.
I don't.
Okay. And that's not because you didn't look. It's just because that information was not saved.
Yeah, I was told they didn't know you're talking about when her actual search happened on her phone?
Yeah. When she, Googled in, I don't like my stepson. What do I do about it? Like if that was in 2018 or was it?
Correct. Yeah, it was no timestamp date was given to me for those searches.
Okay. So some of these searches could have been January 27th of 2020, and some of them could have been in 2018, or some of them could have been actually after January 27th.
Correct.
But before the phone was seized.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any searches coming back saying, what do I do if I don't like my stepson? And the answer being, stab him 17 times, plunge and force, strike him 4 times in the head and shoot him in the head?
No.
Damn. Okay.
That'd be some pretty bad advice, wouldn't it?
That would not be good advice. You're right.
Now, sometimes, how many different stories did Miss Stauch tell? I hear at one point you said you were asking her on the video and told her that she's told you about 7 different stories. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think I was throwing out an approximate number.
Okay. And then Mr. Allen asked you one time, and he said you can't even count how many stories she gave.
Yes, because he brought up variations of stories, which would legitimately count as another story. So,
Okay.
yeah.
But we're not talking about an infinite number of stories. I mean, you could go
It's a
back
lot.
and
Correct.
Basically,
We
there
could
were-
count them up.
yeah. I mean, there were, between 5 and 10 main theme stories we're dealing with.
That sounds correct.
And in one interview, something may change a little bit, but there was 5 to 10 main theme stories.
Sounds right.
Okay. Now, during some of the interviews, Ms. Stauch or Letecia, she seemed like she made a lot of eye contact, was pretty engaged near the beginning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a part for about 30 minutes or so in the middle where she didn't even look up. She hung her head the whole time. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
And her voice was a lot lower. You could hardly even hear her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is almost 5 hours a long time to be in an interview room like that?
It just depends on the situation.
What was your goal when you went into this interview room with Letecia?
Fine, Gannon.
Was it to find out who Gannon was? Was it to get a confession to be used to prosecute her later? Both? I mean, what was the actual game plan when you went in?
Yeah, probably both. I would say primarily is to find what happened to Gannon. And as she had spoken with Al on the phone, that she had given hints or clues. And even if we were to get some of those, that would be worth the 5 hours.
And would you say that you came away from this interview as far as getting the confession and being able to find Gannon more or less empty-handed?
It went about as I expected it would.
And you weren't able to get enough information or any information out to be able to locate Gannon?
That's correct.
Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
Okay.
Well, I wonder who's next after this. If you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. Helps out the algorithm. Thank you so much for joining today. Pretty interesting, I guess, so far. Will in third person.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
That's it?
Thank you, Mr. Gruesing.
Thank you.
Mr. Gruesing, you were asked about the references that the defendant used third person to say her name.
Yes.
Have you been around other people who are self-absorbed who also talk about themselves in the third person?
I have.
Does that indicate in your mind any concerns about mental health capacity?
No,
Did that cause you any concern about this defendant as to her mental health capacity?
it did not.
Did it indicate in your mind that she was exhibiting a separate personality
No,
or acting as a separate person?
no.
You were asked about the demeanor change of the defendant in the interview, where in the beginning she's making lots of eye contact, perhaps even almost flirting with you. How would you attribute her demeanor at the beginning?
Conversational, I would even say hopeful on her part that she might be able to provide me with a story that I might take away.
Potentially hoping to manipulate your involvement in the investigation.
Leading.
Yeah, sustained. You can rephrase.
Sure. Any other indicators for you as to what she may have been trying to get done there?
Yes, as I told her throughout, she was more concerned about what I was thinking than telling me what was happening. And she continued to do that throughout the interview. And I continued to admonish her to just tell me what she knew, not what she thought I was thinking.
Okay. You were asked at the very end of the cross-examination, did you come out empty-handed in this interview? Did you actually get useful information out of this interview?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what useful information you got out of it?
Well, Letecia continued to exhibit no concern for Gannon as she did in the phone calls with Al. Anytime I would try to speak with her about Gannon, an 11-year-old being missing, however I could phrase that, she would turn it back around to herself. Even at the end, she was saying about, instead of him being found, it's her being exonerated and people would be sorry. Everything focused around her. And that's why her referencing her in the third person was not a surprising thing to me. As far as coming out empty-handed, her not being able to articulate a last image of Gannon was very indicative that image was awful, and I told her that multiple times. So to me, I didn't come away with a confession, but I came away with more of a certainty that something really bad had happened to Gannon and that she had witnessed it. As you saw, I probably asked her 30 times, maybe more, about her last image and gave her multiple outs. And the other thing that she kept not wanting to accept is that this was an accident. And normally in a case like this, a person who has last been with a loved one, whether it's accident or something homicidal, they will accept accident, and she would not accept that.
And then what about demonstrating her ability to recall? Were you able to develop that as well?
Her ability to recall,
Information.
yes, anything that was not inculpatory towards the disappearance and homicide, she could recall easily. Dates, times, movements, homework, those sorts of things. It was pretty easy for her to articulate those.
Was it your perception that she was refusing to recall data as to what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to develop information about her intellect, her ability to communicate, and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And why is that helpful towards the investigation?
That she is a articulate, intelligent, perceptive, and intuitive person. And that also helped her evade law enforcement while we as a team were trying to find out what happened to Gannon while she was even still in Colorado. Just seeing her organized thought patterns there and how adept she was at shifting and deceiving and using some sort of alternative mechanism, it showed us that she was able to carry out what we thought she was able to carry out, and that is hide Gannon when there were multiple people looking for him.
What about the her lack of any prior mental health concerns? Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because we saw that she knew what she was doing. And we saw that even in her own words, she made this a 3-day ordeal, saying it started on Saturday, it went through Sunday, and there was all sorts of planning and premeditation involved, whether it's the call in to the school or not using her phone, using Gannon's phone. She explained to us that this was a prolonged event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Gruesing? Looks like we have one. Just write it down. Pass it forward.
This was a really good witness,
okay.
This guy.
Counsel approach, please.
It's FBI. Tisha. So we talked about that yesterday too, and you guys called it out in the chat. It's like she was flirting with this guy. Can we go to a different room? And like trying to like, somebody even joked yesterday and they were like, next thing she's gonna ask is to dim the lights. You know, it did seem like she was, I don't know, trying to charm him and just want to get him alone and just one-on-one. And I just want to have this raw conversation, you know, and then when they walked out of that second room, then she tries to talk with him again. Crazy, man. Manipulative. Damn. Wow. What do we got next? That's what I'm wondering. What kind of witness? Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate you guys. Sorry about Friday. I know. I understand. Sorry about that.
Back to this case. With that, if I can have everyone ready to go at 10:35, we should be able to start at that time. All rise for the jury, please.
Take a little break. Tisha. This time she's not doing this stuff with her hair because was it Thursday? Oh no, not Thursday because they don't have Wednesday. She had the Spaceballs thing going on. She had like her hair. She was like messing around with her hair, doing it. Maybe she put some conditioner in that shit. Something was going on when she was like doing up her hair. But now I guess she's back to that. You know? So
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Judge. What time did you say to come back?
10:35. Defense, anything from defense? Mr.
Guys.
Cellini or Mr. Cook?
Nothing.
Okay, court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
The screen here. Might as well fix it while I have the chance. Okay, so a little 15-minute break. Let me get some of the super chats, and then I wanted to show you something too. Some of the Nancy Grace stuff. Mo sent this to me, but let me do the super chats real quick. Let's see, what was the last thing I left off at? AJ, thank you for the AJ Vintage. Thank you for the 2-month membership. Amazing. Thank you for resubscribing. Congrats on 180K. Thanks. Brandy, thank you for the 3-month membership. Says activate hashtag bleed Letecia mode. I know, yo, that was crazy. Yo, Al, I saw somebody in the chat just say that this FBI person deserves a medal. True, for doing that 5-hour interview. And the way Al handled those phone calls, and like you could just tell he's like done, because even in this last thing, some of those last calls that we heard, he's just like, okay, I'm in believe Letecia mode. Like he was just getting snippy. You could tell he was tired of the shit. He's like, all right, which story is this? And she was getting agitated because he was seeing through the shit. He saw through it a long time ago, but she was getting agitated. And the same thing that Al was kind of doing, almost like this FBI guy is, okay, like which story is this? Story? What do you mean story? You know? Raven, thank you so much for the 2-month membership. Says best YouTube friends ever. Raven, yesterday Raven sent me an email, right? And I saw part of it at first, and because I looked at my phone, I think it was the notifications or something like that. So before I opened it, I just saw the subtitle a little bit, and it said "friendly reminder from one of your subs." In my head, I'm interpreting it. Oh man, this is somebody like upset. So I'm thinking, what did I do now, right? So I clicked that, opened it up, and it was actually a really, really nice email. I'm not going to show her email address, but I'll just show this part. Just this snippet of it, because it was really nice. Like a nice little friendly. Oh, I just closed it out. Lord almighty. Yeah. Just this little part here. I won't show her name or anything like that. That. Can I zoom in? Zoom in. Hey Mel, want to send you a friendly reminder of something incredibly important. You are amazing. Thank you for all you do for us. I thought that was really nice because I wasn't expecting that. I don't even know what was going on in my head, but I see this thing and I'm like, oh Lord, here we go. Lord. I've been a loyal subscriber and you've changed recently. I've had to go. I'm done. That's what I was thinking in my head. So thank you, Raven. Scott Wilson, thank you for the super chat. Says, wish the judge make her sit up straight. Yeah, I don't know what she's done, because when we were watching yesterday which was Friday's replay, I couldn't tell if she just had her head straight down. Was she sleeping? At some point people said like she was writing in that book. I really wonder what she's writing in that book. But she just has her head down. She's just, I don't know, tuning out maybe. Spaghetti, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Heaven Rain, and we're on Facebook as well today. Heaven Reigns, thank you for the 2-month membership. Appreciate that. Justice for Gannon. And we're caught up. So let me, and thank you for all the people that came yesterday. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for coming through. And we're at 180,000 now, which I'm happy about. 180,020. Amazing. All right, so let me show, let's see what this is here. Is this short enough for us to watch? Yes, it is. I think so. Yes. See some Nancy. Nancy Grace has had it. I don't know what this is. Okay, let's see. Watch it together. Boom. Stepmom accused of murdering 11-year-old and stuffing his body in a suitcase. Criminal defense attorney Dale Carson talks about now Letecia Stauch referred to Gannon past tense.
Joining me out of Jacksonville. Hey, don't you just hate it when your clients talk to the press and refer to their missing child in the past tense when they haven't been found yet?
Oh, absolutely, I do. And
that
the flat
was a
emotional
satirical
affect.
question, a rhetorical question, and you're actually answering, yes, I hate when that happens. This woman,
Yes, I hate
remember when
that
Scott
happens.
Peterson was giving an interview and he goes, Lacey was amazing. Well, wait a minute. She's only been missing a few days. How do you know she's dead? That was my first question. So what's with that, Dale Carson? If you're representing this person, how do you deal with her blurting out, oh, he was a fill in the blank, when we don't even know where he is? He could be down the street in somebody's basement watching YouTube for all they know.
Well, you focus on the actual facts and not those tapes, which you hope won't come in front of the jury panel. And if they do, it's going to be very difficult for you.
They're coming in, Dale. They're coming in. They're coming in as an exigent statement. Not that we need to get around the hearsay rule here, because she's the one making them. But Dale Carson, how do you explain that away? What do you say? Oh, but my client she knew in her heart he was dead. She feared he was dead, so she said that. I hate to give you any ideas, but how do you combat that?
Well, I mean, that's the way you do it. You try to overlook that for the jury panel and focus their energies other places where the government has overstepped its bounds, as in the search warrant or arrest warrant.
Did you just say the government overstepped its bounds? You know what? That's why you win so many cases. You say things like that, and people believe you, Dale Carson. It's incredible. Guys, we're talking about murder moms. And no such discussion could possibly be complete without mentioning Letecia Stauch, the epitome of the evil stepmother.
Damn. Evil stepmother. T-Bag, what's up, man? Says watching in the basement. Watching in the basement. Oh, the Marina girl. I saw somebody on Twitch left me that comment, said that Tucker left Fox. Oh, and Dow Lemon was fired this morning? Oh, I thought that was so interesting because I follow the stuff. I'm not crazy into the politics anymore, but I follow it every now and then, you know, just a little keep an eye and stuff, little interesting things. I don't really cover it anymore at all. But yeah, he left, and that is interesting. I'm not sure why he left, but he was a big part of Fox, man. I thought he was maybe the best thing of Fox that Fox had, whether you like him or not. So I wonder where he's going. He's probably going to get offered, wherever he goes, he's going to be offered something big, probably. Interesting. Se fue. And Don Lemon fired? Oh, no, Don Lemon say it ain't so. Don Lemon. No. Don Lemon. Maybe News Nation will take him. I'm kidding. Don Lemon. Don Lemon, CNN star anchor to leave the network. Don Lemon says he has been fired from CNN. Why? Whoa, what's going on with CNN? Oh, this is kind of interesting. Well, you can't say they're racist. That's one thing. I didn't want to try that, but you can't say that now. Let's see what Don Lemon said 11 minutes ago. Don Lemon says, I was informed this morning by my agent that I've been terminated by CNN. Wow, I'm stunned. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought that someone in management would have the decency to tell me directly. At no time was I ever given any indication that I would not be able to continue to do the work I loved at the network. It is clear that there are some larger issues at play. With that said, I want to thank my colleagues and the many teams I've worked with for an incredible run. They're the most talented journalists in the business, and I wish them the best. Damn, I wonder what happened. Load. Well, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know about Don Lemon. Maybe I'm sure he'll have some sort of offer somewhere. Tucker, for sure, though, will have something out there. Tucker, I mean, wherever, he'll have some sort of opportunity out there. Dang. Se fue. All right, let's see. All right. So, wham, bam. I don't know if Tucker got fired or he left. That's what I want to, let me see if I could find out. It says they part ways. Tucker Carlson has parted ways with Fox, the network said on Monday. We want to thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. His last show was Friday. Carlson was Fox's top-rated prime host, netting an average of more than 3 million viewers per night. Wow. Carlson's departure from the network came less than a week after it agreed to pay $787.5 million to settle a defamation lawsuit brought on by Dominion voting systems over the coverage of former President Trump's false claims. I don't know. I don't know the reality. Did they just part ways, or was there more to that? I don't know. But Don Lemon, it's more egregious. They say, get out of here. I don't know what happened with Tucker. Rocky Search 47, thank you so much for the super chat. Says she thinks she's an FBI agent who's going to run away with her, but the only hot part of Letecia is her pants because they're on fire. Liar, liar. Laura Roten, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, hey, now you are amazing. And with my background, I would say she's definitely a narcissistic and probably borderline personality disorder. That doesn't make her not responsible or insane by any stretch. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. I think I have another video to show. I do have another video. I have some food on the way too. A little salad.
They went to, after playing against sports, she says they went to Castle Rock. That's about an hour away from her home in Colorado Springs. They went to Castle Rock to buy a surprise birthday bicycle for her husband, Al. He was out of town working at the time.
Did she actually buy the bicycle?
No. And she actually never bought anything from Played Against Sports
Tell
either.
me, what is Castle Rock? Explain that.
It's about an hour away, and she said she took the back roads to get there because there was a wreck on the main highway.
Really?
Now, there was police searching around Douglas County, which is Castle Rock is in Douglas County. Law enforcement and searchers were searching all around that area, and she was she was trying to explain to me why her GPS or her Apple smartwatch, because she left her phone at home, why her Apple smartwatch would have pinged in that area. And she's explaining, well, that's simple. We went to Castle Rock to find Al a bicycle. You know,
She
no
left
brainer.
her
That's why it was-
phone at home?
Yes.
Okay, I've got a problem with that. Jason Oceans, you know I love cell phones. I love cell phones because they can tell me where a defendant went. And here, she's left her phone.
Yep. All right, I'm going to go see if I can find this wherever this food thing is. I'll be right back. Thank you, Elsa. Thank you so much. It says congrats on 180K. Hey, said. I wonder who the new witness is going to be. What we got coming up. I actually like Chris Cuomo a lot more on News Nation. I don't really like him on CNN.
Presiding.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. They just left it in their seats. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Trace, is that Tracy? Tracy 3, thank you so much for the super chat. Have you watched the full news conference? Gannon Stauch's stepmom arrested video. Gannon speaks, and letter was read from Al. It's a tearjerker. I don't think I have. I think we were supposed to watch that at one point, and we never got to watch it. I don't think I've watched that.
It's actually 7.
Panera Bread, Fuji Apple.
All right. For the jury, please.
You guys figure it out. You do them first. Come on, please.
Everybody okay? Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Special Agent David Donati. And while Mr. Donati's walking up to be sworn in, we've already put People's Exhibits 281 through 289 in the witness stand. They're photographs.
Okay. Sorry, Special Agent Donati, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony after this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Doing fine.
Thank you. Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is David Donati, spelled D as in David, Onati. I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
For 12 years now.
What are your responsibilities with the FBI?
Well, I've worked in a lot of different places. Currently, I work in the Minneapolis division doing criminal investigations. I started off my career in Lander, Wyoming, which is an RA or resident agency on the Wind River Indian Reservation. I spent 3.5 years there, and then I came to Colorado Springs and spent about 5 years here.
What were the years that you were in Colorado Springs?
2015 probably from April 2015 to September of 2020.
All right. What kind of cases have you investigated?
I've done a multitude of things, everything mostly in the violent crime aspect, everything from bank robberies to missing persons, homicide investigations, kidnappings, bank robberies.
Okay. What kind of training do you have that allows you to be a FBI agent?
To be an FBI agent, you attend the New Agent Academy, which is about 20 weeks at Quantico, Virginia. There we learn a series of different things, everything from interviewing to collecting of evidence to all the other duties that a special agent does. I've also attended other training during my service with the FBI, which is helps you to be better at your job and continuing training as collecting evidence and interviewing people.
As it relates to the case that we're here for, how did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Early on in the investigation, we were contacted by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office about a missing juvenile, and they asked our office to assist. And at the time, I was assigned as the case agent to help with that assist.
Did you at some point assist removing some items from a VW Tiguan?
Yes, I believe that was on February 7th of 2020.
So let's talk about the Tiguan, at least as far as you knew it. Did you understand that to be associated with the defendant in the case?
Yes, I understood it to be the vehicle that that she owned and that she drove.
What were you tasked to do as it relates to that particular vehicle?
On that particular vehicle, I was tasked to assist. I had other people that helped me collect the what is called the telematics system from the vehicle. And that's several different components that has the ability to store data of the vehicle while it's being operated.
Specifically, what kind of data were you looking for or hoping to get out of the telematics?
Well, every vehicle is different. Every manufacturer is different. But we do know that these systems do store everything from dates and times to actual GPS coordinates. And some vehicles do also store things like when the vehicle was in motion, when the vehicle was stopped, different systems on the car running, things like that. So, like I said, depending on what that vehicle manufacturer and that data consisted of, it can tell you a lot. And some vehicles, it doesn't tell you much.
What does that process look like, removing the telematics from a vehicle?
So the telematics systems can be stored in several different places. There is items that are called the infotainment system, the electronic control modules that store this information. In this particular vehicle, there were 3 different items that we were looking for, and most of those are contained in the dash or under the dash somewhere.
Were you able to find those particular items for this particular vehicle on that February 7th date?
We did. We collected 3 different items from the vehicle, and that involved removing some sections of the dash to get to those.
Do you yourself then analyze those components to get this data that you're looking for or hoping to get?
No, that is then what I do is I collect those components as evidence. I enter them into our computer, and then I put them in FedEx shipping and ship them to Virginia, our headquarters, where the experts can then analyze the data.
Okay. Is that what you did in this case?
I did.
So I want to direct your attention to the photographs that I put on the desk there in front of you. It should be People's Exhibits 281 through 289. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Will you please flip through those and then let me know when you're done looking at them?
I'm done.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are they of generally?
So the photographs of the Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe to be owned and driven by the defendant. It was located in the El Paso County's vehicle bay where they store their evidence.
And are those photographs fair and accurate representations as to what you saw and in the removal process of this infotainment center?
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry.
I actually took these photographs as we removed them from the vehicle.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission and permission to publish 281 through 289.
Defense?
No objection.
281 through 289 will be admitted. Are you good?
Thank you. We're connected back over here now, Judge. In just a moment, we're going to be projecting 281 up behind you. And just as a housekeeping matter, there should be a pointer there in the witness box, and a telescoping pointer of some kind. You can either use that to point at the photograph itself, or you can just describe it by looking at the photo in front of you.
Okay.
Either one that you want to use. So we've got 281 up behind you. So let's look at the left side first. That what looks like a shipping label. What is that?
That is exactly what you said. It's a FedEx shipping label where I package the items, use the FedEx computer system, and entered the information on where I wanted to send it to. And I believe the date on that was February 10th. It's hard to see on the screen, but it's the shipping date.
And it's kind of awkward the way that we've got to do this. So if you stand up and, oops, go back, please. If you stand up and are talking about what's in the photograph, just make sure that our furthest jurors can hear you. The microphone doesn't pick it up very well.
Sorry about that. So this is the shipping label that I used, and I believe the date was February 10th when I shipped it out.
Is it typical to collect items and then ship them out a couple of days later?
It is. One, I have to enter everything into the computer. That document has to be signed by my supervisor before I get the numbers, which are our tracking, our evidence tracking ability. So sometimes that takes a day or 2 days. Then I can package it up and send it out for FedEx.
How is it stored in the meantime?
Our facility is a controlled storage for evidence collection.
Is there any opportunity for the data that's on these devices to be altered or changed while you're waiting that shipment process?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then on the right side of People's Exhibit 281, is that the vehicle?
Yes, this is the 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe the defendant to be driving.
Was that belief based off of information that you had gathered during the course of this investigation?
It was.
All right. 282? What's in 282?
In this picture, we're more centered on this, the glove compartment area. And this would be the information electronic control module that will be removed. It sits right here. It has kind of a plastic cover, but once we remove it, I think there's another photograph of that.
When you're going through this process, are you basically just gaining access to the thing and then unplugging it and pulling it out?
Yeah, there's basically that's it. In some situations, like around the display module, there's molding that comes on everybody's dash that is popped out or removed. It's usually in by clips. Every once in a while, there's a screw or something like that needs to be removed. And
then just so that we're understanding what's happening in this photograph, why does it appear that there's white powder on everything in there?
This vehicle had gone through a previous evidence collection, and I forget what the name of that is, but that's like a luminol.
Blue Star?
Is Blue Star.
Okay.
That's used to under lights to detect evidence of other types of evidence like blood or other things like that.
So is that basically just the residue of the Blue Star, what it looks like once it dries?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
283?
And this box here, the front is what you saw in the other picture would be on this side of this silver box. And then all the cables come like very similar to a computer component. They can be unplugged and pulled out.
Did you in fact unplug this unit and pull it out? And that's one of the things that was shipped off to Quantico, Virginia?
Yes.
All right. 284.
And this is the item sitting on the bench top, just to get a better focused picture of it.
Same item that was in.
Same item that we've just talked about.
Okay, perfect. 285.
This is the infotainment display. This is usually on vehicles where your radio is seen, or if you have a backup camera, things like that. So this piece that is removed here was the venting above it, and the piece that we are collecting as evidence is this display system. You see a knob right here.
Okay. 286.
This is the back of that unit. The face would be facing the gear shift right there.
So is that on the face that's sort of facing down towards the gear shift, or is that basically that touch screen that's in a lot of modern cars?
Exactly. It's a touch screen that, like I said, usually allows you to change the radio or do the air conditioning, a lot of other features. Some of them have mapping systems, things like that.
287.
This is a little bit harder to see, but this would be the emergency call module. It is located inside the dash behind the steering wheel.
Okay.
You'll see a better picture when we actually get it out.
288.
And this is that same item, the emergency call module.
So that comes out of the left side of the dashboard, left of the steering wheel?
It comes out of I couldn't tell you exactly which side of the steering wheel from memory, but yes, it's the left side. It's the driver's side of the vehicle, kind of back behind the steering wheel. So you had to remove some components of the dash to get to it.
And then that should be 288. That's up there now. So let's look at 289.
And this is that same item on the table where you can see it a little bit better.
Okay. You can go ahead and sit back down. So tell the jury, you mentioned that this will go into a temporary storage at your facility, and then you will package it up to ship it. How do you ensure that what you're shipping and what is received is the same thing?
Good question. We have several ways of doing that. We have an evidence tracking form that goes with it that talks about who handled that product. But the items itself actually get packaged inside a box. It gets the red evidence tape over the top so that during shipping, there's anybody that would tamper with it, that tape would be ripped, the box would be open. So we can say that if it gets there and that tape is secure, that the item was not tampered with during shipment.
Once an item gets analyzed, do you know what happens with the data that may or may not come off of these units when you ship them off to Quantico?
Whenever that evidence is finalized and they get some information off, they would then send it back to us in a similar manner. It would be packaged with red evidence tape and put in FedEx and sent back to us.
If there is location data that's included in the data that's pulled off of that, is that made available to other members of the FBI to potentially map that information?
Yes. So when they pull that information off, they can send it to us. That helps us because we're in the middle of an investigation. And as soon as we can get that information, it definitely helps us quicker. A lot of times we get information sent via email or something like that. It would show us data points or GPS coordinates that we could plot on a map on a computer system and overlay it with like something that you'd be familiar with is like Google Maps with different points plotted on it.
Did that happen in this case where information came back from Quantico with location data for this particular vehicle?
It did. It came back relatively quickly, but that information is kind of raw data, and they tell us that it's not has not been certified or verified yet. So they tell us to look at it and use other means to try to corroborate that information. But I did get the data points early on in the investigation.
Did you give that information then to Special Agent Kevin Hoyland to go through that mapping process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether that was successfully done or not?
Yes, it was successfully done.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Minute.
That's all I have.
No
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Donati? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Special Agent Dwight Falkowski. I'm going to place this on the witness stand and pull those photos out.
Okay.
Next, that was pretty quick. So he's just the guy that took out.
And before Mr. Falkowski takes the stand, would it be possible for defense and I to approach just briefly?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So I'm moving pretty quickly. If you guys could hit the like button, please. Helps out the algorithm. Appreciate that. Subscribe. Also, I got Elsa earlier. I got Tracy. Thank you guys for the super chat. Totes Ambler, thank you for the 18-month membership. Holy moly. Thank you so much for all your hard work and coverage on such a long and difficult trial. It's so much worse than I had previously realized. Yeah, I had no idea that this story was that crazy, or I mean, I hesitate to say crazy.
Agent Delkowski, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Step on up a little bit more.
Up in here.
It's all right.
But when I say crazy, I'm not saying she's
You swear
insane.
affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
She knows what she's doing, but she's crazy though, but not insane. Banana Pants, thank you for
Good
the
morning,
membership.
sir. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name is spelled Falkofske.
Mr. Falkowski, who do you work for?
I work for the FBI.
What do you do for the FBI?
I work as an automotive forensic specialist, and I want to expound on that.
Yes, please.
So that involves taking parts from vehicles, cars that have been that are brought to us, and we go in and find the data inside the vehicles, and we extract the data and then recraft it into a format that's human readable, so we can find out stuff that the car has contained, such as location data or phones or devices that have been connected to the car and the data associated with those things.
All right. So what kind of training allows you to do that job?
I'm an electrical engineer by a bachelor's of science from Virginia Tech. I have other items on my CV that I could put out for you for FBI training if you'd like.
Sure. Yeah. So let's start with that, the FBI training.
Okay. Let me pull up my CV.
Okay.
Was he in the Murdoch trial?
Okay, with the FBI, I've taken DEMS training, that's Digital Evidence Management Systems, digital evidence handling, legal ethics training, CDART mentorship and proficiency testing. That is a specialized internal thing. A little explanation there is previously I worked for the FBI as a contractor that allowed contractors to handle evidence in their facility. And also I have testified as an expert witness now twice.
He actually does look like that, doesn't he? From the Murdoch trial?
How long have you, you said, I think, an electrical engineer. How long have you been an electrical engineer?
My degree was from Virginia Tech in 1992.
Okay. What's your investigative experience? How many different investigations have you been involved with?
More than I can contend with at the moment. I have an estimate on my CV. Like, one moment.
Sure.
Let's see. I've listed over 70 devices that I've examined since 2018.
Okay. What kind of devices have you examined, and I'm not asking you to give us an exhaustive list, but just a generalized idea of what kind of devices that you've worked on in your role as an FBI agent.
Okay, I'll give you the primary two pieces that I typically see from vehicles. And one is the infotainment system, which is the center portion of your car that provides you with information about, like, if you're navigating or what music you're playing, that hardware. Also, another piece of hardware that we pull from the cars is a telematics device. This is a piece that typically talks back to the corporation that's providing connected services.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've testified as an expert witness. What jurisdictions were those expert witness testimonies provided in?
Both were in South Carolina.
Okay. Was that with the Alex Murdaugh case?
Yes, one with the Murdaugh case.
Okay.
You guys are right. Let me turn my volume. I'm
what
sorry.
was your assignment back in 2020?
Woke some people up. You guys are right.
Same assignment as what you're testifying to today?
Clarify, please.
What was your assignment with the FBI in 2020?
In 2020.
Yes.
So 2020, I was doing the same work as a contractor with the FBI.
Okay.
It's a wrap.
Did
She's
you
done.
have an occasion to work on some devices as it relates to the Gannon Stauch investigation?
Yes.
Before I do that, Your Honor, at this time I've moved to qualify this witness as an expert witness in automotive forensic specialists.
Defense?
I forgot my volume was up. Sorry. I got to turn it down so I can scream and turn my head away from the mic. I woke some people up. Whoever's sleeping, I woke up. I know some people were laying down in bed sleeping and shit.
All right, the witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So as it relates to the devices that you examined in this case, what devices did you look at?
There were 4 pieces that I examined, and I have, I don't have the list of them in front of me, but there were 4 pieces from the vehicle. I knew that some pieces that we had worked on were not valuable in extracting data from, but there were one in particular, the infotainment system from that car was probably the primary one we looked at.
Okay. When you say 4 pieces, does that mean that one of the modules had an SD card in it or something like that expanded it out to 4?
No.
Okay.
The 4 physical pieces. And it should be listed in the hardware list or on the in the evidence that I provided, the digital evidence, derivative evidence. There are 4 listings there, and it shows explicitly on each piece what was provided, and it includes pictures.
Okay. And then as it relates to your work, did you have 2 different efforts towards gathering this information? One that was an initial uncertified basically result, and then a second that was more in-depth?
Yes. So I'll go ahead and explain the situation around that, if that's okay.
Yes.
So it came to us initially as an active search for a missing child, and in which case we prioritized something like that and put it, we're working on that now. And so when we initially got the pieces in, it was from a vehicle that we had not previously looked at, so we had no idea of what it might contain or the data in it. So we provided a very fast analysis on the system at that point and was able to extract location data out of that vehicle. But then part of our standard processes, when we develop tools to get data off of vehicles, we have to validate them later, which requires a much more exhaustive effort to show that the data that we're putting on a system is exactly what we're getting off. So when I say this data point represents the vehicle in this location, that is accurate. So it took us an additional approximate year or so to finish that validation process.
Okay. So when you have that initial effort that you get that unvalidated data, what did you do with it, that unvalidated data?
We provided it as preliminary data back to the field.
Okay. And then that secondary effort that you mentioned was roughly a year down the road from that first effort. Was that data, did that basically validate all the data, including the data that you had sent the first time?
That's correct. And there were also, I believe there was a little bit of additional data provided as we found more data on the system over time.
Okay. Was there any discrepancy in the data? And what I mean by that is that the initial data that you provided early on was any of that data that you provided to the investigation proven wrong based on the secondary release of data?
No, that data proved accurate.
Okay. So when we're talking about the item that was given fruitful information towards this investigation, what was that particular device?
The head unit, there was 4 devices. I believe it's the item that ends with 04. Is that?
Well, you're the expert. I can't.
Okay.
I don't know where it came from. All I know is it magically appears.
Slay.
All right, give me a moment. Let me pull out some records and so I can find.
Oh, it's a wrap. Oh, it's over for Letecia now. Now they got
Okay, I do have the list here.
FBI.
So you want me to go through all 4 pieces or just this one?
Well, so let me ask you just a clarifying question before we go down that path. Did you look at all of the items that you received from Colorado Springs to see if there was going to be any useful information on all of them?
Yes, we evaluated each piece.
And then through that evaluation, did you determine, based on what you've already said, that only one was going to provide any useful location data?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that one then.
Okay.
What particular item are we talking about that provided useful location data for this investigation?
Okay, it was the information ECM, that's electronic control module, basically the head unit that I explained before, from a 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan.
Who did you receive these items from?
From our internal evidence control facility.
Okay, but when you get it from your internal evidence control facility, can you tell like what case it's being sent from?
The case number is with it, yes.
Okay, and can you verify that it belongs to a Volkswagen Tiguan that was seized in Colorado Springs as opposed to, let's say, Seattle, Washington?
Yes, we have a chain of evidence maintained in the digital evidence management system.
And the information that we're talking about here, was that in relation to this specific case that we're having you testify on?
All right, I'm sorry, say it one more time.
The evidence that we're talking about here, the location data that you were able to pull, can you verify that that information relates to our case that you're testifying in today?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, how do you get the information off of this electronic control module head unit?
You want to go into specifics?
Yeah. Tell the jury how that works.
I'm going to pull out my notes from that.
Oh, yeah. Gotta put it in there. Sled. Alec Murdoch. Oh, man, what a surprise. What a delight.
Okay, when I'm processing the evidence, this is what we did to this particular piece of evidence. We first labeled the evidence with the evidence item number and took photographs of it in its state as received. Then we disassembled the specimen, removed the circuit boards, and removed some of the memory flash chips from the circuit board that was inside. And from the flash chips, then we were able to read those flash chips using a tool so that we would have what was a binary image provided that represents the data that was inside those flash chips. Now that data is in a digital format, readable by computers and not necessarily understandable by humans. And so this is where our processes continue.
So let me break in there just so that we're understanding.
Okay.
When you say that you pull a chip off and then you read it, do you mean that you're physically looking at it and reading information off of it?
We have specialized tools that access the chip and can read the chip in its proper protocols to be able to pull the data off correctly.
And were you able to successfully do that in this particular case?
Yes, for 2 chips.
For 2 chips off of this electronic control module circuit board?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you then look at the data before you send it back to the investigative arm or area?
Yes. So this case, at this point in the stage, you've only got a binary image with no understanding of what the data means.
Okay.
And so there was processing to be able to pull the data off.
So tell us about the process. And were you able to?
Okay. So part of this is we were able to extract logical file systems from the image. And from the logical file systems, we combed the files that we found for information that might be related to location of the vehicle, because that was stated as an item of interest. And from that, we found, one moment. We quickly found that there was some location data available in some computer logs that were on there in a textual format that were very easy to access, which allowed us to quickly, within one day, write a parsing tool that would go out and pull that data from those logs. And that data was represented with coordinates and timestamps.
And when you say coordinates, do you mean like GPS coordinates?
Yeah, geocoordinates.
Geocoordinates?
Yeah.
When you get those geocoordinates out of that log that you're describing, what do you do with it?
So we prepare it into a format that is usable for us humans. I can give you a coordinate, but then you'll have to go out and type those coordinates into a thing like Google Earth to be able to see them. So we take that and provide, the parser takes the information and puts it into a file that you can just throw into Google Earth. It's called a KML file. And that file will automatically populate the locations and times of the vehicle on a map.
Okay. So how do you get that information back to the originating investigative region?
So in this case, we also provided because of the nature of the search, we went ahead and looked at some of the data and provided a PDF as well, along with the KML file to say, here's some points of interest you may want to go look at. And that was, I'm just seeing which method was provided back. It was provided back to the field. I believe that was over electronic communication.
Okay. Do you know who you provided it to?
So I wrote down here the case agent, which I guess at the time that might have been Donati.
Okay. So Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you provide that to him? Do you have that information?
I have the date that I had the review. February 12th, 2020.
Okay. And then is it common for field agents to then potentially give that information to other potential experts, FBI or not FBI, to then do some sort of mapping with this data that you're providing?
Absolutely. It's their call what they do with the data.
Okay. The should be up there on the desk with you. I put the exhibit envelope. Should be People's Exhibit 291. Do you see that?
This thing?
Yep.
Okay.
You see that? Do you recognize it?
Is there something inside I need to look at?
Well, do you recognize it or not?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, did you put the information on some sort of a card, or SD card or something like that?
I put on an SD card, yes.
Okay. The information that was contained in that SD card, was that provided back to the field to Special Agent David Donati?
That was provided, yes, at a later time.
Okay. How was that provided to him?
Okay, so that as I was speaking earlier, we had about a year's time pass where we provided the validation of the data. So when our evaluation of the whole process was complete to our satisfaction, then we provided this evidence in totality and in confidence back to the field through the SD card.
Okay. And so what we have in People's Exhibit 291, is that the information that you provided back to the field based on your extraction of the data from those modules?
I see it says SD card, but I don't see the SD card here. So
okay. So do you remember prior to you getting on the stand, me asking if you'd had a chance to look at this item or?
I looked at the SD card and I initialed the SD card. Is that not available?
Okay, so that should be in that envelope.
In the envelope. Okay, I just wanted to check.
There should be some scissors there to your left.
Okay, I will open the envelope.
Yep.
There we go.
Is that what you looked at?
That is what I looked at.
Okay.
This is the evidence we provided.
All right.
I did not recognize the package it was in.
Okay. So is that the same SD card that was provided in this investigation that contained that location data that you sent back to the field investigator, Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that data that you recovered from that electronic control module back on February 12th of 2020?
Yes, I verified it just shortly before this meeting.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 291.
Defense?
Can I ask just what are a couple questions?
On authenticity? Yes,
The
go ahead.
exhibit.
Go ahead.
Yes. Special Agent, hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just quickly, this SD card information you have, is this the verified stuff that came approximately a year after February 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, this isn't the initial.
This is not the preliminary data.
Okay.
It does include the preliminary data that we provided at that time as well.
Okay. And how is the preliminary data different from the final data that you got at a year later?
So the preliminary data was what we initially found during a compressed timeline to try to locate a missing child, and later on proved to be accurate in its totality. There were some potential additions to the data as we continued to process it over that year.
Okay. Were there any discrepancies or inconsistencies between the preliminary data and the final data that was published or released a year later?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have an objection.
All right. Exhibit 291 will be admitted.
Let's do it.
Mr.
Let's do
Allen,
it.
go ahead.
And that was some of my questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr.
That's
Clerk?
it? Oh,
No, Your Honor.
it's like I will.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Falkowski? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
I thought there was going to be more.
Before you get down, we just put that SD card back.
It is in the envelope, but it's not sealed.
I thought there was going to be more, man. All right. All right. Pootlian. Pootlian. Good old boys. Some Southern boys.
Council approach for a moment.
Southern boys get away with everything. Sled. Terry, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says Mel, you are the best. Thank you. Thank you guys. Appreciate you riding with me. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Rebecca, thanks for the super chat. Says I'm gonna need your as a ringtone. Oh! I'm not gonna do it too loud. I might have to turn my
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, trials are sort of a dicey business. Sometimes witnesses go faster than you think, and sometimes they take longer than
We're
what
done
you
for the
think.
day. We're done for the day.
The good news and the bad news here is the same, which is these witnesses are going a little bit faster, which means that there's about 45 minutes that we would normally use that we're not going to. So what that means is that you're going to have a longer lunch. We will have all of these witnesses coming in at 1:30. So if you can come back or be back in the jury room at 1:30 and be ready to proceed at that point in time, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of your case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Crumb Curious had texted me saying if maybe she can call during a lunch break, and I didn't expect there to be an early lunch, so I could, if she's available, I could reach out to Crime Curious. She's been attending the trial. I don't know if she's there now though. I'm in Kansas City. Oh, maybe not. Okay.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Judge, just to expand a little bit on that issue as far as witnesses, just looking ahead a little bit.
2 hours.
So we've got 2 witnesses scheduled to finish out today, Judge. They're local witnesses. And then our next witnesses are, I think, not available until tomorrow morning. We have 3 witnesses lined up for tomorrow morning. One of which is Dr. Grimmett, who now lives in Hawaii. I think flew in maybe. Okay, she flew in at 6 a.m. this morning. Special Agent Kevin Hoyland from the FBI is from the East Coast. He's actually flying in today. I'm not sure exactly what time he gets in. And then Dr. Moore from the jail is where she used to work. She does no longer works there, I don't believe. Is that right?
She's in Kansas.
She lives in Kansas now.
Okay.
And just along those same lines, we've got what appears to be 7-ish witnesses left, Judge.
Okay. Okay. Well, if we have some holes or some gaps here and there, I mean, you guys have done a good job in being efficient and moving things along. So I think we're ahead of schedule. And I understand when we get towards the end of trial, that's usually where the holes start to appear because you've got a limited number of witnesses that you're trying to get to rearrange and schedule. So I get that.
Yeah.
Is Dr. Grimmett the only one that you're going to call from CMHIP? Or are you
No,
Torres or Gray?
Torres is also from CMHIP.
And you're going to call her?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And then just for scheduling, we initially thought about bringing Dr. Lewis in to testify on Friday, but based upon the district attorney not being sure they're going to be done before then, we've pushed her back, flying in this weekend. The idea they should be testifying on Monday.
Okay. So it's possible that Friday may be a down day.
We may have Friday afternoon.
Well, we can,
but I don't know.
we can talk about jury instructions, see where we are then. We ought to have some idea. We ought to be pretty close because it sounds to me like most likely will be done sometime next week. That's fair?
Yes, I would say that's very fair.
Okay. So we can talk about jury instructions on Friday and see where we are. They look to be in pretty good shape, frankly. Mr. Tellini, can you get me a theory of defense by Friday?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can have Thursday, because I've been kind of cruised through them, but I haven't looked at them specifically. So I'll have any defense instructions or any other instructions from the defense by Friday.
Yeah, just give me some idea so that, okay. Okay, then we will see everybody at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right, so they're taking a long lunch break. It surprised me, and like I can turn myself up a little bit. They're moving it along quick, super quick. I think they were saying they could be done by next week. I don't even know when they said they're coming back. Did anybody hear it? They usually come back at like 3:30 Eastern. They're moving super fast, very efficient, and I think part of it too is that like the defense is not really defending. They're just waiting for the part where the psychiatrists come in, I guess. So that, I mean, they're not denying that she murdered Gannon. And I mean, and even then, they're not really asking much. And several times, just like, oh yeah, it just no questions. Caitlin, thank you for the super chat. Says my mom got me hooked on your channel. Can you shout her out and call her a skeezer? Caitlin's mom, are you a skeezer? Oh, that's distasteful. Skeezer, skeezing. Hi, mama. You watching? Thank you for watching, or thank you for getting her on the channel. Mama's love. Mama. That's a sad song. Wow. He said 1:30 their time. All right, thank you, Cali Direct. Got that Cali Kush. Cali Direct. I'll get it to you directly. Cali Direct. Probably has nothing to do with Kush, but I don't know. Sounds right. Cali Direct. So let me change the time. Lunch back. Official return. Official lunchtime return. We'll call Crime Curious for a little bit, for a few minutes. Check in. Official lunch return. 3:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna see what else we do on the channel. I know sometimes people ask about Noel. I've been meaning to do a video for Noel for a while, but I just got caught up. We'll see when I have time what other stories we can mix in. And but the prosecution is not going to be done. They don't think Friday, but sometime next week, I believe. And the defense, last I checked, they only have, I think, 2 witnesses. I think maybe 3. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to recall some of the other people that were called, maybe on the prosecution. Maybe they share witnesses. And I hope, since their thing is, in Letecia's defense, is this whole not guilty by reason of insanity, I hope that we actually see something more. Not that I want Letecia to win or anything like that, but that they actually put some effort and fight in whatever they're trying to prove and say, unless it's just going to be like they've been doing now. That guy, Will Cook. Yeah, I'm here. Hi, I'm Cook. Yeah, I'm here. Like, he sounds like just, maybe that's just how he talks. Sounds defeated. Do I have pants on today? I have shorts on. You guys might have seen it. I have ice cream shorts on. That's the only one shorts I could find. I don't know why. Gotta do some laundry. Ice cream shorts. Cali Direct. Tisha's a crazy bitch. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Appreciate that. And if you guys get the like button, appreciate that. Damn, Koberger voice. What's my Koberger voice? Ali89 says, can you wish me happy birthday in your Koberger voice? What's my Koberger voice? I have a Koberger voice? I don't know. I don't think I have. I mean, I have this one, happy birthday, Ali. I don't think that's Koberger, though. Oh, hello. Happy birthday. Yeah, defense attorney does not want to be there. It seems like it said to me. It sounds like you don't want to be there. Business top with party bot. No, so she hasn't admitted. She hasn't admitted. I don't think she's admitted to killing him. But the defense in their opening statement said that they're not denying it. Koberger. Oh no, it wasn't Koberger. Like, hi, I'm Koberger. No, imagine his voice is like that. I can't imagine his voice is like, hi, I'm Koberger. Hi. I don't think so. Right? Hi. No. Can't be. Let's talk. Let's see if she's ready. Jennifer Crime Curious. See what she got to say. She hasn't been there though since. Oh, she'll tell you. Let's see.
Hey Mel, how's it going?
Hi, how you doing? We're on live.
Beautiful.
Crime
Hello,
Curious.
everyone.
Hey, so you have, and I was just texting you. What was the last time you were at the trial? So everybody knows.
Yeah, so I was there Monday and Tuesday of last week, and then on Wednesday, I left Colorado Springs and flew back to Virginia. I had some friends out there were watching my dog, and I went ahead and left my car there too. And there was a little bit of an incident with my dog.
Oh.
So I had to, well, you know what? He's a hound dog. And what happened is my friends that he was staying with, their cat passed away while I was gone. And they put the cat in the backyard, but not very deep. And like I said, I have a hound dog. Well, the problem came in because they were not honest with their children about what happened to the cat. You know, they said the cat went somewhere, you know.
Went to a happy place.
And then, you know, so my dog comes around the corner of the house with, you know, having dug up the cat, you know, carrying the cat in his mouth. And so her children were a little traumatized and thought that my dog was, you know, some kind of monster and had done that to the cat. So, long story short, I got on a plane. I flew back to Virginia.
Did your dog just take the body out, or did your dog consume the body, or like do anything?
No, he just pulled it back out of the ground and wanted to give it back to whoever it belonged to.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what they do.
There was no criminality. There was no criminal intent.
Okay.
But you know, and this is the longest I've been away from my dog anyway. So honestly, I was happy to go back and get him, and so I put him in the car and we drove, you know, Virginia to West Virginia to Kentucky to Indiana to Illinois, made it all the way to Kansas City and started having car trouble.
Oh, wow.
I was supposed to be back in court this morning, you know, having landed back in Colorado Springs last night. And that's just not the way the universe wants it. So I'm going to take a little pit stop, still putting out videos and watching the WebEx and you know, I'm not missing a beat, but I'll be back there as soon as is possible, hopefully in the next couple days.
Yeah, we hope we make it safe and stuff.
Yeah.
You weren't there for Harley's testimony then, or were you?
No, I was not.
Okay, so it was before that, yeah.
Yeah, I was not. I was able to watch that on the WebEx, and I I clipped the entire thing and then removed like the lunch breaks and the extended pauses and stuff like
nice.
that, and put that out.
Nice. So what's been your thoughts? Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe the phone calls or like the interrogation videos that came out.
Yeah. So I'm in the process of doing some post-production on the interrogation video, you know, front to back, what they showed in court. Those phone calls toward the end, you know, when they had Amber Cronin from the FBI and then they brought up Johnny Gruesing. By the end of those phone calls, I was concerned about my mental health.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the jury's mental health. I wish I could have been able to watch the jury towards the end of those phone calls and going into that FBI interview.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you were there.
Oh, yeah, I wish I would have been, but it just didn't work out that way. It does sound like, so they're bringing in Dr. Jackie Grimmett. She's the one that they're flying in from Hawaii. And Jackie Grimmett was basically second in command at Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo. That's the state hospital here, or well, there. And so they're bringing her in, and she had a lot to do with that first sanity evaluation, where their report said that she was most likely feigning symptoms of DID.
Ooh.
So if we're getting to the doctors now, that makes me think that the prosecution's going to be wrapping up within the next week or so.
All right.
You know, I think. You
Right.
know, I don't know that, but looking at, so I've got the full prosecution witness list and I've got the full defense witness list. And with defense, they've got some repeats of names that are on the prosecution list. You know, like they have Letecia's daughter on their list as well. But I can't imagine they're going to recall her. I think they just had her on there in case. And there are some other ones. So I know Letecia's sister, Amy Lowry, is on the defense witness list.
Okay.
And Letecia's mother, Deborah Locklear, is on the defense witness list. And there's a friend of Letecia's that's on that list. Her name is Dee Dee. And I think that's who she was staying with on March 2nd, 2020 in South Carolina when she was arrested and did that interview with the FBI agent.
Yes. Okay.
And then as far, you know, the other people on the defense witness list are, you know, Dr. Lewis, which is going to be their star witness.
That's the one that did the or was featured in the documentary Crazy Not Insane?
Yes.
And she's the one that believes Tisha was insane.
Right. Yeah, she's going to testify. They said in their opening statements that this doctor will testify that Letecia was insane at the time of Gannon's murder.
Wow.
And her whole thing is that she wants people with mental illness issues to go to hospitals rather than prisons. You know, and for Letecia, it's her last-ditch effort to stay out of prison, because if she goes to a hospital, she'll be able to apply to the board once a year, every year, for release by saying that she's been cured or whatever. And in that way, if she gets sent to the mental institution, because she'll be able to apply for release every year, in that way, she's still holding Gannon's family hostage. You know, they have to be brought back to this every year. But if she goes to prison, there's not going to be any possibility of parole. They're going to lock her up and throw away the key. And I don't mean throw away the key like across the parking lot at Marshall's when you're sprinting away from police officers. I mean throw away the key permanently.
And that mental hospital stuff, that's something I forgot I kind of meant to look into, because she would be, where would she be? Isn't it the Colorado Springs one or something? Or?
Well, it's in Pueblo. So it's called Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, or CMHIP for short.
Okay.
And there's a chance that she would be there for the rest of her life and never be released. But we already know Letecia just doesn't quit. She will try to get out once a year, every year, until she finally dies.
Right. Oh, yeah. And I just wonder, too, like, the conditions compared to, like, prison that she would have in a mental place. Like, would it be more comfortable, more leniency, less security, more privileges? leisure time?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think that there are benefits in certain ways, but then, there are also things that make it worse. For example, in prison, they cannot force medication on you. And the information that I have, her last 3 years in the El Paso County Jail, she's been refusing medication because she doesn't like how it makes her feel. And she's got to be on her game. She can't be on this medication. So she's been refusing medication, but if she is sent to the mental hospital, they can absolutely force medication on her. If she doesn't want to take it, they will give it to her anyway. They can also do things like force, they don't call it electroshock anymore, electroconvulsive therapy, I think is what they call it now.
ECT.
Right. So they could force that on you. They can force things on you in the hospital. Where in the prison, if you refuse to take your medication, you refuse to take your medication, And then another thing I'm curious about, which I'm looking into, is I believe that in the mental hospital, it's co-ed. I think there are male patients and female patients, and I don't know that they're separated. Now, I haven't verified that yet, so that's one of the things on my list. But, of course, in prison, it's going to be, all women.
She might like that. Try to seduce one of the patients or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I was thinking recently about, what it would look like for Letecia in prison. And she's not going to have a fan club, If you think of all the women who are going to be in prison with her who aren't able to raise their own children, and there are probably stepmothers on the outside taking care of their babies, those people are not going to like Letecia. Or mothers of boys, they're naturally not going to like Letecia. And, look at all the things she lied about. She lied about some, in my opinion, fairly racist stuff. It was a Mexican, and then it was a possibly black guy.
Yeah.
And, there are just lots of reasons for Letecia to be a major target in prison. And I can't imagine it will go well for her.
Right. Yeah, I agree. She might be able to survive more in a mental place as far as that aspect of being attacked or whatever. But who knows? Because maybe somebody over there too that hear her story, they'll snap. Take her out too. I don't know which one's better in terms of that, but maybe prison more dangerous. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, nothing less than prison is good enough. I mean, I just listening to those videos or listening to those phone calls and then watching that interrogation video and just the way she ducks and dodges and changes the subject and manipulates. And, she thinks she's the smartest person in the room, and she's got some high level feds all the way, up in her business. And she still thinks she's the smartest person in the damn room.
And that guy even said at one point, like you've done this your entire life or something. She's just he even tried to pin her because at one point he was like, well, I'll show you the pictures of like the blood spatter, and she somehow like ducked and dodged and like changed the whole conversation. He's like, I'll show you. There's literally blood in the house, and you cleaned it, and she's still like slivering and dodging and changing the conversation and then blaming them and like you guys with the crime scene and there was people living there and all this stuff. Changing it. Oh, did you do a reward? You guys didn't do a reward? Like just somehow flipping it and changing the culpability, knowing she murdered Gannon. That's crazy.
Right. And they just want to know about the last time that she's seen Gannon.
Right.
And she goes into how the crime scene was corrupted or, so-and-so detective wasn't being professional or, I mean, it's amazing. I've never studied a more self-centered person than this woman. And by the end of those phone calls, it was affecting me emotionally. I found myself kind of snapping at people I shouldn't snap at. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. And it's like I had to shake it off. So the road trip has actually been good for my mental health, even with the car trouble.
Yeah. I just can imagine like Al with those phone conversations and having to go back to get information and, with the FBI, just the frustration. I mean, you can hear the frustration and the snapping and, you know, almost like the sarcasm, because you're just over it. You're just over it, you know. And so I can imagine him as a father, you know.
Right. Well, and me putting it all down, you know, because my job at this point is documentation, you know, and every time we solve a red herring, you know, like I was always concerned about whether or not there were two moving vans, because there was something between the affidavit and the preliminary hearing that didn't make sense. I knew she had the moving van on January 31st because Spencer Wilson talked about it during the KKTV interview. But then during the preliminary hearing, they said that she rented a moving van on February 1st, the next day. So I'm like, well, wait a minute, either they made a mistake or there's two moving vans. So now we get to this point, now we know there's two moving vans, and here I've tied up a loose end, and then bam, 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 here comes Letecia with three more loose ends. You know, now she's pregnant. You know,
oh my gosh. What a crazy, crazy story. Yeah. I mean, listening to the stuff that this woman was concocting, it just reminded me of some of my crazy experiences. I remember one time I had an ex many, many years ago, like lie about being pregnant. And so she literally like sent me a Google searched image of a pregnancy test. But the weird, I guess she wasn't thinking, because it wasn't that you were pregnant, so you're not pregnant. Then this chick, I told the story a couple of times. At some point, like went to my mother's house and left an empty box of a pregnancy test on top of her car. So that morning when she walked out to work, that's the first thing that she saw. And so my mother started thinking that I had this crazy ass chick pregnant, and it started like this whole argument and fight. Like I sometimes hear Letecia, and it makes me flash back to some of the crazy incidences, like having all my tires slashed, the house windows broken, like all this crazy shit. And so I'm just like, damn.
Right.
You know?
There's so many things about this case because it's all over the place. It's very confusing. It's very chaotic. And there are so many points that people, you know, across this country and others can relate to. You know how many blended families are there out there with step parents?
Yeah, that shit's scary.
You know, how many times does infidelity come into play in a marriage? You know, I mean, you know, how many times do you have issues with step parents and step kids, or ex-wives or ex-husbands, or, you know, I mean, just there's all these things that people can relate to, but then it bolts off in the other direction. But there's so many opportunities for the people who are paying attention and watching to relate to. And then I watch as they kind of project things. Like Harley's a good example of that. You know, it seems like all across the internet, people are you know, choosing sides, and are they pro Harley or anti Harley or whatever, and they start to believe that they really know these people.
Right.
And it's fascinating to watch, because at some point it becomes this enormous social experiment, you know, and people see themselves in Harley, and people see themselves in Albert, or people see, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it's fascinating, because at that point the audience becomes as much a part of the story as the main characters who are in that courtroom.
Right. Right. No, I agree. I think there's like different, you know, it's somebody else's story and experience, but like there's a lot of relatability in certain portions and stuff, you know, especially like the manipulation, the gaslighting, like crazy gaslighting from this woman too, the entire time, you know, to the extreme level, knowing you murdered somebody, but you're still blaming everybody else, accusing everybody else, getting angry at everybody else. You know, I think, didn't she say she wanted Al said that she wanted him to sleep with him? Whatever, like she wanted him back, wanted him to sleep with her, all this kind of shit. After this stuff happened.
When the money ran out.
Yeah.
You know, after she dumped his son's body across the country, and then the money ran out, and she didn't, you know, then she's putting it all on him because he's being a bad husband. You're supposed to protect and provide for your wife. And you can't prove that I did anything, so, you know, I mean, she's a big fan of that presumption of innocence. And she used it in her everyday life. Look at the way she documented taking a picture of Gannon in his bed that morning, because she knew she was about to do something awful. You know, taking that video the night before with the candle incident.
Right.
Because she knew, you know, I mean, she was collecting evidence because she was getting ready to go all in on this thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Yeah.
And just when you think you've heard all the crazy stories, so I thought that we were going to go from Eduardo to Quincy Brown straight into Edgar. You know, we haven't even gotten to the Edgar part yet. And I don't know if, the district attorney's going to add it or not. Maybe they already have enough examples of her manipulation and lies. Maybe continuing down the road with the other lies that she told would be a mistake. I don't know. So at one point, and I can forward you the article, she was talking to Lee Egan, who's a reporter for Nancy Grace.
Yes.
And she told this story about how, Albert was this degenerate gambler who owed tens of thousands of dollars to this, gangster because they were playing high stakes poker. And Albert, was losing and owed this guy a bunch of money. And that's why Gannon was kidnapped and murdered. And she told that, and it was put in print. I think it was put in print back in like September of 2020. And Lee Egan is also on the prosecution's list of endorsed witnesses.
Yeah.
So we might hear from her, and we might go into the Edgar story.
Right.
But like this pregnant lady at Petco with, a belly full of money, that was left field. I mean,
yeah.
I wasn't expecting more lies.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked with that. Yeah. And then the threesome story too. Was that new?
Right. Well, I had heard her talking about Angel and calling Angel the babysitter, but I was confused because there was actually a babysitter that was interviewed named Stephanie, and I think it's two different people. I'm not really sure. That one hasn't cleared itself up for me yet, but I think we're going to hear more about this Angel or the babysitter, because she's been saying all along, Letecia has been saying all along, that she had a SIM card that had videos on it. And way back in the beginning, during some of the pretrial hearings, when she was going to represent herself, she told the judge, well, this may sound audacious, but the reason I believe I can represent myself in this case is because I'm really good at poker. And I know when to hold them and I know when to fold them. And then she talked about how she had a couple of aces in the hole. And I think one of those aces was this SIM card that has videos that she said proved Albert and Edgar, which is a code name. That's not his real name. I do know his real name, but I'm not going to release it until the district attorney does, if they do. Because, it's just another Quincy Brown that she's lying about,
Right.
Unfortunately, with this Edgar guy, I do believe that they actually knew him. And he is tied to that property up in Palmer Lake where they found the particle board with Gannon's blood on it.
Yeah.
He's a local businessman up there, and he's tied to that property. And so, there's got to be a good reason why the district attorney's office hasn't released his real name. And I know that they investigated it up one side and down the other. And if this guy actually had any involvement, we'd know that. So to me, it seems like it's just another one of her egregious lies. And maybe we'll get to it in trial and maybe we won't. But if we're already going to be hearing from the doctors, I think they're getting close to wrapping it up.
Yeah, I think so too. They had mentioned that, I think by next week, they'll be done. They were talking about Friday, but they were saying next week, sometime they'll be done. So, because now they're just bringing in these special witnesses, I think, the doctor ones, and they got to fly them in. And so,
Yeah.
I
definitely want to be back for Dr. Lewis's testimony.
Yeah, definitely.
I've been looking forward to her testimony since October when I finally found her name.
Right. Those are going to be interesting. I think all those doctor testimonies are going to be really interesting. Maybe a little time consuming. Maybe. I mean, I'm hoping that we'll see if the defense actually puts up a fight. That's their whole thing, I guess. So.
Well, and those sanity examinations, by law, they have to be recorded, both audio and video. So I'm hoping that we can see that video, and then we compare the FBI interview when she's just been arrested to the El Paso County interview back on January 28th, when she has the panic attack.
Right.
And then compare that to the mental health interviews. And I'm sure we are going to see a change in her personality. But in my opinion, it's forced and it's bullshit.
All right, Jen. Well, thank you so much for coming on. Also, tomorrow you're going to do your thing too. Tomorrow, are Are you doing it tomorrow? Thursday? Oh no, tomorrow's not Thursday. Like Thursdays
Yeah,
you do
no.
your with the attorney, right?
Yeah, I'll do that Thursday at 6 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Eastern. And then I put up a recap of week 3 last night. So I'm trying to put out a recap video on Sundays, and then I do the live stream with the attorney on Thursdays. And then somewhere in the first part of the week, I'll cut up somebody, like Harley's testimony, or Harley's testimony was last week, and then this week I'm doing the FBI interview front to back without breaks and
amazing.
Two
quick questions. Landon, she not gonna testify, I guess, or do you know anything?
I don't know. I know without a doubt she's got a victim impact statement already prepared. Okay. I'm not sure if the prosecution will call her up or not. Okay. It might be distracting to the jury because, that's one of the things that happens with this case is, there's civil court and there's criminal court. And this is criminal court. And all of the dysfunction and the family dynamics, it does come into play for some of the foundation and some of the background of, how and why this all happened. But it's real easy to get distracted by all of the dysfunction in Gannon, in that family. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see whether they call her or not. She's going to be there regardless, and she's there every day. But when it comes to photographs and things, the advocate will take her out of the courtroom and then bring her back in the courtroom when we get back to testimony that doesn't involve upsetting photographs of her son.
And Lena probably not, right?
I hope not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I hope not. Yeah. Come on, they've got to have enough to do it without bringing that poor little girl up on the stand.
Right.
And they did do a forensic interview with Lena it was late in the evening of January 28th. Mm-hmm. And so if they absolutely need her testimony, maybe they can get it from that footage instead of bringing her into the courtroom where Letecia is,
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jen. And the chat says they appreciate your insight and they love you. I put your links in the chat. And,
thank you for sending people my way.
Of course. Yeah.
I was bombed by positive energy from the first time that you and I talked online, and amazing. Sometimes it's that positive energy that gets me through the bad days. So I appreciate everyone.
Amazing. Thanks, Jen. We'll talk. All right.
Okay. All right. Bye, Mel.
Bye. That's Jen from Crime Curious. I would talk longer, but I got to actually head out for a few. But I am going to leave the stream running. I got to go pick up baby. I don't know what's the best screen. Maybe this. Everything looks like a mess. Oh, no. Let's see. We do this. And she does have a YouTube channel. It's in the description. I put it in the chat. You can check her out. I will be back. They took an early break today. They're moving fast. So this trial, compared, like I'm saying, like the Johnny Depp trial I had so much fun with that trial. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that trial. There was times in there though that it would drag. There were some days, it was worth it, but there were some days I was like rough. And the same thing with the Alex Murdaugh stuff. There was times where it was rough. A lot of times where it was rough actually. This one has been like bloop, 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 really, really fast. I think there was maybe one day where it was kind of like they had to go through the motions, but it wasn't that interesting. Everything's been quick though, for the most part, interesting and all that stuff. So background music, maybe I'll figure it out for the next time. Right now I wouldn't know what to put up. And I don't want to try to figure it out now, but yeah, next time there's an audio library I probably could play. That shouldn't be a problem. But I don't know. Let me do it next time. I want to do some testing. I don't want to walk away and not know what's going on. So tonight I'll do a couple of tests, and maybe the rest of the week I'll put, because they have like jazz. You can put some jazz in here. Of course, I don't want it to be loud, but yeah, I'll figure it out. We'll put something in the background, something that's like maybe ambient or something, not, whatever. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. Love you guys. All right, and Mary P, thank you so much for the 8-month membership, resubscribing. Congratulations on 180K, Mel. Well deserved. Callie, I got that already. All right, cool. Thank you. I'll be back. Run. Run. Okay. what happens when it's all over, when we get to the end of the road. It's all fun and games until it's not. High on life. I don't know what else I was going to say. Sent the link. Law and crime. What's up, everybody? Welcome. I'm saying welcome. Really welcome to me, I guess. We find another trial, Kitty. True. Facts. Yeah, this trial's almost over. I guess. How long we been doing this? How long we been doing it? Red base. Oh, man. Yeah, this trial, I don't know. I guess next week prosecution will be done. Shit, I think even maybe this week they'll be done as fast as they're going. This is the beginning of the week. So maybe it's not going to be as bad. I think it was the defense that were talking about how long this thing's going to go. Talking about summer and barbecues and all this shit. 8 weeks long. Can I get a link to your merchandise? I need to order some stuff. I want to order some cups from there. Just to have them. I don't even know the link to my own site. Shopify. Log in. Good afternoon. Thanks, that's set. This trial is rough because of that ring lady's voice. Mail merch. I think it's Printify. Let's go to. So we got about 30 minutes. Authenticator. It scared you. All right, I'm gonna see if I can order myself some stuff. Oh, I love that shirt, the Murdoch trial. I'm gonna start ordering some of these samples, and then I can wear them during some of the days. For some reason, I forgot how to order samples. Order here. Oh, get samples. There we go. Okay, first we got to do the sled shirt. Sled. Sled shirt. I like this. I saw at the Alex Murdoch trial. I'm gonna get these shirts, and then in case if people like it and I'm wearing it, they'll be, oh, where'd you get that shirt? From the website. I'm gonna order extra large just to be safe. And am I paying full price for these things? Get samples. Huh. What else we got? We got Eddie water? What? Let's see what the girls been up to on this site. I'm gonna show this. There. Because Alex stole it. Woo! Did a clip for that. How's that fiery lady, leopard lady? Let's see. I might. They even got a dog hoodie. All right, let's see. I want the judge. I do want that. I want a judge mug. Were you there? The wine tumbler. Ooh. Can we do the mason jar or no? Oh, we could do the mason jar? I'm doing that mason jar. Okay. I'm gonna yo, when all this stuff comes out, I don't know how long it's gonna take. I'll have a gang of stuff to show you guys on the stream. Gang of stuff. All right, I think that's it. All right. I thought we had more merch stuff. All right, I'm gonna get it all sent to the PO box. I've been waiting for you, iCkEdMeL. I've been standing outside your PO box for weeks, waiting for you to show up. I've followed all your pages. I've made multiple accounts. Each time you block the account, I'll make another account. I'm following you, iCkEdMeL. You can never leave me. You're always gonna be with me. I even relocated to your area to be with you. I was offended when you said I'm being creepy. What's creepy about that? And you think I'm joking. Submit that. Oh wait, no wait, did I pay for the right? Did I use the right payment? Shit. No, they didn't even ask me what card. I don't know. Damn it. Hopefully they charge the right account. All right. All right, so I have cool merch stuff coming. So I'll show you guys. So I can actually show you guys, and maybe if you like it, you order if you want. I've never really been big into the merch. I just don't have time. I should, but I don't have time. The girls came up with a lot of stuff for me. Oh, Alpha David. So Leslie I think it was Leslie that made that Alpha David shirt that I really like. And I would have to get her permission and whatever. I don't know how she would do it. C-Dub. It came out because you told chicks you couldn't do long distance. True. Facts. Ooh, you ordered boar bristle, but did you order? Don't order this though. This is like ridiculous. I mean, it's gangster. I this was like, if my mother knew how much I spent on this, she would be so upset. I'm gonna tell her though. If I could record her reaction, that would be hilarious. Like ma, see Melvin? Do you know how much? Like, I feel like I just had to do it. Like, do you know how much I spent on this? What? I should encase this shit. I actually was joking around with a friend. I shouldn't even use this brush. I should encase it, and put it on the other side over there, in glass encasing, and just put it over there on the side. That would be dope. I should do that. Just cause, like, I encased that thing over there, because I went to like the store. So I was so proud and happy that I got that plaque. And so I went to the store, and it was like a place that does custom framing and stuff like that. And they have all kinds of stuff. I didn't know there were so many different types of glass. That one has glass that doesn't even look like it has glass. Like glassless glass or something, like see-through, even though glass is see-through. I don't know. Glassless. It's a glass that doesn't even look like it has glass. So there's actually a glass covering on that. I want to put that in this. I want to ask them if they can do that shit. I want to take it to a custom place and encase this shit on a stand. I'm going to go back to that store and I want to put that thing right there. Boom. Encase it. And then you can see the hair follicles. Somebody's been using this brush. Oh, I wonder who. Let's see. It's like there's some blonde hair in here where I left my brush. What's that? And you use that case to brush your hair. I want to buy the fake boar bristle and use that as a daily and encase this in the glass. This trial has gotten to you. The trial thing too, that's a whole new like avenue, I guess, since the Johnny Depp, which it's funny because everything that I've done has almost faced some sort of resistance. The Johnny Depp one, I faced quite a bit of resistance. I didn't know it was going to happen, but it worked out. And then even the Alec Murdoch, not as much. Some people were like, why are you doing it, blah, blah. Not as much, but I had a good time, even though it's like a murder thing, right? And then this one, Letecia Stauch, you know, it's a gruesome story. That's why I was like, damn, I don't know how I'm going to navigate this because, you know, it's a horrible story, but at the same time, I'm trying to think of like, well, how to keep people engaged and stuff. That's kind of difficult, you know? And like skirting the line and stuff. So, but this has been a really good trial too. Been a really good trial. Interesting. Which trial was that? Trial is audio only. Oh, you're talking about probably Lori Vallow? Yeah. Are we not going to watch Doomsday Cult? Yeah, there's nothing to watch. I guess there's just to listen. I might do. I kind of want to make more of an effort. Hopefully, I'll try. I still got to do my taxes too. That's going to be a pain. I got to really do my taxes. But I still got to react to some video. The one where audio really, where the Lori's son calls, I think, from jail. That's supposed to be interesting. Yeah, we did the Murdoch trial. We made it fun. Because that was rough. That was kind of long too. Extended, especially the financial stuff. Man, how much of a drag was that, right? Sarah Boone. Oh yeah, I don't know what's the next trial is going to be. Sarah Boone is like, I don't know. I'm not holding out for it because I'm keeping an eye out, but it's been pushed back so many times. I don't know when that thing is actually going to happen. They have real ones too, iCkEdMeL. They just didn't use humane boar bristle removal means. Lord almighty. Yo, that mason jar is coming. I can't wait. That Mason thing looks fun. I ordered that on the website. I'll show it off to you guys when it comes so you can see in person. And I got a little tumbler too. Michelle says it's hard to follow with just audio. Her son's call was heartbreaking. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true too, Allison. The Cal City Boys is just audio as well. Yeah, I don't know what the next trial is going to be. I'm going to keep an eye out. Once this ends, we'll keep an eye out for the next one, and in between we'll do short stories and follow-ups. I know there's a bunch of stuff coming up. Well, the Koberger stuff is supposed to kind of start, I think, no? June? Something? The pretrial in June, yeah. Everybody and their mama's going to be watching that. Yes, Melissa says Mystery Maven Esquire has amazing trial recap videos for the Cal City Boys. Yeah, I recommend that channel for that, for sure. Yeah, Sarah Boone's been pushed back so many times. Lord almighty. Let's see. Ooh. American Airlines plane engine catches fire, makes emergency landing in Ohio after bird strike. Bird strike reportedly caused a plane's engine to catch fire. Damn. Oh. Oh, Lord. Ryan Brink was on a flight, recorded a video through one of the plane windows that seemed to show sparks coming from the right engine. He posted it to Facebook. Wow, Mamma Mia. Let's take a look. Oh, oh man. Bro. Imagine you on the plane and you start seeing this spark stuff going on. Ugh. Wow.
Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until...
Yeah, I would think it's the end. All those documentaries that I've watched on all the ways these people, you know, previous plane crashes have happened, all the freak accidents, all that shit will start to flash back in my... I would think it's over. I'd be... Oh, man. I would be try to be hopeful, but at the same time be like, damn it.
Your flight to Phoenix is delayed. Yeah. Yes, Dave. A few minutes, what the heck? You want a video? No, that's... Okay. You know what they say, if you didn't get a picture, it didn't happen.
Ooh. Wow. Oh, man. Off of one bird. You would think that bird would just disintegrate and that's it. A bird could take a whole plane down. I mean, they did an emergency landing, but Danielle says that's part of why there are two engines on a plane. Imagine if two birds and one in each thing got hit into the thing. What if they flew into a flock of birds or some shit? Or both engines got a bird in there. Could they still land? Ex-husband's plane had an emergency land a few weeks ago in Dominican Republic. Ooh. Hi, I'm Ryan. Hi, Ryan. I'm with CBS News. Just sent your DM. If you have a moment. They scout real quick. Can we use your clip? Can we get an interview? Mason. Right now, the big news, it seems to be Tucker and Don Lemon. What else? What else going on around the world? Dozens of Americans have expressed interest in leaving Sudan. Three campers last seen in Mount Charleston considered missing and endangered. Ooh, what happened over there? Oh, they found them. Okay, they're good. Located. I saw something. Let me see something real quick. Elon Musk. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, Tucker had an interview with Elon. I actually wanted to see that. The full one, though. I think he releases the full one through his website. Sometimes they upload it to YouTube, but they have clips. Elon Musk tells his trajectory is depressing as hell. Dangers of hyper-intelligent AI. Let's listen to that.
So all of a sudden AI is everywhere. People who weren't quite sure what it was are playing with it on their phones. Is that good or bad?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about AI for a long time, since I was in college, really. It was one of the things that, the sort of 4 or 5 things I thought would really affect the future dramatically. It is fundamentally profound in that the smartest creatures, as far as we know, on this earth are humans.
And I think, I don't remember if I'm remembering this correctly. I think he's against like sentient AI. Like, I don't know if it's technically really sentient, but like, let me see, sentient. I don't know if that's the right word. AI. Like shit having a mind of its own, like fucking robots having their own way of thinking, their own, like making their own decisions type of shit. I think that like there's a bunch of people that signed it to not, or to stop it. Was it that one or? And the thing too that's the deep fakes. Deep fakes is another thing that's like really, it's been growing, but it's the technology is getting even more advanced to like they could put a video of you, they can mimic your voice. They're mimicking like artists, singers and stuff. Their voice, they can add their own lyrics. They don't even fucking need the artist anymore. They can put whatever lyrics they want to it and use the artist's voice.
Is our defining characteristic.
Yes.
We're obviously weaker than, say, chimpanzees and less agile, but we are smarter. So now what happens when something vastly smarter than the smartest person comes along in silicon form? It's very difficult to predict what will happen in that circumstance. It's called the singularity. It's, it's a singularity like a black hole, because you don't know what happens after that. It's hard to predict. So I think we should be cautious with AI, and I think there should be some government oversight because it affects it's a danger to the public. And so when you have things that are a danger to the public, like let's say, so food and drugs. That's why we have the Food and Drug Administration and the Federal Aviation Administration, the FCC. We have these agencies to oversee things that affect the public, where there could be public harm, and you don't want companies cutting corners on safety, and then having people suffer as a result. So That's why I've actually for a long time been a strong advocate of AI regulation. So that I think regulation is, it's not fun to be regulated. It's somewhat arduous to be regulated. I have a lot of experience with regulated industries because obviously automotive is highly regulated. You could fill this room with all the regulations that are required for a production car just in the United States. And then there's a whole different set of regulations in Europe and China and the rest of the world. So very familiar with being overseen by a lot of regulators. And the same thing is true with rockets. You can't just willy-nilly shoot rockets off, not big ones anyway. Because the FAA oversees that. And then even to get a launch license, there are probably half a dozen or more federal agencies that need to approve it, plus state agencies. So I've been through so many regulatory situations, it's insane. And sometimes people think I'm some sort of like regulatory maverick that sort of defies regulators on a regular basis, but this is actually not the case. Once in a blue moon, rarely I will disagree with regulators, but the vast majority of the time, my companies agree with the regulations and comply. Anyway, so I think we should.
I like that Tucker lets people talk too, because there's a lot of people that either interview, like really big up people, or just people personally that I talk to, constantly interrupting. You can't even finish what you're trying to say. I like that he lets them actually talk and shit.
To take this seriously, and we should have a regulatory agency. I think it needs to start with a group that initially seeks insight into AI, then solicits opinion from industry, and then has proposed rulemaking, and then those rules, will probably, hopefully, grudgingly be accepted by the major players in AI, and I think we'll have a better chance of advanced AI being beneficial to humanity in that circumstance.
But all regulations start with a perceived danger. Planes fall out of the sky, or food causes botulism.
Yes.
I don't think the average person playing with AI on his iPhone perceives any danger. Can you just roughly explain what you think the dangers might be?
Yeah, so the danger, really, AI is perhaps more dangerous than, say, mismanaged aircraft design or production maintenance or bad car production, in the sense that it has the potential, however small one may regard that probability, but it is non-trivial. It has the potential of civilizational destruction. There's movies like Terminator, but it wouldn't quite happen like Terminator because the intelligence would be in the data centers.
Right.
The robot's just the end effector. But I think perhaps what you may be alluding to here is that regulations are really only put into effect after something terrible has happened.
That's correct.
If that's the case for AI, and we only put in regulations after something terrible has happened, it may be too late to actually put the regulations in place. The AI may be in control at that point.
You think
the AI take over the robots, the system? You really give people a reason to complain about the system, then you got an actual who's been on Ozempic? I heard about that Ozempic shit. It's isn't it like a diabetes medication? It's like the thing people are taking out for weight loss. It's like the thing people are talking about. The thing. And I heard it happens really fast.
that's real? It is conceivable that AI could take control.
Tattletale says maybe Elon is an AI himself, probably.
And reach a point where you couldn't turn it off and it would be making the decisions for people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, that's definitely the way things are headed, for sure. I mean, the things like say ChatGPT, which is based on GPT-4 from OpenAI, which is a company that I played a critical role in creating, unfortunately.
Back when it was a nonprofit?
Yes. I mean, the reason OpenAI exists at all is that Larry, Paige, and I used to be close friends, and I would
Yes.
stay at his house in Palo Alto, and I would talk to him late into the night.
Oh.
Night about AI safety, and at least my perception was that Larry was not taking AI safety seriously enough.
What did he say about it?
He really seemed to be one sort of digital superintelligence, basically digital God, if you will, as soon as possible.
He wanted that?
Yes. He's made many public statements over the years that the whole goal of Google is what's called AGI, artificial general intelligence, or artificial superintelligence. And I agree with him that there's great potential for good, but there's also potential for bad. And so,
all right. So they're about to come back. Let me see. Rebecca, I think I missed. Okay, I got Rebecca. NYC Beanie, thank you early. I think I missed this super chat. It says sleeping. What you talk about, me? I think I woke up a couple of people earlier when I yelled. Lindsay, thank you for the 9-month membership. 9 months? 9 months? Really? Ooh. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you. Caitlin, I got that. Kelly Direct, I got that. Mary P, I got that. Mo, thank you for the super chat. Says don't forget to like. Thank you. Rachie has been a member 4 months. You know the wall by Pink Floyd? Hey, Tisha, leave them kids alone. Instead of teachers. Thanks for all you do, Mel. Thank you, Richie. Appreciate that. Thank you for being a member. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Amazing. The AI system. Oh, we'll help you. We'll keep track. Ooh, Cassie says, I've lost 30 pounds on Ozempic. It's still losing. I thought about that stuff, man, the Ozempic stuff, but I heard like you have to get like blood tests done. They got to make sure you're good to take that stuff. And I don't know. I don't know if I tried or not. It would be like a massive weight loss for me. For me, ideally, like I'd like to lose like, let me see, maybe 30 pounds. I mean, that's a long way, but I'm doing it the slow way right now. But 30 pounds would be like, that's when I was like in my prime. Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. Ozempic. Leave Ozempic for the people who really need it. Disgusting. I guess they're saying that because, let's see, because it's supposed to be for like, I don't think there's a shortage of that medication. Most medications have multiple uses, not just like one use. But it says here, when you look it up, it says sold under the brand name Ozempic is an anti-diabetic medication used for treatment of type 2 diabetes and an anti-obesity medication used for long-term weight management. But I think the thing with that, I don't think you take it for a long time. I think it's like a couple of months or something. I think you take it for a couple of months and that's it. It's not like a long-term use for weight loss.
Wait on that.
Oh, there was a shortage?
Oh,
there is a shortage? Oh, it's because everybody's buying the shit out?
We have witnesses.
Yes. We do.
Okay.
Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. Oh, there is a shortage. All right, let me look it up. Ooh, okay. Let me take a look. Novo Nordisk diabetes drug back in supply. Drug shortage. I think it's back in stock now. Ozempic shortages. Some pharmacists not stocking weight loss drug. So that drug, I heard that shit like took the market by, as far as for weight loss recently, by like storm. Everybody started buying that shit. Even my doctor, when I spoke to him last, he was like, oh, I'm just letting you know, like there's this drug out there if you're interested in it. Ozempic, like if you're interested in like dropping weight quick. It's like there's this drug out there called Ozempic. And, if you wanted it, you'd have to do like these blood work and stuff like that. I want to lose weight, but it's not like urgent or anything. It's not like, oh my God, like it's, you know, I'm losing it little by little, bleep, bleep, little piece by piece. Just got to keep working out and cut back slowly, very slowly. But of course I wouldn't mind like a quick way. Boom. But I haven't researched it yet. I don't know the law. I don't know the side effects. And I didn't know that there was a shortage either. I had to, Just the Bird said I had to stop Ozempic because it wasn't ever in stock. And your hair fell out? Oh, hell no, I can't have this falling out. No. Lord, no. Lord. Everybody's taking Ozempic, man. Everybody who's in the circle has to get it taken, man. It's the cool way to lose weight now. Just pop this pill, man. Come on. Boom. Boom, boom. I don't think they have the witness yet. There's also a nationwide shortage on Adderall during the pandemic. Yeah, I feel like there's always a shortage on Adderall. Every time I've taken that medication, it's like, oh, it's a shortage. It kind of sucks though, because there really is a difference between the different manufacturers. That's when I learned. I think it was when I was taking Adderall, when I was prescribed it. I think that's when I learned when these people are like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. It's the same active ingredients. Bro, Adderall, I've had different effects from different manufacturers. I forgot which is the one that actually like worked well. I don't know if it was Bar or some other one. I think it was the orange ones. I think I don't remember, or the blue ones. I don't know. Yeah, Don Lemon was let go, man. He made a Twitter post. Good job, bro. That's all you need, man. You know what? Forget these pills. Forget Ozempic. All you need is Kachava, man. The perfect meal replacement. You feel brand new. Everybody loves it, man. Kachava. Jube B says generic pain meds are crap. Yeah, when I first started working in pharmacy, they would always, oh, it's the same thing. Oh, it's just, oh, yeah, they're all the same. Brand and generics the same. I learned it's not. For certain instances, it's really not. Telling you. FAFO. Is that it? Background to find out. I feel like Kachava picked my channel or something.
Go. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Gannon's memorial service. I'll ask the mods about it. I haven't seen it. I didn't know there was one. Somebody said earlier too about the bridge where they put that his like a memorial frame. We've seen that. I've shown that before. We've seen that a couple times, but that memorial service we haven't seen.
Before I forget, if we have some time at the end of the day, I want to talk about Wednesday in the event we have to flex start time.
Oh, yeah. Flex start time.
I think tomorrow's fine. I think Wednesday is the issue.
You're right.
Maybe we'll start later, Wednesday? Oops. Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. Oh, somebody said, all creations. I've had 10 Kachava commercials today. I feel like they must have selected my channel for Kachava ads. Because I feel like ever since I started saying it and saying like, oh, I'm taking it, and like there was a couple of times I promise I've never spoken to these people. They're just putting all Flossie sent me a thing the other day. Kachawa just popping up everywhere. Kachawa, bro, they should sponsor me. I'll have the drink every morning or something. If they want to sponsor me, Kachawa, are you watching?
All rise for the jury, please.
I'll have that drink every morning. We'll give it a discount code, whatever. He's on to us now. Kachawa, bro.
You're right on.
Not quite as cool.
Hard to concentrate, Elsa. Ellen, you sent it to me? Okay.
Just walked up and down.
You got to those ads today? They must have picked my channel. I really think they picked my channel.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Yeah, are people call Sherry Holes to the stand?
Sherry Holes. Or maybe it's just me saying
Ms. Holes, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
And the AI picking it up.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Teacher, leave those kids alone. I want to put that song on later. Hey. That shit's in my mind now. I need to have a sponsor person. Just reach out to companies. We'll come up with a format.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holes. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Sherry Holes. It's Sherrie, last of Holes, Holes.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic serologist and DNA analyst at the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed such as?
I've been employed in that role approximately 4.5 years at the CSPD Crime Lab.
And what does a forensic serologist
Stop
do?
you for just a moment.
Oh, sure.
Can you move that so that it's on its side so it doesn't block the view of those two jurors right there?
Why don't we just put it right here?
Or you can just lay it down on its side. Okay.
We'll just do that.
All right, go ahead.
I think I was asking you what a forensic serologist does.
Yes, a forensic serologist examines evidence for the presence of biological fluids. Specifically in our lab, we look for blood, semen, saliva, and also we examine for other potential biological evidence that may be suitable for DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience of training do you have in the field of forensic serology?
Well, my training, first of all, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences from University of California at Davis. I also have a Master's of Public Health with a specialty in Forensic Science from University of California, Berkeley. Prior to my employment in Colorado, I was employed in the same capacity for approximately 10 years. I was also a forensic DNA analyst and serologist in various crime labs in California. Most serology training actually does occur on the job. There are a few formal classes that I did take, such as microscopy of semen evidence, and mostly it was on the job training. In fact, when I came to Colorado Springs and was hired here, I spent about a year just going through a training protocol before I was deemed competent and able to begin casework.
And are you peer reviewed when you do a serology examination?
Yeah, so all the reports that I write with my results are always technically reviewed by a second qualified analyst within the lab to make sure that they agree with the conclusions that I'm offering in the report. And then there's also another level of review called administrative review before the report goes out by another second qualified analyst, serology and DNA analyst.
And approximately how many forensic serology examinations have you conducted in your career?
Oh, in my career, it's well over 1,000.
You don't keep track each time you do one and say?
I usually average about 100 cases for serology a year. So over the course of almost 15 years, it's well over 1,000.
That was a bad attempt to try. I'm sorry. Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic serology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've been qualified as an expert in this area approximately 40 times previously.
And are those both here and in California?
That's correct.
At this time, we'd ask that the court qualify Ms. Holes as an expert in the field of forensic serology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection to her being qualified.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So I want to kind of focus on your role as a forensic serologist here in Colorado Springs, the Metro Crime Lab. Were you asked to conduct several forensic serological exams?
Serological, correct, yeah.
In this particular case of the disappearance of Gannon Stauch.
Yes, I was.
Could you give the jury a rundown on how you come about or how you became involved in this investigation?
So when we get a request from an agency, in this case, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, typically there's a couple of things that happen. One is they will write a cover letter with a description of the pertinent case details and some of the items of evidence that they would like examined. And then also typically there's a meeting between the submitting agency and our crime lab supervisor, our DNA technical supervisor, and they make decisions as to these are the items that we will accept and which what are the priorities on which items will be tested.
And so is that common in any criminal investigation that the investigating agency will submit a letter asking you to perform analysis on certain items of evidence?
I can't speak to how other laboratories and agencies do it, but that is what we request, just so that we have some background knowledge of, it helps us decide of the case, so that helps us decide which evidence are best going to answer the questions being posed in the case and what is most probative, in other words, offering proof in the case circumstances.
And is it often in large investigations that you may actually meet with the detectives or other investigative officers to talk about what should be tested and why and that kind of thing?
Yes, definitely. They try to do meetings before the first request comes in, but often in a large investigation, there can be several meetings that occur over time as more investigative details come to light or more questions are being answered in the case. And that is what happened in this particular case.
Can you describe that for the jury? Why did that happen in this particular case?
I was not involved in the actual meetings that were occurring. That was our crime lab manager and the DNA supervisor, but from my understanding, as more information was coming to light in the course of the investigation, more questions were being asked, more evidence was being collected on multiple different occasions, which then was coming into the lab with a request for examination.
And when you conduct your examinations, how do you get your results back to the investigating agency?
So once we have, and when I have issued a report and it's gone through the 2 layers of review, it is then released to the investigating detective, the lead detective on the case from one of our administrative staff.
And did you do several reports with regards to this investigation?
Yes, in this particular investigation, I released 7 reports.
And do you know why there were 7 different reports on, I'm assuming, 7 different dates?
Again, I think additional items were being collected, additional questions were being asked as additional evidence was being collected and during the course of the investigation. So they didn't have all of the evidence or even all of the information from that very first request. So again, as they were having more meetings with our lab management, it was decisions were being made that we need additional items tested.
And so what would be your role, just so you can explain to the jury, in the process of doing your analysis with regards to evidence in this particular case?
My role was to examine the items of evidence for the presence of, mostly for the presence of blood, and then also for other potential biological material that may be there. And consolidate any swabs or cuttings that I take, as well as documentation of the evidence. Documentation is done through photography and from note-taking of my observations of the evidence. And then any samples that I deem would be suitable to go on for DNA analysis, I'm then consolidating into what we call a DNA packet. DNA packet is just an envelope that has numerous tubes that I've prepared. The tubes have little pieces of cuttings or little swabs from the various items of evidence. Then that will go forward to the next step, which is the DNA analysis.
And with regards to this particular investigation, you indicated earlier that you may have been looking for blood or the presumptive presence of blood in these types of items. How would that impact your DNA packet, or whether or not you created a DNA packet with regards to what the results of your blood test was?
So when I am looking for blood, that's always starts with a visual exam. If I see staining that is consistent with visually looks like blood, we then do a chemical color test. It's a presumptive test for blood, meaning it's not a confirmatory test for blood, but it does indicate the presence of that. If I have a stain area that looks like blood, reacts to that chemical presumptive test, I typically will take a small cutting or a swabbing of that stain, trying to preserve additional stain, not take the whole sample when I can. And then that would go into a test tube. That test tube then goes into the DNA packet. I also do what we call trace swabbing, and trace swabbing is areas that may contain DNA cells or cells that have DNA. So many of our tests are so sensitive now in DNA analysis that we don't actually need to have a stain present. We can also get a DNA profile from just a very small number of just cells. Cells can be deposited just through touch or from wearing clothing, that kind of thing. So some of my serology examination is also doing trace swabbing. So areas in which I don't actually see a stain, but may be interested in DNA results from maybe through someone having touched an item per se.
Okay. And we'll get to those as we go through the individual items. Did you have several individual physical pieces of evidence that you examined and performed a serological examination on those items?
Yes, I did.
And would you also receive swabs from various areas of a residence 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And would you, when you received all these items, were they all sealed in a protective way so that you know no one touched them in between the last person who opened the item?
Yes.
And rather than go through that with each item we go through, every item you looked at was sealed when you got it?
Yeah, if anything is not in a sealed condition, I note it, but I do not remember receiving any items in an unsealed manner, no.
And when you create a DNA packet, do you also seal that item and preserve it in a way so that the DNA will not be impacted?
Yes, I do. My envelope that I create that has all the little tubes from the cuttings and swabs, that gets an evidence tape seal once it's ready to go forward and it's stored frozen for further analysis.
And is that why we don't admit them here in court, because they need to stay in the freezer, that kind of thing, to preserve that DNA?
Yeah, they are best maintained in a frozen manner, and literally it's just an envelope with the tubes inside. So it's best just not to bring it to court at all.
So to your right are a series of exhibits. And I'd like to go through these one by one, as painfully as that sounds, but I think we can go through it fairly quickly. The first exhibit that you'll see in that box on that table is exhibit 182. Could you pull that out and tell us what that is?
The chat down? What the hell? Is that just for me? Oh.
Yes. This is labeled as the toothbrush belonging to Gannon Stauch.
Oh.
And do you need to open that to see that that's the toothbrush in there?
I can see it from the bottom. It's been partially opened.
Okay. And when you received that, was it sealed, of course?
Yes, it was.
What did you do with that particular toothbrush?
This toothbrush was submitted as a possible secondary reference standard when we need to make DNA comparisons. We need a reference standard or a known sample from an individual. This was submitted as a possible secondary reference. Gannon was not present at the time, so they have a toothbrush, which hopefully would have his DNA on it. So I did some swabbing of the toothbrush. I also took some cuttings of the toothbrush bristles as well.
And was that done on February 8th of 2020?
The report was issued on February 8th, that work, yes.
It says that the request date was February 5th, 2020. So did you do the actual testing sometime in between those two dates?
Yes.
So Gannon's body had not been discovered yet.
Correct.
So you created a DNA packet for this item?
Not just for this item, but yes, this would be one of the items, those little cuttings of the toothbrush bristles and the swabs, those would go into test tubes and be included in the DNA packet with other samples that I collected.
Now, earlier you testified that you're also a forensic DNA analyst. Is there a reason why you didn't do DNA on this particular item versus creating a packet and sending it on?
Yeah, at this point in time, I was not a qualified DNA analyst at the lab here in Colorado Springs. So my only role was to do serology examinations.
So now you can do both, right?
I'm to a certain point in my DNA analysis training that I am qualified to a certain step, but there's always more training to be done.
Did this item and other items go on to Donna Minogue for further DNA testing?
Yes.
And I don't know if we want to just stick that back in the box, just that so it doesn't get cluttered up there.
All right.
Or that works too. Okay. The next item in there is People's Exhibit 184. You could pull that out and tell us what that is.
Yes, DNA standards for Gannon's biological father.
And do you need to open that to see what's in there?
It's partially open. There's, I can take a look at this. Okay, there's just some swabs that are in here.
Are those buccal swabs from Mr. Eugene Stauch, also Al Stauch?
Yes, buccal swabs are swabs that are taken from the inside of the cheeks and the gum area, and those are taken as a reference standard or a known DNA standard that will be later on used for comparison purposes.
I guess while we're doing that, let's pull out 185 as well. What is People's Exhibit 185?
DNA standards for Gannon's biological mother, Landon. Okay.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the gifts. 5
Yes, this also contains 2 sets of swabs.
And so those buccal swabs as well from Gannon's mother?
Yes, these are buccal swabs also collected as reference standards from Gannon's mother.
Now, we're doing this together, but I'm assuming when you conduct the test, you're doing things individually, right? You're not mixing and matching items of evidence?
So we have yes, that's correct. We have a very set process on how we examine items of evidence in the lab. We always, before we even start any examination, we do a thorough cleaning of our workspace using bleach. We know that DNA, because it's so sensitive, our testing procedures are so sensitive, they are prone to contamination. So we have to be very careful, make sure we don't leave our own DNA on any evidence. So that involves wearing protective face coverings and hand coverings and gloves, hair coverings as well. And then we also want to make sure that there's no contaminating DNA on our work surfaces. So those are always bleached down in between every single item of evidence. We always lay out a fresh piece of like white butcher paper, so the evidence actually doesn't even touch any of our work surfaces. Any of our implements are cleaned as well. And then we always look at the order in which we look at items of evidence is also important. We try to look at evidence items that may have potentially low amounts of DNA before we would look at evidence items that have high amounts of DNA, something that would be very bloody, would have an expected high amount of DNA. We wouldn't want that to contaminate our work surfaces at all. So the order in which we examine is important. And then lastly, we always look at reference samples last, after looking at all the other evidence items.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what did you do exactly to create a DNA packet for those 2 buccal swabs?
So the buccal swabs, individually, of course, one by one, examining those. My role was just to take a portion of one of the buccal swabs. I essentially it's like a long Q-tip, like a Q-tip head with a long stick. That's what the swab is. And I just take a sterile scalpel and I just portion off one part of the swab. That goes into a sterile tube, which is then labeled with the associated barcode number that we've given it. Then that tube is that I've created goes into the DNA packet.
And I'm referencing your February 8th, 2020 report, if you need to refresh your recollection. But do you recall looking at a piece of tan carpet that was rolled up inside of another piece of carpet that was found in the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
And what were you looking at in regards to that carpet?
So I was looking for the possible presence of blood.
Did you see with your eye the presence of possible blood?
I did.
And what did you do upon seeing that?
So once I visually see staining that looks like it may be blood, I then do the chemical color presumptive test, which was positive for the presence of blood on the carpet. And then I do, actually on the back of that rolled up piece of carpet, I then swabbed a portion of that potential blood staining so that portion of that swab can go in the test tube and then into the DNA packet for further analysis.
And do you have People's Exhibit 386 there next in the list?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 386?
Let's see. This is 3 sets of possible blood swabs.
And what are those blood swabs from? Does it indicate on the envelope?
It does, yes. These were identified using placards A, B, and C, collected from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
And so, what are these? Are these Q-tips, or am I being too general here?
It's very much like a Q-tip. Their swabs come in sterile packaging. So typically there's a sterile wrapper, and within there are 2 swabs that they are, when our crime scene investigators are collecting these, they would open up the sterile packaging, take out these 2 swabs, which look like a Q-tip, but they have long wooden sticks. And then once they're finished swabbing these particular areas, they go back into the individual swab wrappers, and that's how I receive them. This one has 3 sets, meaning there'd be 3 separate collections then contained within this outer envelope.
Are the 3 sets labeled in a particular way?
I'm gonna need to refer to my notes. Let's see.
Now, page 2 of 4 of your report.
Is that on my report or my notes?
It's in your report.
Okay, I'm just going to look at my notes. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they actually, inside the outer envelope, inside there was 3 smaller tape-sealed manila envelopes. And each of those were labeled with either an A or a B or a C to indicate the placards that they had used while they were collecting the evidence.
And does it say where these placards were located within the residence?
Let's see.
Was it in the garage?
Yeah, so the outermost barcode label, which they put on here, says from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
So with regards to these placards, if the jury wanted to, they can look at photographs and go to the garage and look for placards A, B, and C, and that would reference the swabs that we're talking about?
Yes, correct.
So what did you find with regards to placards A, B, and C, or at least the swabs from those areas in the garage?
So each of those swabs did show kind of a reddish discoloration, each set, A, B, and C. And I did my chemical presumptive testing for each set of placards A, B, C, and all were presumptive positive for blood.
And did those get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, portions of those swabs were then cut and placed into test tubes, forwarded for DNA analysis.
Okay. I believe the next one, Your Honor, if I may have permission to look for an exhibit?
Might have to narrow it down a little bit more than that. That's okay.
Well, People's 451 is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
me show you people's, that's in admitted evidence 451. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
Okay. Do you need to look at that further?
Okay, I do, yes.
Okay. Obviously 451 is a piece of carpet, right?
Yes, that was a carpet, correct. Carpet 1 is how they designated that one.
So now while I'm up here, what did you find in People's Exhibit 451?
That piece of carpet, there was staining observed on both sides of the carpet that was presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
I did, yes. Or not the whole carpet. I did take samples from the carpet.
Now, People's Exhibit 503, in your report, it's labeled as 6839SW2-01, another piece of carpet. Do you recall seeing that?
So let's see. Carpet 1 is that item number that you just described. There was a second carpet, carpet 2, that was 6839 SW2-04.01. Is it a different exhibit that you're referencing?
Yeah, I think 451 was a different one. So let me show you that again so you can look at the lab number.
Okay. So, okay, so that's the -01. That's for carpet 1.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Is the next one carpet 2 then?
The next one should be carpet 2.
So same thing with carpet 2. What did you find on carpet 2, which is People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, carpet 2 also had visible staining and also reacted positive to the presumptive test for blood.
Did you also look at the foam padding associated with People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find in the foam padding of People's Exhibit 503?
Also, foam padding had visible staining and was positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
The next exhibit in the box to your right should be People's Exhibit 512. Can you pull that out?
Yes.
What do you see in People's Exhibit 512?
This one is labeled as the electrical outlet cover with possible blood. And it says collected from southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And what did you find after, did you conduct a presumptive test for blood on that item?
I did. I noted some visible staining on the electric outlet cover. I did the presumptive test for blood, which was positive.
And did you perform a DNA kit for that item?
Well, I did do some swabbing of the stained area that could then go on for DNA analysis, yes.
And so do you do that, for instance, if it's a physical piece of item that may have blood on it, would you actually swab the blood versus a CSI at the scene swabbing like the garage floor that we already talked about?
Yeah, typically when we train CSIs or law enforcement officers, we always suggest that if they can collect the item and bring it into the lab so the serologist can examine it, that's the best practice. If it's an item that is just not movable, such as a garage floor or just too unwieldy to collect, then they do some sampling as well. But we always prefer on anything that can be packaged and brought into the lab, we always would prefer to examine it ourselves and do all of the documentation and collection in the lab.
Is the swabbing the same process though? Same, keep referring to it as a Q-tip. Is there something else I should refer it to?
Yeah, swab or Q-tip, it's the same. We always have these, so we use the sterile package swabs that we open up, and then I label the swab wrapper as to what I'm going to be, what the barcode number is associated with it, and I swab it, I let it dry. Once it's dry, I can then take a portion of the swab, put it into a sterile test tube for DNA analysis.
We can put that back, and then the next item should be People's Exhibit 516. That?
Yes.
And what is People's Exhibit 516?
This is labeled as possible blood swabs collected from electrical socket in southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And do you know if that socket is related to People's Exhibit 512, the item we just looked at?
Yes, I believe that they did actually, I'm not sure who actually collected the swab, but that it was swabbed prior to being collected and submitted to the lab.
And what did you do with that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I just noted some coloration on the swab, and then, let's see, tested it with the presumptive test for blood, which was positive. I then took a portion of the swab, cut portion of the swab, put it into the test tube for DNA analysis.
The next time I want to talk to you about is in your report. It's People's Exhibit 504, but in your report you label as carpet 2. Does that refresh your recollection a little bit about the 3 different carpets you looked at?
Okay, yes. So there was a carpet 1, there was a carpet 2, and then there was an unlabeled carpet rug. So,
right.
Okay,
right.
Yes.
So what did you find with regards to People's Exhibit 504, what you have labeled as carpet 2 in your report?
Again, visible staining was present on the carpet. The chemical presumptive test for blood was positive.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
Yes, samples were taken on carpet 2 from the back side of the carpet. Swabs were taken, cuttings were taken, and even some of the stained fibers were taken, all to be forwarded for DNA analysis.
Ooh.
Did you do the same for the padding that was related to carpet 2, People's Exhibit 504?
Same process, did a visual exam, noted staining, which was presumptive positive for blood, and again, took a small cutting of the stained area that could be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And with regards to carpet 1 and carpet 2, do you know where this carpet came from with regards to 6627 Mandan Drive?
They were labeled as coming from the southeast room, also known as the child's room in the basement.
That been Gannon's room, or did you know?
That's my understanding, that they were from Gannon's room.
Was it your understanding that there was a large area of blood in the corner of his room underneath his bed?
Yes.
I now want to turn to your February 28th, 2020 report. And I believe the next item in the box will be People's Exhibit 371. Is that right?
That's 378.
Do you see 371 up there? Oh, I apologize. 371 is defendant's buccal swabs. Do you recall getting defendant's buccal swabs?
Get down or lay down.
Let's see. Were they part of a kit?
They're currently admitted into evidence, but they're in a freezer somewhere.
So I did actually get buccal swabs. They were part of an evidence collection kit taken from Letecia Stauch, which had fingernail scrapings and a buccal swab. So I did portion out some of the buccal swab from Letecia Stauch for DNA analysis.
Okay, and that went on to Donna Minogue's analysis?
Correct, yes.
All right. So now let's go to the shoes that you have there. People's Exhibit 378. Are those the shoes you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Is that People's Exhibit 378?
Correct, yes.
Now, earlier you testified about swabbing for DNA for the presence of things that are other than blood. Did you do that with this particular item?
Yes, I did. Again, we call that trace DNA swabbing. It's in areas that we don't see staining, but we may be interested in any, say, skin cells that may be left by, in these cases, shoes, maybe someone who wore the shoes. We could potentially still get DNA from swabbing, in this case, the inside soles of the shoes.
And so can you demonstrate, I know the shoes are in plastic, can you kind of demonstrate for the jury where you swab these particular shoes in the hopes of finding DNA for the owner of those shoes?
Sure. So for the owner, I would expect that their DNA would be on the inside soles. So I actually, for each shoe individually, these are separate swabbings. I took the swabs together and I swabbed the insole, like reaching into the shoe, and then also the back heel area. And that was done separately for the right and left shoes.
And did that get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Did you also swab any potential blood on the outside of those shoes?
Yes. On the right shoe, I did swab, it did react, the right shoe did react to the chemical presumptive test for blood on the outsole. So on the bottom of the shoe. So I actually just swabbed the entire outsole, including all of the recessed areas of the shoe as well.
Now, when you got these shoes, were you able to visibly see blood on them or what appeared to be blood?
So I did note that they had kind of an orangish, reddish coloration. I didn't, sometimes things can look like blood and they don't react, and other times, the blood potentially can take different colorations. Both shoes had that coloration, although the left shoe did not react to the presumptive presence of blood. So unclear if the coloration is due to potential blood staining, but the right shoe did react to the presumptive test for blood.
And what happens to blood if you put shoes in a washing machine and run the wash?
So what happens to blood? So blood obviously is going to, for the most part, be washed off, but within blood there are cells, and cells can sometimes survive washing. We do know through actual studies that have been published that some DNA can survive washing. Of course, some would be lost to the wash process, but depending on various factors such as what type of substrate or surface the DNA was deposited on, what type of wash cycle, what type of detergents, or even if bleaches were used, those are all going to impact whether or not we would get recoverable amounts of DNA from something that has gone through the wash.
When you received these shoes, did you notice anything that was consistent with them being run through a washing machine?
I actually did note for these shoes that they had a strong, what I call clean odor.
Mm-hmm. And yet you still saw some discoloration that appeared to be blood to you on these shoes?
I did note discoloration on the soles of the shoe, the outsoles, and that's where I focused my attention as far as presumptive testing for blood, and was able to find positive results on the outsole of the right shoe.
Did you also receive a swab with regards to this case, which is People's Exhibit 246? Should be in that box there.
Let's see.
If it's not in that box, I can just ask you about
I
it.
actually found it.
Tisha.
Okay.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
This is labeled as package of 2 swabs for woman's black and white Nike shoe. And then there's some indications on the bottom, handwritten, swabs from Nike shoes, laundry room, right shoe.
And so are those consistent with People's Exhibit 378, the Nike shoes that you just talked about?
Yeah, they actually were swabbed prior to being submitted into the lab. The outsole was swabbed.
And did you submit that on to DNA analysis?
I did. This, I believe I actually tested it for the presumptive presence of blood. I did, and that was positive. So yes, and then a portion was submitted on for DNA analysis.
You need help getting rid of some of those exhibits?
I got it.
Next one to go to People's Exhibit. Well, before we leave 378, did you talk about all the areas you swabbed, both outside and inside of the shoe?
Let me just refer to my report. Okay, so the right shoe, I did swab the entire outsole of the right shoe that had reacted positive for the presumptive presence of blood, even in all of those little recessed areas as well. I did swab the right shoelace as well. And then I took the trace swabs that we talked about for wearer DNA on the inside sole and the inside back heel area. The left shoe, I did not get any presumptive positives. They were all negatives. So I only did those trace swabs on the insole of the left shoe.
And were those individually packaged for DNA analysis? So when Donna Minogue did her DNA analysis, she knew exactly what she was doing based on your labeling.
Yes, I always label the swab wrappers with what I'm collecting. And then also the test tubes get the same itemization as well.
And does that apply to everything where you create a DNA packet? Do you label it so Donna Minogue, who does the DNA analysis, can then say this is the item that Sherry Holes looked at? And
Yes, that's their standard practice within the lab.
I next want to turn to People's Exhibit 459. Do you have that there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 459?
This is labeled as swabs of Blue Star presumptive positive reactions in garage and laundry room of 6627 Mandan Drive.
So what is the Blue Star? I know the jury has heard a lot about Blue Star, but what does Blue Star mean to you, and how do you treat that differently? For instance, a swab that says blood on the garage floor is A, B, and C said.
Sure. So Blue Star is another chemical presumptive test. It works in very much the same way as the chemical test I'm using in the lab. I use a different one, but it has the same process. Blue Star is used by our CSIs out at crime scenes, and it's typically used in areas in which they suspect there might be blood, or they're looking to see if there's blood, but it's really not visible to them. And they can spray this reagent onto an area. It will react. It's very, very sensitive. It will react even if an area has been cleaned, potentially. So it's chemiluminescent. Usually that's something that they do in a darkened room, and it's much like luminol. It glows, and they can take photographs of areas that are reacting. When they find a Blue Star positive area, then they swab it for us, and they submit it into the lab. But because it's already gone through a chemical presumptive test, they don't need to now repeat another chemical presumptive test. It's already reacted positive to the Blue Star. It's the same process that my test would do. So when I get something labeled as Blue Star positive, my role is typically just to, like in this case, these are swabs, just go ahead and collect a portion of the swab into a test tube and forward it on for DNA analysis.
And is that what you did with 459?
Yes.
And did you do that with everything that was labeled Blue Star, at least swabbing of the Blue Star?
When things were swabbed, yes, there were a few items, larger items that said Blue Star positive that I did still, like carpeting. I did still do a visual exam, but swabs, I just took a portion. I didn't do further chemical presumptive testing.
So with regards to People's Exhibit 518, which should be the next exhibit, did you do the same things with that particular item?
Yes, this is labeled swabs of Blue Star positive reactions from the staircase between the main level and basement of 6627 Mandan Drive. Again, my role was just to take a sample using a scalpel, take off a small portion of the swabs, put them into the test tubes.
Is that 518 you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me, if I can approach her.
You may.
All right.
Let's now jump to your March 17th, 2020 report. And I'm going to hand you what's been admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 423.
Yes.
I can just hold it for you if you like.
Okay. Yes.
You recognize that?
I do recognize the label on it. I did not package it in this packaging, but yes, I recognize this is a plastic tub and lid with possible blood.
Ooh.
Did you examine this item?
I did.
Do you need to open it to look at it?
No, I don't.
Do you need me to open it?
No.
All right. What did you do with People's Exhibit 423?
This item was examined for the possible presence of blood, so I did do some visual examinations. That's how we always start all of our serology, and I did note that there was some red-brown staining on one short end of this plastic tub, on the tub and on the lid. I then did my chemical presumptive tests for blood, which were positive. I then took a number of different collections, swabs of these different blood stains or potential suspected blood stains, and those were then forwarded for the DNA analysis.
Can you just generally describe where you swabbed this item and how you labeled it for DNA analysis?
Sure. I collected, one collection was swabs of a suspected blood stain on the outside lip of the lid, short end of the tub with the label. meaning there was actually a sticker label on the tub. So I was differentiating that side from the other side, which did not have a sticker label. Second collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside corner of lid, short end of tub with label. The third collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside lip edge and side of container, short end of tub with label. And the fourth collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on the inside corner of the lid, short end of the tub with label.
And again, Donna Minogue would be able to know exactly what she's testing based on your labels?
Correct, yes.
You can go to your May 27th, 2020 report now. And I'll have you look at People's Exhibit 278, which should be in that box next to you there. Do you have that?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 278?
This is labeled as one package of 2 swabs from the bed located on east wall of Gannon's room.
Did you test that item for blood?
I did, yes.
And what was your results?
Presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct analysis on other swabs within that People's Exhibit 278?
This is one package of swabs. There was a separate item submitted called additional package of swabs from bed. I don't believe it's contained within this exhibit, but there was a separate item, which we have a separate barcode for, also from the bed, also positive for blood, or presumptive positive for blood.
And did that also go on to DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
How about People's Exhibit 191? What is that, by the way?
This is labeled as a Brillo scrub brush.
And what did you do with that Brillo scrub brush?
I examined it visually for the possible presence of blood. I did note some staining on the brush, and I was then able to do get the positive presumptive test for blood, and then do some collections of the staining that could go for DNA analysis.
And assuming you forwarded that on to DNA analysis?
I did, yes.
Where did you see, where did it test positive for blood on that particular item? Do you have that in your notes?
I do. This particular item tested positive on this kind of, oh, you actually can see it. It's kind of a flat type scrub brush with a handle. It tested positive on the flat surface on that back side of the brush.
And did you see any indication that this item may have been washed?
May have been washed. Let me check my notes.
You can actually look at the exhibit. Can you see where that exhibit was recovered from?
It actually does not note. Let me see the notes on the. This one actually is just called Brillo scrub brush. That's all that it's denoted.
That's fine. How about People's Exhibit 192? Do you have that?
I do, yes.
What is People's Exhibit 192?
This one is called a blue and white scrub brush. Okay.
Go ahead and tell us what you did with that.
So also visually examined and did note staining on this scrub brush, which was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. I then was able to collect stains from 3 separate collections. I collected from the base of the scrub brush head, between and on the bristles. Suspected blood stains were also collected from the back of the scrub brush head, and suspected blood stain was collected on the actual scrub brush bristles themselves.
And did that get forwarded on to DNA for DNA analysis?
It did, yes.
How about People's Exhibit 193?
People's Exhibit 193 is labeled as scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
What did you do with that particular exhibit?
Same process. I did a visual exam, did note some suspected blood staining, and which reacted to the chemical presumptive test for blood. I then collected possible blood stains on the back of the flat scrub brush.
Went on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Next item is People's Exhibit 417. Do you have that up there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 417?
This is described as 3 sets of possible blood swabs, tested presumptive positive blue star, collected from basement living room carpet, pillow on north couch, and area rug.
And did you forward those 3 swabs on for DNA analysis?
Yes, these are 3 separate swabs from some blue star areas. These also were sampled, placed in the test tubes, forwarded on for DNA analysis.
People's Exhibit 519.
Okay, this item is labeled swabs of blue star presumptive positive reactions from basement. Let's see, base of stairs and southeast child's room.
And how many swabs total are in that particular exhibit?
Let's see.
Okay. Ooh.
This particular exhibit has, let's see, 6 different collections in it.
And I'm assuming those are packaged in 6 different tubes?
So of these, let's see, are they packaged in separate tubes when I do my packaging or how I receive them?
When you receive them.
So when I receive them, they typically are in, let me just check my notes. They actually were in 6 separate tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of the envelopes then had a description of where it had been collected from.
And since these are blue star swabs, did you just prepare these for DNA analysis?
Yeah, my preparation is just to sample or cut a portion of a swab to forward it on to DNA analysis.
We can go to your June 17th report now and have you look at People's Exhibit 361.
Okay.
Well, I've got that here. If I can approach you.
You may go ahead.
I'm going to pull out a suitcase that's been entered in evidence and speaking with it. 361. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
You need to put some gloves on, which I probably should put some gloves on.
I have gloves, yeah.
Because I'd like to have you demonstrate where you swab this particular item, okay?
Sure.
Eric, can the witness come out here and I'll hold this while she does that?
Where's she going? That's it?
So, did you swab this item for blood?
I did on the inside of this.
You open this suitcase and show the jury where you swabbed it?
Suitcase?
I noted staining in this area, this reddish brown staining, which did react to the presumptive test for blood, and this was the area that was swabbed.
You'll see staining there?
I can't, yes.
And is that your circle that's on this suitcase?
Yeah, I circled the stain area. That's just for when I take photographs. I've also noted LMG positive. LMG is just shorthand for leukomalachite green. That's, I'm sorry, leuko, L-E-U-C-O. That's too fast. It's the chemical presumptive test that I'm using in the lab. This LMG positive means it has reacted, and then I take photographs of this stain from various angles and with a scale. And I always like to have that notation in my photographs.
Are there other areas within this suitcase that you noted and swabbed?
There are other areas that I noted. I had seen other potential stains. Like, for example, there's one on the side lining. Actually, there's 2 that I have noted staining, but I've circled and said LMG negative, meaning I did do the chemical presumptive test, but it did not react. So I don't swab stains that don't react to the presumptive test.
Can't see it though. She's not on camera. She came back though.
I'll be back just afterwards.
That's fine.
Did you forward these swabs from the suitcase on for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at a blanket, People's Exhibit 365?
I did, yes.
Please show you People's Exhibit 365. I think you can just use this in the plastic if you don't mind.
Yeah, press. Okay.
I'm going to hold it if you wouldn't mind coming.
Sure.
Can you see the areas where you swab this blue blanket? On the other side?
One on the dark blue side, it's on the light side and the dark side. Okay. Yes. Yeah, that I can see it on this.
All right, I'll hold it while you point things out for the jury.
So I examined the entire blanket and I did note in this area right here. And there's kind of some reddish brown staining, which I circled, multiple different stains that did react to that presumptive test for blood. So I actually took, you can kind of see these tiny little squares. That's where I took cuttings from this. Because it's together, I was able to combine those into one test tube. And so that's the only area sampled on the blanket for DNA.
Did that test positive for blood?
It did.
Do you know whether or not this blanket was inside this suitcase when it was recovered?
Yes, I did put that in my report. Blue blanket recovered from within suitcase.
And those swabs, again, were forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yeah, those were cuttings put into a test tube that was forwarded for DNA analysis.
Now, we don't have an exhibit that's titled Gannon's fingernails, but did you have an opportunity to examine the fingernails from autopsy from Gannon Stauch?
I did, yes.
What did you do with those particular fingernails?
Just going to refer to my report and notes. Okay. So of the right hand, I received 2 entire fingernails. From the left hand, I also received 2 entire fingernails. Separately, I examined them and I did swab the undersides of the distal ends, meaning the ends furthest from, I guess, the knuckle. I did swab separately the right undersides and the left undersides of those fingernails. And for each case, for both the right hand and left hand, the swabs from underneath the fingernails were positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And did you forward those on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Why did I forward or why did I send them?
Why were the fingernails that we knew came from Gannon forwarded on for DNA analysis? Do you know?
To look for the presence of possible foreign DNA, which may be on the fingernails.
I want to jump to your report dated March 17th. And do you have People's Exhibit 194 up there?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 194?
This is an empty plastic Heinz vinegar bottle.
And did you receive that bottle into your lab for analysis?
I did.
And what did you do with regards to that bottle?
Again, I was looking at this bottle for the possible presence of blood. I did note some faint light staining around the handle area of the bottle, which did test presumptive positive for blood. And that area was swabbed and then forwarded for DNA analysis.
Do you have People's Exhibit 435 up there? What is People's Exhibit 435?
This is People's Exhibit 679.
Okay, that's the next one.
I don't have any more exhibits in here.
Well, let me just do it this way. Do you recall examining an Amazon box that had potential blood on it?
I do.
And was this Amazon box recovered from the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What did you see when you got the box in your lab?
On one side of the box, there was some potential blood staining that visually looked like it could be blood. And I did do the chemical presumptive tests, which were positive for those stains on one side of the box, on the exterior side.
And did you forward those swabbings of those stains onto DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did swab the stains, and those did go on for DNA analysis.
And are they labeled in such a way that Donna Minogue would know where they came from once she got them?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to People's Exhibit 679, which I think you said you had up there.
Okay.
What is that and what did you do with it?
This is labeled as a white bed sheet with blue sharp print and hair and fabric received from laundry basket in closet of southeast basement bedroom. This particular sheet, I did look, do my visual exam. I did note one stain that did react to the presumptive tests for blood, and I took a cutting of that suspected blood stain on the bed sheet.
Your Honor, for the record, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 339, which is that chart that I had up by the jury earlier.
Defense, do you agree?
This is
Okay. Yeah. Exhibit 339 is admitted.
request to publish.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Holmes, I'm going to show you Exhibit 339 first of all here. Did you help me prepare this particular exhibit?
I did.
And did Ms. Minogue also contribute in preparing this exhibit?
Yes, she did.
Could you just let the jury know what this exhibit is?
Yes, this is just a summary table of the different People's Exhibit numbers with a description of the item, and we've gone through all of those today. And then for my purposes, it does have a column that lists what the serology results were as far as whether it was presumptive positive.
So for instance, where it says blue star in your column, would that be something you didn't test for blood because the blue star already illuminated there?
Correct.
And so did you contribute to the item and the serology aspect of this particular exhibit?
In preparing, yes, I confirmed with all of my reports that that is accurate, correct?
And we'll be using this exhibit again with Ms. Minogue.
Right.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Holes?
Damn, bro.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Holes.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'd call Donna Minogue.
Okay.
Ooh.
Can I just clean up the area up here a little bit?
Yeah, I didn't know how much of that you were still going to use here. Or...
Did you want help? Or?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Amazing. Amazing. Okay, what time is it? 4:36 Eastern. We still got a long way to go. Loud. Corners Bomb, thank you for the super chat earlier.
Ms. Minogue, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Here we go. It says, yell some more. I'm so tired. Kachawa makes too much money now. They will donate.
You swear
money.
affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Maybe they'll contribute to the punch
Good
t-shirt.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
All right.
Could you please state your name, spell your last for the record, and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Donna Minogue, and my last name is spelled Manogue. I'm currently a DNA analyst and serologist with the Colorado Springs Police Department Metro Crime Lab.
How long you been a DNA analysis? Analyst. Is that how you say that?
Analysis, yes. Analyst, actually.
Analyst.
Got that all wrong.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Fast.
I've been a DNA analyst since about 1999. Prior to working here at the CSPD Crime Lab, I retired from the Albuquerque Police Department Crime Lab doing the same type of job.
And how long have you been in that particular field prior to that?
I've been in the field of forensics for a little over 35 years, but in terms of serology and DNA, I would say since 1986.
What kind of training and experience do you have in that field of forensic DNA analysis?
The training experience that I have, again, is about 24 years, about close to 30 years in serology and DNA analysis, both with the Metro Crime Lab here and with the Albuquerque Police Department. Prior to this, I have experience training. I have on-the-job training by a qualified analyst in both locations because each location requires you to train in their particular procedures. It took about 2 years to train at Albuquerque Police Department because that's where I started. And it was probably about 4 to 6 months to train and come up to speed on their procedures here.
And do you have continuous training going on now every year?
I do. We are required by our accreditation board and our quality assurance standards to have at least 8 hours of training in developments in DNA, and I generally accrue about 40 to 60 hours a year.
And tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences I earned in 1981, and then I have a master's degree in the same field I earned in 1983. I also have continuing education beyond that, academic education, in terms of extra additional classwork that I took to help bolster my job qualifications in my prior years of employment and in my employment here.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I'm going to say approximately 30 times here in El Paso County. I've testified probably over 100 in Bernalillo County. That's New Mexico, the county I worked in. And I've testified once, actually just once in federal court in California.
At this time, we ask that the court allow Ms. Minogue to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis and render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
The jury's heard a little bit about forensic DNA analysis, but it was from an expert from Florida.
Okay.
So can we give them the Colorado version of what forensic DNA analysis is?
Should be pretty similar. When you do forensic DNA analysis, you're looking for a transfer of body fluids from either an item to a scene to an item, person to person. So we're looking for a transfer of DNA that is contained in the cells in the body.
You say cells from our body. What kind of fluids do we get our DNA from?
You can obtain DNA profiles from almost any body fluid. Saliva and blood and semen are the most common, but you can also obtain DNA profiles from things like sweat and urine.
Blood?
Yes, did I not say blood?
I don't know.
Blood, semen, and saliva. I thought that was my first.
It's been a long day for me. I apologize.
Jury said what she said.
Yeah, well, my fault. No question about that. I want to talk about this case, the people of the state of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch involved in this investigation.
I was, yes, in terms of doing the DNA laboratory work.
I want to talk about known profiles first. What's a known profile?
A known profile is when you obtain a sample. It can be either a blood sample or it can be a saliva sample from an individual. So you're collecting it directly from them. So you know what their DNA profile is when you analyze it and obtain the profile.
Can you just let the jury know what a DNA profile is?
A DNA profile is a graphic representation of your genetic information at the locations that we examine in our laboratory.
And so how do we obtain these known profiles in a forensic setting in a criminal case, in a criminal investigation?
They're obtained, essentially an investigator will provide known samples and they will be submitted to evidence. And then if it's on a request that I receive, I will analyze that.
Have you received things such as buccal swabs?
Yes, I have.
And is that a common way to develop a known profile for an individual who's alive, for instance?
That is a very common type of sample, yes.
And did you receive buccal swabs in this case?
I did, yes.
We're going to talk about those later on, but I really want to talk about, at least start out talking about how you were able to develop a profile for Gannon Stauch, especially before his body was discovered. Could you tell the jury about that?
Yes, because we had no body to source a profile from. I was provided with items that were common, thought to have been used by him. And one of the items that we obtained a profile from was from his toothbrush. And that was a male profile was developed from that.
And did you do anything to corroborate whether or not that profile actually belonged to Gannon Stauch?
Yes, we did. We did obtained standards from the biological mother and the biological father. And then we did a parentage statistic between the two parents and the profile we found from the toothbrush to determine if it was likely that those were the parents or this was the biological child of those two individuals.
And were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
The determination was that the profile from the toothbrush could not be excluded as having originated from the biological mother's standard and the biological father's standard that I found. And the probability of finding another individual with that profile, if you will, is the probability of including him as a biological offspring of those two is 99.9999, 10 nines after the %
What does that mean?
It's a high likelihood that these are the biological parents of the profile from the toothbrush.
Once Gannon Stauch's body was discovered, March 17th, 2020, were you able to corroborate that finding through other materials?
I was through bone samples.
What bone samples did you get and what did you do?
I was provided with bone samples that were transferred or transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and they prepared some bone sample and bone marrow sample for me because I don't have the means to break down a bone. So they provided me samples, and I took a portion of those samples, and the profile from the bone sample matched the profile from the toothbrush.
And was that bone sample from a femur bone that was created, or at least the DNA sample was created for you to examine from a Dr. Leon Kelly?
Correct.
He's the pathologist here in Coral Springs?
Yes.
Did you also get information with regards to what a DNA forensic analyst was doing out in Florida with regards to a rib bone belonging to Gannon Stauch?
My understanding is that they were attempting to obtain a profile, and they were putting it into like a database to determine, or as under the category of unidentified human remains. I don't know what the outcome of that entire thing was.
Did they reach out to you to confirm whether or not they had a match with regards to this rib bone that they did DNA analysis on in Florida?
We did, yes.
And was there a match with regards to what profile they obtained in Florida?
Yes, with the toothbrush sample.
Okay. And so the last item I want to talk to you about was Gannon Stauch's fingernails. Were you able to do DNA analysis on his fingernails as well?
I did perform DNA on the fingernails in an attempt to get a DNA type that would verify that a known DNA sample from him. I was not able to obtain full profiles on those samples.
Were you able to obtain enough to know whether or not there was a connection between his fingernails and the toothbrush, for instance?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about that. What did you find?
Well, I found a low-level DNA profile, but there was enough information to calculate a statistic on to match them to each other.
Based on everything you just talked about, is the profile that you obtained from the toothbrush in the beginning the DNA profile for Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the profile you used in your analysis of particular unknown items, particularly from 6627, Mandan Drive, and other areas with regards to the profile from Gannon Stauch?
That is the profile that I used until I obtained the bone sample profile, which was more, the toothbrush sample is what we consider a secondary standard, not knowing who the individual is, and the bone sample just verified that. But yes, I did use the toothbrush sample for comparison.
Okay. Did you also obtain some buccal swabs from the defendant, Letecia Stauch here, and obtain a DNA profile from those buccal swabs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also use that in your analysis when you're comparing knowns to unknowns?
Correct.
At this time, I'd like to publish People's Exhibit 339 on the TV screen, just so everyone can see it as we're talking about it.
Prosecution over here.
TV screen time. I'm curious. If
We're
you
going to
guys-
put People's Exhibit 339 up, which is a chart that's already in evidence. You may recognize it from the TV screen. Did you help contribute to making this chart?
Yes, I did.
And is this a good summary of the items that you tested with the results that you have on those particular items?
It is, yes.
I know we're giving away the answer early on this exhibit, but I think it's helpful for the jury to kind of follow us as we talk about particular things. The first item up there is Exhibit 386, which are swabs from the garage, placards A, B, and C. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you get those items, what did you do and how did you do your DNA analysis on those particular items?
Well, the swabs were already prepared for me during the serology examination. So what I end up with for the DNA examination is essentially an envelope of tubes with a corresponding number to them, and then I match them back up when I write the report. So I just simply did DNA analysis on these swabs.
What did you find with regards to the swab from placard A?
The swab from placard A, the major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And when you say major profile, why do you describe it as a major profile?
Because in that particular sample, I had a mixture of more than one individual, and I was able to parse out a major contributor to that according to our standardized operating procedures. I was able to pull out a major profile, and that major profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And do you have any standards on how you determine whether or not a mixture you can determine a major profile? How many contributors need to be in there for you to do that analysis?
In order to pull out a major profile, I have to follow our standard operating procedure, which is written up. It's called a mixture interpretation policy. And essentially, the major contributor has to be 2.5 to 3 times higher than the other contributors in that mixture. So by following my standard operating procedure, I was able to pull out a major profile.
How many contributors were in this mixture with regards to black?
I would have to check my report for that.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Top of page.
From
Yeah.
swab A, I had a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. That major profile, the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch.
And we know this is at least presumptively blood. Is blood a very enriched item that has DNA in it?
It's a very rich source of DNA, yes.
Is it common, for instance, when you're swabbing a garage floor or for the instance, this podium, you might find several different profiles on that?
You could, yes.
Is the fact that it may be blood, would that contribute to Gannon being the major profile in this 2-person mixture?
I can't say that the DNA, I can only tell you that because it was presumptively positive for blood, we know there's a good indication that there's blood in here, but I can only tell you that the major profile is attributable to Gannon Stauch.
Okay. What about placard B?
Placard B, that was also a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male, and the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch at, again, estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when the jury has this chart back in deliberations, People's Exhibit 339, where it says major profile matches Gannon, is that always going to be a mixture?
Not necessarily. A major, yes. When you hear the term major, that means that the DNA profile was a mixture, but that a major was able to be parsed out of that.
Whereas we get to placard C where it says matches Gannon. Tell us about placard C.
Placard C was a single source male profile, and that profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when there's a single source profile, would People's Exhibit 339 indicate that item matches Gannon?
Correct.
Just so we're clear. So mixtures, you'll see the word major profile.
Yes.
Source, you'll just see match.
Correct.
Okay. You've thrown out the probability. You said 1 in 3.4 octillion. Is that what you said?
Correct.
What does that mean? What does that mean to this jury?
A lot.
An octillion is a 3. For instance, we just rounded off to 3 octillion. That's a 3 followed by 27 zeros.
And why do we do that?
It's to give you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile, how often each of the alleles occur in the general population.
And so is it also to confirm that that is in fact Gannon's blood in placard C on the garage floor?
We don't provide source attribution. We don't say this profile originates from. We provide you with the fact that it's a match and the statistic that gives you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile.
I hate when lawyers ask you that, don't you?
Yes.
I won't ask you that. Okay. Let's go to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled Carpet 1 from Gannon's room. What did you do with that and what did you find?
Again, this was in a tube already prepared for me, and it was extracted or examined. It was analyzed for the DNA profile. And that's 506, you said, or 503?
It's People's Exhibit 503, so it would be in your report.
Cutting from the top of the carpet?
Yep, right.
Yes, that cutting from the top of the carpet was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And did you also do a DNA analysis on the padding, or at least a cutting from the padding with regards to that same carpet?
The cutting from the padding was the same result, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
We can go now to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled there on 339 as face of outlet cover for Gannon's room. Did you recall getting a cutting or a DNA kit with regards to that item?
This was a swab, and that's 512.
People's Exhibit 512, yes.
Yes, I thought you said 503. These were swabs of a stain from the face of the outlet cover and the inside edge of the plug window, and I analyzed one of the samples that was prepared in a tube for me, and that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which is male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So this is another 2-person mixture. How do you know at least one is male? What do you do to determine?
There are 3 areas on the DNA, on our DNA graphic printout that tells us if there's a male present. One is actually a location on the Y chromosome. The other is the sex chromosomes, the X and Y. If I see a Y, I know there's a male. And there's also another area on the Y chromosome that's present if a male is present.
And the next item on 339 is People's Exhibit 516, which is a swab of the electrical socket in Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And then People's Exhibit 504 is carpet 2 from Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Is that as high as you can go as far as the frequency?
No.
You can go higher than that, huh?
Yes.
How high can you go?
It depends on what the alleles are because it's based on the frequency of occurrence of a particular allele.
That makes so much sense to me.
It's based on the DNA profile. If people have rare DNA profiles, because sometimes we do, like they'll have a rare reading at a location, so the frequency of occurrence of that is less, which makes the statistic higher.
Okay. The padding, I'm assuming, is the same for carpet 2?
Yes, the padding is the same, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with a frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Now, the next item is People's Exhibit 332, if I may approach, Your Honor.
May, go ahead.
With regards to People's Exhibit 332, did you actually do the serology on this item as well?
I did the serology on this, yes.
I'm going to hand it to you in just a second. Show you the bag first.
Okay. I recognize it because I recognize the barcode label that's on there, and my initials and date when I resealed it is on there as well.
Now I'll show you the board.
Yes.
Does it show here where you did your serological examination?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Serological.
I'm doing the best I can.
That's your fine.
All right, so permission to publish to the jury?
You may, go ahead.
And if you wouldn't mind stepping out and just showing the jury where you took your swabs or what you did with regards to this board.
The first thing I did is I noted possible blood staining. We call it red-brown staining until we identify it as presumptively positive for blood. So I've got an area marked here that is dark red-brown staining. I've also got a lot of little dots located that I did not test these dots because they're too small and I was afraid I was going to consume them. Thought is if we're going to process them for DNA, we need to take them straight to DNA without any processing. So this one here was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. And then at a later time, I swabbed these two areas because they fluoresced with using an alternate light source. So I took a swab from here, a swab from here, a swab from here, and then I swabbed the edges of the board, wondering if anybody had handled the board. So I took 4 samples total.
While we're up here, with regards to 339, we see 332 on the board. You said it's presumptive positive for blood. What swab are we talking about that actually matches Gannon?
That is this large stain here.
Did you find anything with regards to your other swabs?
I did. I have a feeling I'd have to go review my report.
That's fine. We can put this down ahead to do that.
Sled.
From the swabs from the edges of the board that I was looking for if somebody had handled it, it was a mixture of, it's a partial profile, which means I don't have all the information on the DNA profile. And it's a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. And the profile was not suitable for comparison because it was too low level.
And why is it that you did the serology on this particular board and the DNA analysis?
It was the weekend and I was the only one available.
Was there some urgency with this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And you did it quickly and to get it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
All right. The next item we see on 339 is People's Exhibit 378, Nike shoes from washer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you didn't actually get the shoes, but did you get swabs that were related to that shoe?
I did. I got swabs that Sherry Holes, the serologist, collected. She did the presumptive testing and collected, and I did the DNA analysis.
Let's talk about the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the outsole of the right Nike shoe matched, it was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
What happens to DNA when you place items in a washing machine and wash them?
It depends on the nature of the stain. It depends on a lot of things. It also depends on how heavy the deposit is. Some of the DNA can be washed off. Sometimes all of the DNA can be washed off.
It just depends on what happens, right? And with these particular shoes, did you see anything that may have diluted the DNA profile, or can you even?
I didn't see the shoes, so I don't know.
Did you give a statistical analysis with regards to the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe?
Yes, that was an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Let's go to swabs of the bottom sole of right Nike shoe. What did you see there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item says swabs of inside sole of Nike shoe. What did you find with regards to that particular swab?
That was a mixture again, and I was able to parse out a major profile, and the major profile matched Letecia Stauch with an estimated, or at least it matched at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 28 billion.
And do you understand why Sherry Holes would swab the inside of the sole of the Nike shoes?
Yes.
What was that for?
For potential wearer.
And do you know how many contributors there were to this particular mixture?
I can check.
Deja. I gotta figure out where to put the Mel judge. I don't know.
From the interior. Is this the left shoe? Yeah, the left shoe. It was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male.
We can scroll down now, please, on 339.
Like this one soon. I got one screen I really
One
like.
more, please, up.
I like it.
So now we're on the swabs of the inside sole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the inside sole of the right Nike shoe is mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Letecia Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 730 septillion.
Do you know what kind of body fluids or what kind of cells we're looking at with regards to these 2 swabs of the inside of the Nike shoe?
You're looking mostly for skin cells that have kind of rubbed off or fallen off over the course of time.
Would sweat be a good contributor to that?
Well, sweat can contain skin cells in it, but sweat is actually a liquid. And if there are cells in the liquid, then you're obtaining a DNA profile from the actual cells, not from the liquid.
The next item we see on People's Exhibit 339 is People's Exhibit 459, which is swabs from base of box and garage south of boards. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a partial single source profile that matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 87 quadrillion.
And what does partial single source profile mean?
Partial means that I'm only seeing evidence of one person in this particular DNA sample, but I'm not able to, the technology is not able to detect some of the locations because it's just a low level of DNA. I don't have enough DNA.
And so for the jury's and my benefit question, you've got the profile from the toothbrush, Gannon's profile.
Yes.
You've got a profile from the swabs of this box in the garage.
Yes.
One profile has all are they called alleles?
Loci. Alleles, so loci would be better. It's like the locations on the DNA.
The unknown may not have all the same locations, but enough for you to call it a match.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
We can now go to 518, which is swabs base of stairs and garage under cord. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you test that for DNA analysis?
I did, and I obtained a profile that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.8 quintillion.
We're just going to go down the list. People's Exhibit 190 or 278. Do you see that?
Yes.
Swabs from Gannon's bed, which was presumptively positive for blood. What did you find there?
The swab from Gannon's bed was a partial profile, a single source male that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 450 sextillion.
Exhibit 192, a blue and white scrub brush head bristles.
The blue and white scrub brush was a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with a statistic or an estimated frequency of 1 in 120 septillion.
People's Exhibit 193, quickie scrub brush backside.
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 2.3 trillion.
Then we have 191, a red and white Brillo scrub brush top flat surface. What did you find with regards to that?
That I obtained only a partial DNA profile that was not suitable for comparison, but there was one male. It's a profile of at least one male.
Was that a mixture or was it a single source?
My conclusion was at least one male, so we're thinking it could possibly be 2, but thinking it's 1.
And could that be impacted with regards to that particular item if it had been washed in a dishwasher? Would that impact the DNA that may be on it?
Yes.
Is that obvious why that might happen?
Well, a dishwasher obviously washes dishes like a washing machine, but contained in the soap and that whatever additives you put in the dishwasher, there's bleach in that soap, and that can break down the DNA.
The next item we see on 393 is People's Exhibit 361, Peak Suitcase from South Carolina, mesh lining inside. What did you find there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
How about 365, the blanket from the suitcase that was found inside?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for the gift.
The next item we have on there, it says teal couch pillow from basement. And just so we're clear, if we skip one item down where it says Blue Star swabs from pillow on north couch in basement, do you know if that's the same item or not?
I believe it's the same item. One was collected at the scene by the crime scene investigator, and the other was collected by Sherry Holes.
What did you find with regards to, let's just cover all 3 items, 417 at once, which are swabs from the Blue Star. What did you find with regards to those swabs?
One of them was from a basement area rug, and I found a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. The minor was attributable to an unknown individual, and I gave it a number 1.
Why did you give it a number 1?
Because when you find an unknown profile that you don't have a standard to compare it to, you just start counting. So this was the first one.
And is that common to see unknown profiles when you're talking about mixtures?
Yes.
If you don't have a known profile, you have nothing to compare.
Yes.
For instance, in this particular case, did you ever get a known profile from Letecia Stauch, the 8-year-old girl that lived there?
No, I did not.
Common for people who live in the house to leave their DNA series.
Yes.
So let's go down to the next item, which is Blue Star swabs from pillow on north couch in basement. What did you find?
I believe this was one collected by the CSI because of the Blue Star identifying information. That was that DNA profile was a mixture of 3 contributors, 3 male contributors actually. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 100 septillion, and the minor was not suitable for comparison.
And the cutout carpet with burn marks?
That DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we see there is People's Exhibit 423, and we have 4 items there. Plastic tub from storage room, outside lip swab. And I don't want to read them all, but what did you find with regards to this plastic tub, People's Exhibit 523, swabbing that was submitted to you for DNA?
There were 4 separate swabs. First was the swabs with the stain on the outside lip of the lid, the short end of the tub with a label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. I have a second one, swabs of the stain on the outside corner of the lid from the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. Then I have a swab of a stain on the outside lip edge and into the side of the container on the short end of the tub in the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. And then lastly, I have a stain on the inside corner of the lid on the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
People's Exhibit 519 looks like it's 2 more Blue Star swabs that we see on People's Exhibit 339.
Yes.
One is Blue Star swabs from storage room 4. What did you find with that one?
That was a DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And now with regards to the Blue Star items that we see on 339, do you know what substance that is that you're testing for DNA?
It's just an area that reacted to the Blue Star reagent that they use out on the field. The Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood.
But you're just testing whatever they swab, right?
Correct.
You're basing the Blue Star on what they label that swab activity?
Correct. It was described as Blue Star positive, so we maintain that throughout the report.
The Blue Star swabs from base of stairs and basement, what did you find?
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matches Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 170 septillion.
We can go ahead and scroll all the way down to the bottom. We should get the rest of them in. And then we have People's Exhibit 194, swab from exterior and opposite of handle dinner bottle. What did you find?
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 52 septillion, and the minor was attributable to unknown individual number 1.
Same comment as we talked about before.
Correct.
You didn't have a known profile to match to.
Correct.
People's Exhibit 435, swabs from exterior of Amazon box from storage room 3 stains. What did you find?
For all 3 stains, they were all single source male profiles that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So you did a test on all 3 of these different DNA samples?
Correct. And the DNA profile and the statistic is the same for all 3.
Now, you tested a lot more items than what we just displayed in People's Exhibit 339. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are these the items that you were able to identify Gannon Stauch to or the defendant to with regards to your DNA testing?
Yes.
Are there other items that you were not able to obtain a profile to or were not able to come to a conclusion with that were not presented to this jury?
Yes, there were.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Council approach for a moment.
I took this off the screen. So yeah, that's let's see, DNA analysis. Oh, I'm screwing up like that guy. Analyst. Pretty much all that stuff. Things she mentioned tested positive. Gannon's blood. That she mentioned. Oh man, thank you guys for writing out with me today. Appreciate it. Cornas mom, thank you so much for the super chat earlier. Says yell some more. I'm so tired. Kachawa makes too much money now. They will donate money. Maybe they will contribute to the Punch Tisha Fund.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
No questions. No, I think he's gonna ask 1 or 2. Let's see what he does.
Could you leave that up just for whoever the controller is over there? Hi, how are you?
Hi.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch in this case. I've just got some follow-up questions for you, ma'am. Not a lot. If you could look at 194 on the chart, And for the DNA part, it says major profile matches Gannon. Do you see that? Or
Yes,
or you can turn around.
Yes.
So Mr. Young discussed this with you. So there's more than one DNA sample floating around in this sample.
There's evidence of 2 individuals in this mixture.
Okay. You fully developed the other sample or the other DNA contributor or the other profile, I guess the minor profile?
When a sample is in a test tube and I develop a profile and I obtain the graph, this is what I get. There's no more developing portions of a profile. I develop a profile, and this one happened to be a mixture, and I have an unknown individual identified as the minor contributor.
Okay. So you can't, you're not looking at this number 194 and going, well, the major profile matches Gannon and the minor one is Letecia Stauch or father or mother or anything like that.
They are compared to all of the standards that I have in the case, and I was not able to say that it matched any of the standards that I had in the case, which is why the minor was identified as unknown individual number 1.
Okay. So the matches on this whole chart we just went over, the couple matches with Letecia Stauch involve the Nike running shoe.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Now, some of these tests or the samples were collected very on in the investigation, the winter, spring of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of them, like the last one up here, Exhibit 435, the Amazon box, there was no request made for the DNA testing on that until maybe 2 years after this homicide, correct?
I don't know when the request, I do actually have the request here. I can tell you when the request was put in on March 28th, 2022.
Okay. I have a request date for January 27th, 2022, with a report date of March 17th of 2022.
Oh, my error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct. It's January 27th, 2022. I was reading the due date.
Okay. So there's a 2-year difference in between the early samples that were taken to the final ones that were taken and ultimately DNA tested, correct?
I don't know when the boxes were submitted originally to evidence.
Okay.
Or the items on this particular report. They may have been in evidence the whole time, and we were just asked to go back and examine these as well. I can't answer that.
Okay. I think that is probably it. Just a second. As one of your, who were the standards you were using? You had Letecia Stauch.
Yes.
Gannon.
Yes.
Gannon's father.
Yes.
Gannon's mother.
Correct.
Gannon's sister, Lena.
No, I did not have that standard.
You didn't have Lena?
No.
Okay. Did you have a Harley Hunt?
No.
Who, do you know who Harley Hunt was?
No.
You didn't know that that was Leticia's daughter that was living in the house?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Minogue?
Maybe that's
Look
Quincy.
like it.
Yeah, maybe they're going to say
All
it's
right.
Quincy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Minogue, you can go ahead and step down. I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
ma'am.
That's right.
Quincy. I kind of like the setup. I don't know about where Judge Mel's going to go, though. Oh, no, but I got to fix this. Gotta fix that a little bit. A little bit.
Together there.
A little bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are again in the same position that we were earlier today, and that is that we do not have any other witnesses to fill the day. We anticipate, however, that the witnesses will be here tomorrow. They are traveling. So if I can have everyone back in the morning at the same place, same time, we should be able to start on time at 9 o'clock. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Don't go looking up what septillion and quadrillion and all of that stuff means. I know everybody wants to get home and do that. You simply can't.
Why?
So we'll see everybody tomorrow at the regular
Look
time.
at you looking
All
what that
rise
shit
for the
is.
jury, please.
Octillion, a bunch of zeros and shit. What is octillion? How you spell that shit? Octillion. All right, octillion. A number equal to 1 followed by 27 zeros. All right, whatever. An octillion dollars in $100 bills would cover the U.S. with a layer of 1,000
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Since we have this time, I want to talk a little bit about potential Wednesday morning issues. Are your people flying in today, tomorrow, or what?
Hey, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
So that part, the weather should not impact their travel here. Wednesday morning, if we have a 2-hour delay, my thought would be that we start at 10:30. That will give us time to get the jury back at 10 o'clock, and then give us time to get in place by 10:30. I spoke with Court and Transport over the lunch hour to see what impact it is on their operations, and they said it doesn't matter. They just bring everybody over at the same time. They just hold them until everybody gets here.
Okay.
So who are we anticipating potentially on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, good question. Yeah, I think it's just Dr. Torres, Judge, but let me make sure.
And is she coming up from Pueblo?
I think she actually lives here.
Okay. I think storm track is supposed to be more north, so I think coming up from Pueblo is not as much of an issue, but we'll deal with it if we need to, I suppose.
Yeah, so we actually have 2 witnesses slated for potentially on Wednesday, depending, of course, on how everybody goes for timing wise. Both of them are local, so we should have no trouble with that.
Okay. All right. So we'll just keep an eye on the weather then and see where we are come Wednesday morning and hope for the best. And I also don't know what the impact will be on potential jurors here either. So we'll just have to deal with that. So, okay. Anything else from the prosecution?
Not that I can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Well, I think Mr. Young.
Oh, Mr. Young?
You did get the
Thanks,
copy I sent you of jury instructions? Because I know I sent them to defense as well, just.
Or like when?
It was when the trial started.
Yes, I do. I thought if you meant in the last day or so, the answer would be no. But I do have the jury instructions that you sent, was about a few days before we started, I think it was, or the week before, something like that. Okay. All right. Okay. Defense have anything else?
No, you.
Okay. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
That's it. And then tomorrow they're coming at normal time. So tomorrow's Tuesday. So I guess they're going to be here at 10:45. Oh, well, 11 Eastern. We'll be here at 10:45. But Wednesday, so they're going to start later. So they said 10:30 their time. So 11, 12:30 Eastern our time. Wednesday. Oh, Lord. It's over. Oh, no, iCkEdMeL. What are we going to do? No. There is court tomorrow. Oh, no, iCkEdMeL. What are we doing? No. Man, what am I going to do with myself now? Oh, my God. I have extra time? Sorry. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I just can't. What am I and what are we gonna do? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Wednesday depends on the weather. What are we gonna do? So I set the stream for tomorrow. Let me just set the stream for Wednesday too right now while I got y'all. We got extra time and shit. Now that we got extra time and shit, I'll set the time for Wednesday. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me put the time here. All let's see. So what am I going to do, man? What are you guys going to do now with the extra time? Mel, can you run the last quick chase again? We did. I saw a video. I saw a video. Update. No, I feel like the Lori Vallow stuff and Deva, like, for me to like touch on that, you're going to have to recap that shit. I don't think I could just fucking hula hoop jump into that shit or jump rope jump into that shit without kind of even giving some sort of backstory. That story is such a mess. People tell me that too, and I get there's like an interest. But like, hey, are you going to cover it like at the same time of covering this trial, that massive freaking story? I would never have any sleep because the thing ends at the end of the day, they release the audio. So it would be like, what, a 16-hour stream or like a, I don't know, 15, 14-hour day stream. Like how the F is that going to even work out, you know? I don't think I can. I don't think I can, bro. Plus, I got Maddie and, you know, I gotta, we're supposed to do like a little bit of homework every day. Oh, they got this thing coming up too, because we did Dads with Donuts. Now it's like Moms with Muffins or something. So I'm going to that too. I'm gonna, the teacher put a slip in there, so I gotta check it out, because this time I want to be on time. I mean, I was on time last time, but the thing is you can't go on time for those mom, dad things or whatever. You gotta go like, you got to wait in the parking lot. If you leave and think you're going to come back and things just going to go normal, no, you're going to be waiting in line. It's going to be forever. As soon as I drop her off, I'm going to go sign in. The teacher told me, like, there's something you can get, like a pre-sign-in type of thing. And I'm just going to sit my ass in the parking lot because I made the mistake last time. I didn't know. I thought, okay, I'll come back when the thing starts. Oh, my God. It was this huge line. It was just horrible. Horrible, horrible. So I don't know when that thing is coming, the Mom's Muffins thing. But I gotta, I'm gonna figure out the date and see, and I'm gonna be prepared this time. They're not gonna catch me off guard. Cause, Mom's Muffins, yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. Mom's Muffins. Darren Dengler, Mel, play that teacher. Hey, teacher song. If I play it, they'll take the stream down. Yeah, Mom's Muffins. I don't know. That's the thing that they do for the moms, I guess, for the kids at school. I know what that shit is. That's offensive. That could be fun, though. I'm showing up for Moms with Muffins. Yeah, I'm going. That's right. Oh, let me get the super chats. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. You sent me something, SW? Okay, let me do. Terry, thank you for the super chat earlier. Says, I need a Letecia character next to Judge Mel. I've thought about doing the Letecia character, but like, I had some people complain to me about this. Oh, that's the one. Thank you, Amy, for sending me that. Hey, Diddy, thank you for sending me that. I wanted that 5-hour standoff chase thing. I gotta be careful when playing the chases too, because these companies, some of them, they'll come and try to claim the entire video once I play their thing. And now I just lost what I was gonna do. What was I gonna do? Shit. Oh. The Judge Letecia Mel thing. So during the Alec Murdaugh trial, there was some people like upset, like, oh, and you're doing these pictures and you're making fun of people. We didn't use any of the victims in that thing. You know, we just kind of passed the time and it was kind of funny. The only one that I thought maybe we should have done it after the fact is like Buster. I guess you could say technically is like a victim. It's because he lost his parents. So we had the Buster thing or whatever. But, you know, it wasn't like bad intentions. But I remember it was like 2 or 3 people like emailed me and they were like, or somebody sent me a Facebook Messenger message. I didn't see that shit until like months later. You know, it's like and so I finally opened up the request thing and I saw it and they were like really upset and like, I don't know. And they try to spin it to some shit that like wasn't at all what it was. But I mean, you're always going to upset somebody. Nobody's ever going to be happy. And, you know, people want you to be monotone and you can't fucking, they're laughing sometimes in a courtroom, even though it's a serious matter. Sometimes the attorneys or whatever, you know, of course it's a serious matter. So that's why I was a little hesitant with the Letecia shit, because this crazy woman actually killed somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like murdered Gannon and did all this shit. So I was like, I don't know. I want a Letecia thing. But I get it though, because like, yeah, she really does look like that. Like that ring person we were talking about. hold on. Let me show this real quick too. So Catwoman sent me this, and she said some males get shaved bald in some jails. Do women? Question mark. I believe they should. Maybe we would have less killers with vain women like Lori Daybell and Letecia Stauch. I think officials should make a bill to shave all heads in all jails of women too. And let me say this: I think it's I think that's what happened with Alec Murdoch, right? They shaved his head and shit. I agree. I said I agree. Inclusivity and equality, because that's all they talk about these days. So let's do it. Shave all them bald. Shave all their heads bald. Shave them. Fuck it. And take the mugshot and post it internationally. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Pass the bill. Yes. See. I'm down with that. Shave them all. Fuck. Rebecca. I like the name. Ka. Wouldn't want to watch this with anyone else. Thanks for what you do and the content. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I thank you guys for coming back and watching me. I know I wasn't here Friday and I'm paying hell for it, but I really thank you guys that came back and watched with me. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the super chat. Jojo Loving Life, thank you for the super chat. Mel, you look good bald. I'm gonna try to keep this going as long as I can. Hair in my head, and everybody in my family. Well, my uncle doesn't have hair. Two of my uncles don't have hair, but my mother has hair. My dad had a lot of hair. Both of them have hair. I ain't shaving my head. Hell no. Nah. There was one time I shaved all this, like years and years ago. Never again. But it's trendy, man. Go bald. It's trending and shit. 828 Carolyn, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says, hey Mel, I sent you something for your chair. Did you? To the P.O. box? It's time to check the P.O. box. I don't want to say when, since I have like this apparent stalker out there. And when I say stalker, it's not like a cute, funny type of thing. It's actually like a creepy thing. Like, not like, oh yeah, I love watching you all the time. I don't think that's stalker. I'm talking about like weirdo shit. Like weirdo trying to shut me down type of shit. Find out where I'm at shit. Relocating type of shit. Okay, it says I do have packages. Okay, so I'll have to check that out. Also, I streamed to Twitch, but Twitch has like nobody over there. I might not even stream to Twitch anymore. The trial. I might not stream the trial over there. I don't think there's any point. I might just do the smaller streams there. Maybe, so Twitch and Facebook did okay today. We had like 100 people there, so that's fine. But Twitch, nobody's over there. Gone. I do need that, Melissa. You're right. I might have to do that shit. I think I'm gonna have to start doing that. iSof, thank you so much for the super chat. SW4x4. Give a wrench to S Dubs and who's S Dubs? S Dubs and Anonymous. Nah, I don't know who S Dubs is, but I don't know about Anonymous. I don't just hand out wrenches. Darren Dangler, thanks for the super chat. And Gypsy, Brian Enton tweeting new info about the Idaho case. All right, let's check out Brian Enton. So they were saying that supposedly one of the surviving roommates has exculpatory evidence. Let's see. The News Nation has been on top of the Koberger story. Every detail that comes out. So let's see. Brian Enton. They still talking about this gag order shit? Okay. Let's see. Still talking about this shit? Gag order in Brian Koberger case will remain. Idaho Supreme Court issued ruling today. Okay. The Idaho Supreme Court has issued a unanimous opinion 5-0, dismissing an original jurisdiction action brought by the coalition of media companies, petitioners seeking to vacate a non-dissemination order or gag order in the pending criminal action of State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. The media companies directly petitioned the Idaho Supreme Court to issue a writ of mandamus or right of prohibition to vacate the non-dissemination order issued by the magistrate court. Petitioners argued that the order violates free speech provisions contained in both the U.S. and Idaho constitutions, especially as they concern the ability of the press to cover matters of the public interest. The respondents and interveners raised issues of standing and argued that the extraordinary writ is an appropriate remedy where the media has the ability to seek relief at the trial court level. The Supreme Court first addressed the issue standing. The court concluded that based on the wording of the order, the petitioners had sufficiently alleged a potential injury resulting from a diminished ability to receive speech and effectively gather news. Moreover, the court noted that if proven, the media's concern that the order's provisions are vague, overboard, unduly restrictive, and not narrowly drawn are not merely contrived and could improperly infringe on the press's constitutional right to report on the case. Thus, the court determined that petitioners had standing to assert their claim. However, on the second issue, the Supreme Court determined that the petitioners failed to meet the prerequisites for invoking the original jurisdiction. The court held that extraordinary relief in the form of writ mandamus, however you say it, or prohibition is inappropriate where others plain, speedy, and adequate remedies of law remain available to the petitioners, and there were no extraordinary circumstances to justify accepting the case at this time, the court explained. By failing to pursue a remedy from the magistrate court that issued the non-dissemination order before pursuing an extraordinary remedy from this court, petitioners have forgotten that we are the court of last resort in Idaho, not the court of first resort. Additionally, while the Supreme Court recognized the high public interest in this matter and the media's constitutional role in providing the public information concerning it, those seeking to enforce their rights must still bow to the jurisdictional rules and procedural channels litigants are constrained to follow. Sit down. Give a shit. Now, I was reading it on the other screen, which kind of looks smaller, so I had a hard time reading it a little bit. And I didn't feel like downloading. I probably could have, but oh, Lord, there's more. Surviving Idaho roommate Bethany Funk is arguing she should not have to testify at Brian Kohlberger's June preliminary hearing. All right, we'll take a look at that. Oh, Lord, there's a whole bunch of shit here. I could actually make a video on this. Oh. Funke's attorney in Nevada is fighting to quash the foreign subpoena. She argues that a judge must have a hearing before Funke can be required to testify. There's no authority for an Idaho criminal defendant to summon a Nevada witness to Idaho for a preliminary hearing. Oh, Lord. Funke's attorney writes, a preliminary hearing is not meant to become a mini trial due to its limited purpose in deciding of probable cause. That's true, I think, yeah. No hearing date has been set to resolve the issue of whether or not Funke has to testify. So they want her at the prelim hearing. Corners Mom, thank you for the super chat. Says, *iCkEdMeL, we need to laugh, blow off some steam, Mel. People need to chill out. If they can't stand the heat, then get out of the kitchen. Tired of shit. Go watch the news channel. Go watch Law and Crime. Fine, I will. Good luck in the chat. Freaking, the chatter. Oh, la. That's just the Wild Wild West. Throw them to the wolves. Miss Mojin Ryzen, 19 months membership. Thank you so much for riding out. Appreciate you resubscribing. Remember my silly sketch of Dr. Psychologist in the Depp trial? I'll do another one. Yes, please do. Mojo. The neighbors calling SWAT. I'm pretty, listen, man. I think about it every time I'm here, pretty frequently, but I thought about it again. I'm just glad to be where I'm at. I'm like thankful, appreciative, you know, especially from where I'm coming from. That's distasteful, *iCkEdMeL. That's distasteful. I'm just so disgusted with that. Like, yeah, you used to be nice. People get upset, man. Upset. Let's see what else. So, I don't know what I'm gonna do today. I should just take advantage. I guess do some laundry. I got to do some laundry. I'm going to do dinner later. I do want to do a short video of something. I don't know, because these people keep hitting me up. The sponsor people, they keep, I don't know if they're watching. I won't say nothing right now. Hey, where are you, man? Hey, iCkEdMeL? Hey. I'm not even lying. Caddy, thank you for the 3-month membership. Says Mel is my favorite. Thank you so much. Steph LL, thank you for becoming a member. We got to do another members thing. I don't know what the next thing is going to be. I don't know, Thursday? I got to see what's happening Thursday. I got to see, because Thursday, I think I'll try to do my taxes. Thursday, there's no trial. I would like to do something short to come check in with you guys. I like the members thing. I don't know if we should do another Q&A or like switch it up and do something else. That Q&A thing was so fun, but I think you guys already asked a lot of questions. I don't know what else there is. Defense is trying to get her to testify on behalf of the defendant because she has exculpatory evidence that would prove his innocence. That's what a friend said. Her lawyer is trying to quash the subpoena as she's a victim as well and should not have to testify on behalf of Kohlberger. That'd be grimy, bro. Oof. The witness list, we've pulled it up multiple times already. It's pretty long. She don't want to be there at all. I don't blame her. It's weird. I wonder what kind of exculpatory evidence if they're saying that. I'll ask you guys the questions. Yeah, I know. I need to do my taxes, yo. The shit is... I mean, I sat down with her already, but I didn't send everything yet, but she was telling me, like, you got to spend more. It's so weird that somebody... Like, I'm trying to, like, spend less a little bit, and she's telling me you got to spend more. Like, related to YouTube business stuff. I gotta be careful with those stories. iCkEdMeL, you can tell us about your triggers about Letecia and your past girlfriends. I do got a story. I got a lot of stories for days. Have some DID today. So, oh yeah, I forgot. Let me set up the stream for Wednesday right now so I don't forget. We'll do it right now. Wednesday stream. So we have Tuesdays already set up. Wednesday will be day 15. Let me just do that right now. I should probably set up the whole week in advance, but we'll do that now. Mute settings, day 15. And we'll adjust as we go. And then, and we'll start seeing to what's going to be the next thing. After this trial really, like, I think mentally and physically, personally, I've done a lot better than the other ones because the other ones have really, really, like, drained me. This one, I think because I've been, like, making sure I sleep. Like, some of the other trials, I wouldn't even take a lunch break. Like, I would sit there and, like, you know, try to entertain people during their lunch and try to, like, sometimes I would eat, but a lot of times I'd skip on lunch, I'd skip on the breaks. I wouldn't really get up except to go pick up the baby. This one I kind of really took a lot, like, better care of myself because I could just been thinking about longevity instead of in the moment type of thing, you know, even though in the moment's important too, but like finding a balance. Okay, day 15. I think what I am going to do after this stream is go work out. Like, have a good workout. I didn't get to work out this morning. Like, I just did I ran up and down the stairs, but it wasn't enough. I think an actual, like, 30-minute like, sweat workout would be really good. And laundry. Something like that. Day 15. Sponsor a race car. Sponsor a race car. That would be interesting with the chases and shit. Sam says, are we Mel maniacs or Mel heads? I don't know. I've always thought of a name. We need like a name thing, but I don't. I don't know about rings. Definitely icke. I don't know. Nothing rings with icke, right? Mel's maniacs, Mel's or Mel heads. I've always needed some sort of idea, but then sometimes, and there's something to ring. Sometimes it sounds corny. Some of the things sound corny, but then you kind of need a ring to it, though. Like a lot. That's what these channels have, right? Some of them like these little, not little, but like these. I don't know. Hey, crazies, or I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Hey, cookies. Some shit, right? Some weird shit that people like identify when they have a name. It's like, isn't that branding or some shit? I don't know what the people do, man. The cool people. And then they got the whole neon. I'm not doing the neon sign. A couple people have told me that. I'm kind of against that. What am I going to do with a neon sign behind me? I do have that thing I need to put up. I have to tape that paper to the wall. I'm going to use the command strips. Yeah, I'm going to tape the paper to the wall, put a pencil or something where the things need to go, and then do command strips. I ain't going to do no damn neon sign behind me. Everybody's doing it, man. You got to do it too. You got to have a neon sign to be an official YouTuber. Everybody's doing it. You got to do it too, bro. Kachawa. Yo, Kachawa, you sponsor me? Maybe I'll do a little Kachawa thing in the background. Or I'll put a Kachawa thing on that, and that's that right there. I really might encase that brush, though. If you guys want, we could watch this too real quick while I set up the Wednesday stream. Oh, no, KTL. I don't want to fuck with KTLA. Or we'll watch ABC 7. Oh, this is a short clip. 5-hour standoff, bro. Let's see. Ends after deputies flush suspect out with tear gas. Damn. The Bearcats.
Yeah, throwing another one.
Wow. Mellow Mel. Mellow Mel. Melax.
Goes number 2.
The lickers. The lickme's. Ickies. Oh, I like ickies. I kind of like ickies. But I don't know. Yeah, ickies. Melanax. Get him out of there.
Put some tear gas in the back a moment ago. Looks like they're going to put another canister in right now, but that didn't do anything.
Flush him out.
Didn't. We'll see what happens with the second one. Maybe you can get it further in there this time.
Oh, sorry. Day 15.
Yeah, this one's a little more effective than the first.
Okay.
This guy's tough.
That boy just taking the shit.
Wow.
Those are those defunded tear gas things they're still using out there in Cali.
Oh, he's out.
There we go. Woo! Está caliente. Está quemando ahí. Está quemado. Woo! He barefoot too. Look at him barefoot.
Copy.
Oh shoot! They put him down too.
What's that? No, we don't need any tape. If they come to me, it's going to be really fast. Unless you can re-rack the smoke coming out of the vehicle, but him jumping out.
All right, so Wednesday, the 26th. So I think Wednesday is 12:30 p.m. That's going to be interesting. And what am I going to do Wednesday? Wow. Sleep in, go work out, go chill. The limitless possibilities. Oh, they chasing me. Okay, so I got Wednesday ready to go now. Boom. Oh, man. Melon heads. Cheech and Chong. You're starving again, MH? So, I guess, well, it was in my head popped up the Ozempic thing again because we were talking about it. Some people were messaging. I got a DM on Twitter, and then somebody else, a friend of mine, messaged me and they were like, I could never do that. Take it because other people need it. That's true. But I wasn't like that serious. People acted like I ordered this shit and I was taking it now. But they were just telling me their reasoning. But they said that there is a shortage. It's still on. It's not for, I don't know why docs are advising. Yeah, that Ozempic thing, they're pushing that shit hard. Yeah, but it's like a treatment. There's a whole treatment plan for weight loss and stuff. You know, the doc had mentioned to me because I told him like, we're talking about health stuff and all that. And he's like, oh, if you want to try it, but I'm like, It's like, I don't know. I told him I'll think about it, but he was saying that like there's a whole treatment plan, and they got to do like blood work and all this shit. And then he was saying it was like $900 or something like that, and you take it for like I don't know how many months. I was like, I'm good, I guess. I mean, the only thing, the fastest weight that I ever lost was doing keto, but when I did that, I gained it all back. I think I did keto twice, and it really helped out a lot. Like I liked it. I think you can get off of it and maintain the weight, but I mean, you have to really be disciplined, like crazy discipline to do it. I mean, I like it as a jump starter thing, but right now I haven't been able to get back on it because it's freaking tough. It's really, really hard to like get on. You have to have discipline, a lot of discipline, and then because I have Maddie, I feel like with that keto shit, you almost have to have like, unless you're super disciplined, you have to have like nothing in the house for temptation, and you got to do more meal prep. You got to have snacks that are keto friendly. I remember when I was doing keto, I used to have dreams about like walking through the supermarket and like walking through the cookie aisle, and, like grabbing cookies and shit. It takes a lot of discipline. And then there's a lot of people that think they're doing keto but aren't doing keto. They think just because they're doing low carbs that it's actually keto. You got to get into ketosis to actually do keto. It's different, not just low carb, you know? Yeah, $900. That's what he told me out of pocket. It's more than $900 here, is it? Yeah, he told me it was like $900. That I don't know if that included the blood work or not, because they have to do blood work to see or what. They got to do a couple of tests, and then it's like a several month treatment thing. I don't know how many months, like several months and stuff. Keto kidney stones. Well, the kidney stone thing on keto, I never had any problems, but I know that is a thing. They say some people like more prone to kidney stones. The thing with that I had read about it is to take, one of the mistakes I've seen people do on keto is thinking they're just going to eat all these fats and not eat any vegetables. You're supposed to eat vegetables. You're supposed to eat nutrient dense vegetables. I mean, some of my favorites were like kale, sometimes spinach, broccoli, I don't know, Brussels sprouts, stuff like that. Some of these people just start eating bacon and eggs every fucking day and think that, okay, I'm doing the keto. You know? I think too, like asparagus is really good for that, to kind of clean the system out, I think. Also, like having water with lemon, like squeeze fresh lemon. I don't like that lemon juice bottle you can buy at the supermarket. I'd prefer to squeeze some actual lemon. Real, like, I don't know, maybe this bottle just thing is lemon, but it doesn't feel the same to me. I like to squeeze some fresh lemon into the water. I think that's supposed to help prevent kidney stones too, and drinking a lot of water. I had a friend that like, she doesn't eat vegetables at all, which I was like, damn, she don't eat no vegetables. Her kids don't eat vegetables either, and they all getting kidney. I don't know if that has to do with it, or I don't know if it's like soda. I don't know what causes kidney stones. But that whole entire family, they're always getting kidney stones and shit. I'm like, damn, you guys try to eat something. You know, something. Jesus. Coconut oil. I like coconut oil. Yeah. Most of it is water, right? Yeah, that when you first get into keto and you get into ketosis and you get past, I guess, the keto flu, the first thing that you lose is water weight. Like you just start, that's why you got to drink a lot of water. Your body, you'll lose a whole bunch of water weight. And then it slows down. Healthy fat too, that's true, right? That's true, Richard, you're right. Healthy fat. That's another thing. Healthy fats. It was a good. It was kind of a good diet, but like it's it really requires some serious discipline, like mind over matter type of discipline. But also, intermittent fasting I think is pretty good too. But some people say no because some people say you should eat a small portions a lot a day to keep your metabolism going. But I like celery. Certain foods. I haven't made that in a long time. No, definitely can't touch rice on keto. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can measure a really small amount, but no. I try to avoid rice now when I can. I feel like when I used to eat rice all the time, I blew up. I love rice. I love bread. I still eat bread, but I try to just cut back if I can. Calorie, yeah, Steph says calories in versus calories out. I remember I read that somewhere too. It's as simple as that. Calories in versus calories out. Rice is okay for stoners. There is cauliflower rice. I've tried it before. It's all right. I mean, I think especially if you like cook some meat or something, you put the sauce on it or like add a little bit of seasoning. Glare. The glare. So I guess I should head out. And Claire, I saw your DM too. I will get back to you. I don't know about Thursday. It's been like the last 2 weeks have been like, I think I'm going to do something and I don't. Because even last Thursday, I was supposed to meet up or supposed to collab with Crime Curious and it didn't happen. I was just caught up the entire day. Yeah, I don't know, man, but I don't know. I guess I have a lot of thoughts, but just thank you guys so much, man, again, for this YouTube shit. I never thought I'd be doing this through the ups and downs, you know? You lost 86 pounds on keto. I know some people that continue that for like years and stuff. I think the longest I've lasted is like a couple of months. I think months. And honestly, when I was on keto and I had lost weight, I was at like 210. And I was in my prime. This was like, it was a little after Maddie was born. I was miserable in a relationship. And I was just doing YouTube and working. I was waking up like at 5 in the morning. That's when I realized like that's my optimal time. I don't even do that now. 5 in the morning, I don't even do that now. If I did, that would be amazing. I was waking up like at 5 in the morning, going to work out at the gym, feeling great. And I was like super productive in the morning time. And I dropped to like 210 and I felt like amazing, man. Like a bunch of energy, like everything was feeling good. Everything was up. I'd like to get back to that again, hopefully. But now that I'm older, it's like harder to lose weight too, though. It's like slower. Oh. So. Being Bio Girl says, I lost 40 pounds in the last 6 months, just changing my diet completely. Nice. I realized too, like sometimes it's not that hard. Like, I mean, if you just cut out, I don't know, like one of your bad habits. I had a friend that was like really, really, really overweight. And then he had asked me like what I did. This was a long time ago. And I was asking him like, what does he eat and stuff like that. He was telling me like he drinks soda all the time. And so I said, well, can you cut out the soda? He was like, no, I can't, man. No. Like he drinks soda all day, every day. I was like, well, can you cut back on it? He said no. Like he refused to like cut back on the soda. The soda has a lot of sugar. That's what I want to get back to, that lemon water. I've been drinking a lot of carbonated water lately because it gets me away from craving soda. That carbonated water, but you got to get the good one. You don't want the stuff with like artificial sugar, like these bad sugars that some of them have. I like to drink the Polar Seltzer, I think. That shit is good. Maddie drinks that too. But I don't feel like it hydrates me enough. But I have that and I have regular water. I need to get back on the lemon juice, like the squeezing the lemon in the water, because that it stops me from craving juice. It stops me from craving like soda. It just quenches my thirst for all that sugary stuff. And I used to even do this whole thing, which I might start again if I have time. I used to take a whole lemon, right? I would cut it in pieces and I put the whole thing into the blender, add a little bit of water. Sometimes I would add protein, but it makes it too thick. You add like some like a healthy sugar and blend that shit, and I would drink the whole lemon. And there was this guy on YouTube that I watched, because, you know, YouTube for health stuff. And he was like, it's really good for you. Like the lemon skin has all this stuff. I don't know what it is. It has this stuff. I don't know if it's like good for your skin or something like that. Man, I drank that whole thing. I was doing that for a while, and I think it was helping. I don't know what it was. I think I felt good. I need to do the lemon thing again. But it has to be, they say, the guy says it has to be organic lemons. I don't know. Because the thing is, like, I have muscle, but then I just have like still too much fat. It annoys me. Still got too much fat. Sigler says that's what I'm doing. I'm at the gym all the time, building, but I got to start with the cut, which means dieting and fasting. I think my problem is that I, like, a lot of the times I'm just doing too much cardio and not enough weights. I started mixing some more weights, but like I was just doing too much cardio, which I love cardio because it puts me in a really good mood. But I started doing, just lately, I started doing some more weights, and I really like the feeling of weights because it will get your heart pumping. You will get a sweat, and you actually, I like that your muscles, at that point, your muscles do get like tense and like you feel buff for a while. So I'm trying to kind of balance that out a little bit too. Oh, and the seeds too. Sunset Gazing says the whole lemon, seeds, and skin included are so beneficial. Yeah, I want to do that again. There's this guy, I forgot, he talked about all the benefits, and I was like, you know what? I would have started doing the whole lemon thing, man. Yeah, we should. They canceled for that too. Moko said we need to do exercise watching court. What is this? Somebody coming into the stream while we're exercising, everybody exercising. Like, can you imagine that? Like, if we had a whole thing. Who was it? Richard Simmons? Am I thinking of the right guy? Stretch. Hey, go. Let's go. Eric, call your legs. And while the trial's going, oh man, they would be so pissed. Yeah, Richard Simmons. They'd be so mad. Woo. Let's go, everybody. Get up, boomer. That would be some shit. If there's somebody into fitness, that might be an avenue. Stream a trial and do some workout thing in the background. Thanks, Rachie. I appreciate that. I've gotten a lot better. So from like a year ago, 2 years ago, I've gotten a lot better. But yeah. Is he missing? Nah. Is he? Richard Simmons? Is he? Oh shit. Wait a minute. Oh, that was 2022. Richard Simmons breaks his silence, tells the Post he's living the life he's chosen. What happened with Richard Simmons? Following the release of a new documentary about the working out king's sudden disappearance from the spotlight. Oh. Damn. What really happened to Richard Simmons? Wow. Oh, it's a special streaming on Fox and Hulu. Yo, by the way, there is some new Netflix thing. I wish I could show you guys, but I can't because they'll copy whatever this thing. This weekend, I started to watch this Netflix thing called Beef. Anybody in the chat see that? I started to watch it, but got distracted out there Netflix Beef. The intro is so interesting, and then after that, I couldn't follow it because I was busy. But like when I try to come back to it, it just dies off. But like it was so intense, and it's like some, I don't know what it's about, but it looks like some road rage thing that happens. The intro is so crazy. Like the first 5 minutes, if you haven't seen it, yo, go check it out. It's a series. It's a series, and it just starts out so intense. Yes, with Ali Wong. This dude is like having a bad day. Just everything is going wrong for him, and then some shit happens on the road, and he just snaps. Snaps. I don't know if it's still good. Like I said, I only really watched like the first couple of minutes and then whatever, but I kind of want to go back to it and try to watch it. It seemed interesting. Beef. It's really good. He told the whole world to F off, and everyone made a big deal out of it. Like Chappelle. Yeah, some people just want to go. They're tired of the, You binge watched the whole series. Grumpy said it's boring. That's what I was wondering, because it seems so interesting at first, and then like later on, it's just like the intensity just stops. I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's just, I don't know. It's okay. I thought it was Glenn from Walking Dead too. Is that him? Is that him? That's what I was thinking when I saw it. I was like, it looks like Glenn. Is that really Glenn from Walking Dead? Or nah? True, nobody has time for the series. Uh-oh. I hope you're doing all right, Chaos. What happened? Or I'll text you. Dig said so good. Wait, what's so good? The beef? Or the lemon squeeze? Ooh. Shows has like good stuff on Amazon. Let's see. Lemon Perfect. Organic cold pressed lemon water. Oh shit. But how much is this stuff? If I could have it already made, that'd be gangster. 6 flavor variety. $25. How many comes with it though? Oh, it's a 12 pack. That's a lot of money though. 25. I mean, I could have it some, so when I don't feel like making the thing. But is it real lemon that's in there, or is it like just lemon flavor? Lemon Perfect, organic cold pressed lemon water, squeezed from real fruit, flavored water, sugar free, keto certified. What is keto certification? Who makes this shit? Keto certified. No artificial ingredients. Okay, I like that. No artificial. Maybe I can keep it from when I don't feel like go in the blender. That's the only thing that keeps me sometimes from making protein, is that the whole thing of having to walk there, like put this, put that, zzz, make it a mess, gotta wash it, whatever. I just want lemon, just lemon. Oh, the just lemon one's cheaper. I just want lemon. I don't want all this Skittle flavor shit. How you getting Skittles out of just lemon? Then you gotta add the other. I just want lemon. Add to cart. Overnight shipping. Hopefully they don't send it to the wrong place again. Just plant a lemon tree. I think those take a long time to grow, don't they? The beef or lemon squeeze. You binge watched it? BL says it was okay. The mod general says it was okay. So Ian says surprised how good it was. I guess I'll have to give it a try. I like Skittles, but I don't want Skittles in my water. Like, I don't want water tasting Skittles. Skittles is dangerous too. Skittles has a bunch of sugar. Skittles is loaded with sugar. I'm kind of like, I'm somebody too, I don't like leaving candy around the house because I'll eat the stuff. Skittles is loaded with sugar, man. Oh my God. All right, I guess I should get off. I just kind of wanted to chat with you guys for a little bit because since they ended early, I like talking with you guys. Have you watched? Oh no, I haven't watched Crazy Not Insane yet. It's good. Is it boring, Angela? Because somebody told me it's kind of boring. They fell asleep to the shit. I want to watch it anyway, though. I feel like because maybe it'll give me more content. I should watch that before those doctors come and take the stand. Especially, I forgot her name. The one that's the documentary that she's featured in that documentary. Angela says, Crazy Not Insane. It's good. You should check it out. I watched it because you mentioned it. I should watch that. Yeah. Kayla. What's it called? Lemon what? Well, this one particularly is called... maybe I'll show it on the screen. Oh yeah, let me do that. I think. Or I'll screenshot it. Then I'll get off. All right, Amazon. What the hell's all this? Okay. All right, I'm gonna show you a screenshot. Lemon perfect. I mean, ideally, really, I should just make my own lemon stuff. But if I don't have time, especially with the trial stuff, if I don't have time, guess it can't hurt to have this. This is the lemon stuff here. Lemon perfect. Organic cold pressed lemon water. I still want to try to do the whole lemon thing too when I can. All right, I'm going to check it out, Angela. Jacqueline says it's interesting so far. Okay, I'm going to check it out. I don't know where to watch that. Crazy Not, what is it? Crazy Not Insane? Or Insane Not Crazy? What? Crazy Not Insane? Okay. Crazy Not Insane, 2020 film. You can watch it on Amazon Prime, Hulu, YouTube. You got to pay. Vudu. And HBO Max, which I guess I have a subscription to that. It's 2 hours long. Me, you. It's actually not centered. That's true. It's kind of towards the edge. All right. I guess I'm going to get out. Oh, wait. Did I get all the super chats? Liv J, thank you for becoming a member. Sam says, thank you for the super chat. And Steph LL, love the creepy voice. Makes me laugh every time. Thank you. I've been doing that for a long time. And thank you for that super chat. Really nice. Appreciate it. All right, guys. I'm out of here. Love you. Have a good night. This is going to transfer you to tomorrow's live stream. All right. Have a good night. Peace. I'll come back if there's a chase tonight. All right. Take care. Bye. Look, Crazy Not Insane is a documentary about crazy people that are not insane. I really don't know. It's a documentary that has psychiatrist Dorothy Otno Lewis stirs controversy for her unique views on serial killers and the death penalty. That psychiatrist is the lady that says Letecia Stauch is insane. And she is a witness for the defense. She's going to be called. That's why it's interesting. That's why people are saying you should check it out. Okay? So it's called Crazy Not Insane. Came out in 2020. All right? All right. Bye. Love you guys. Bloop, bloop.